We're living our truth now. Krista, what?
Krista who?
Twisted Delphian?
Did you say Christian Dolphin? So are you from Philadelphia?
Welcome to the Life After Leaving podcast, an ex-Christadelphian podcast.
Hey everyone, I just wanted to let you know that we did have some technical difficulties with the microphone while recording this episode, so you may notice some changes in the audio. Also, before we begin, please note that today's episode mentions some difficult topics, including sexual assault, abuse, neglect, domestic violence, eating disorders, bullying, self-harm, depression, and profanity. We recognize that these topics may be triggering for some people and that you may want to skip over some sections of this podcast or skip this episode if this would cause you distress to hear about these situations. However, this episode also shares the story of overcoming these challenges and finding a way to a better life. So I hope you enjoyed this episode as much as we did recording it. Thank you.
Hello, heathens. It's Heather, the harbinger of destruction. And I am here taking over the podcast today to interview the creator and sustainer of the Life After Leaving an Ex-Christadelphian podcast, our friend Zinnia. Hello, Zinnia.
Hi. What a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. I hope you enjoy being the interviewee today.
Oh, I don't know. This will be a big change for sure.
Well, I'm sure that the listeners are eager to get to know you and hear your story, so let's get into it.
I'm sure they want my villain origin story.
Exactly. I was going to say that those people that heard episode 1, they know that you and I went to the same ecclesia, although I was, I think, 13 years older than you, and I left when I was 15 or 16, so I didn't really know you at all. So let's start with having you describe a bit about your background as a Christadelphian, and maybe tell us also how long ago it was that you left.
Sure. So I come from a very Christadelphian family on the one side. I'm a fifth generation Christadelphian, although one of my parents converted. So on that side, not so much. But I left a while ago now. I think my 10-year anniversary is coming up this spring from when I left. And I was in my early 20s when I left.
Okay.
And I, as we mentioned, I grew up in the Morristown Ecclesia, New Jersey. And what's interesting is that was also the former Philadelphia Ecclesia. So for anyone that didn't know, that just moved across the river. And as I talked about with you, Heather, they're actually moving again to another location. So I don't know if they will continue to be the Morristown Christadelphians. I'm assuming they'll rename again now that they've moved.
I mean, they were the Morristown Christadelphians for a really long time, though, right? Because when did the Philadelphia Ecclesia move?
I was told that they've been there over 60 years.
Okay.
I mean, the Philadelphia Ecclesia was around John Thomas's time, so that was there for a while.
Right. I think my dad went there when he was a kid. I know my grandparents went there. That's where they met.
Okay. I know that my grandmother, I think, went to the Philadelphia Ecclesia. So I think it was in her lifetime, or I think her and her mom had both been in the Philadelphia one.
Okay. Interesting historical tidbit there.
You know me.
I know. You're the treasure trove of historical facts. So tell us a bit about your childhood as a Christadelphian. What was it like?
I grew up in a very big family, in a family ecclesia. So that was who made up the ecclesia. So that was my whole life, really, because, I still went to public school, so I'd see other kids, but as it's come up in other episodes, we were encouraged to always just socialize with other Christadelphians. So it was Friday nights, we would go to youth group. We'd go to events on weekends. It was every Sunday we had to go to Sunday school and the memorial service, and then often, whatever events or programs they're having after that. So I definitely grew up in the ecclesia, and I, for better or worse, was always around all of these different family members. The whole family tree was there. So we were all together for holidays and things like that. For me, I definitely remember there being a lot of awkwardness with growing up a Christadelphian. So we talked a little bit about the Christmas debacle.
Oh, yes.
Where my mom just decided we weren't going to celebrate Christmas anymore. But I remember at one point my parents telling me that I wasn't allowed to say the Pledge of Allegiance anymore, which is like this little
I
ritual.
forgot about that.
Yeah, they do in
I didn't do
elementary
it
school.
either. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I'd grown up doing it, and then one day they're like, "Oh, you're not allowed to do that anymore," and I was
Oh,
like,
wow.
"What?" Like, and just as a little kid, you're like, "Oh, hi, Mrs. So and so, like whoever your teacher is, I can't do this anymore," and all the kids just stare at you like,
Yeah.
"What? Like you did yesterday? Why? What happened?"
That's funny that they had you stop, like, midway through, because I think for me, they told me right out of the gate, "Don't do it," but they said I could still put my hand on my heart and stand up, I just couldn't say
Yeah.
it. So I would usually do that.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just remember it being very awkward when like kids were
Mhm.
asking me about like holiday stuff and the Pledge of Allegiance stuff. So it was definitely different early on. And I remember thinking that that's why I was different. I was like, so basically, whenever I was like teased or something or bullied by other kids, I was like, oh, it's just because I'm a Christadelphian. Like they already told me it's because I'm like this special person or
Mhm.
whatever. That's why this happens. Turns out that wasn't the case. It turns out I was undiagnosed neurodivergent.
Mhm.
And so that was a huge thing. And so looking back on my childhood, I see it very differently. The reason it totally made sense was that I didn't really fit in with my extended family. The way it was framed to me was that because I was like, I didn't have anyone else exactly my age, that was why I didn't fit in. And so I always
Oh,
like
okay.
wanted to be the age of like the other kids that I could play with them, but like I was
Mhm.
often in Sunday school classes by myself.
Oh, wow.
So I remember like one time it was just me and one other kid who sometimes came, but like usually it was
Mhm.
just me. So and, like, they would all start school, and, like, if my mom would go to the ecclesia, she would bring me along, and I would just be, like, have to play by myself in that basement we talked about.
Oh, yeah.
So
Creepy.
so I had a lot of memories of just, like, not fitting in, and it didn't really ever go away. There's a lot of cliques in my ecclesia. There's a lot of people sometimes really explicitly telling me like I didn't really belong,
Hmm.
um, which looking back makes it had made it easier to leave. But it
Mhm.
was a really, for me, it was a really difficult childhood because then I didn't fit in at school. And I was like, oh, well, it's because I'm a Christadelphian. But then when I was with Christadelphians, I was like, I don't fit in here either. And so I was like, well, maybe it's just because I wasn't born with friends like everyone else, or everyone else got to have a friend their age.
Right. Yeah, because with your
So,
cousins, a lot of them were similar, like, really close in age, right? So
yeah, like really
there was nobody
close.
else your age.
No.
Huh.
So there was just like a gap there. Honestly, the reason it was hard at school and at the ecclesia was because I was neurodivergent. I don't think Christophans are in general are very accepting of those differences and very
No.
educated on those differences.
Mhm.
And even just with the time period I grew up in, talking about a few decades ago, there wasn't the education on it. There wasn't as
Right.
much diagnostic resources. Even if people had known, I don't think there would have been the support that now I could articulate would have been helpful for me. But I was always really good at school, so I think they just figured like it's like, "Oh, that's no problem that she's, like, crying all the time and, like, alone,
Mm.
but, like, as long as she's good at getting good grades, she's fine."
Oh, man.
And so a lot of times I just really wasn't getting support. So it was difficult, and again, it was a combination of things for me. Um, but that's why I, yeah, started loving reading and stuff because,
Mm.
when you don't have kids to play with, you find your own
Yeah.
ways to get through it.
It's a good
So I was
solitary activity.
yeah, I was very creative, always finding ways to entertain myself as a kid, being alone at all these events. I just started bringing books.
Mm.
I remember we used to always do Thanksgiving and all the other people in my family. It would be like 50 of us in the building, like tons of people.
Mhm.
And they would just disappear and not include me. And I would just be in this windowless basement alone. And
Aw.
I started bringing books because I was just so sad all the time. I was like, they
Oh,
left me behind
man.
again. They,
That
they,
is sad.
no one wants to be with me. No one will take me home. Like, at least as an adult, you can just like drive home and be like, this sucks.
Mhm.
But like as a kid, there's definitely like a feeling of kind of being trapped in Christadelphian environments because it was always spending time with Christadelphians. It was always going to Christadelphian events and places. And
Mhm.
there really wasn't as much focus on, like, oh, what are your actual needs right now? Like, what would be
Right.
best for you?
Right.
And paying attention to the emotional needs of, like, oh, like I could use, you know, some more socializing or some more support or whatever.
Mhm. How old were you when you got diagnosed? Was it during childhood or was it like one of
Nope.
these adult
Oh no.
things?
Adults.
Okay.
Like 29.
Oh man, yeah. So it wasn't
Yeah.
like you had a chance to be like, oh, we need to change things in
Oh
my
no.
childhood.
They identified me for the gifted and talented program where basically they realized I was really good at solving puzzles and figuring those kinds of things out,
Mm-hmm.
but they didn't realize I literally struggled so much with friendships
Mm-hmm.
and with making connections, as well as my family not wanting me to be around other kids and like not helping me have play dates.
Mm-hmm.
And so and I didn't have any kids like right around me I could play with. Like again, I was very isolated across the board. I will say that slowly when I got older, I started to have more people around me.
Okay.
Me and my sister were together a lot growing up, but once I was in CYC and around that age, I guess, she started to prefer being with me, I guess, to the clique.
Oh,
So
nice.
she switched from sitting in their row
Okay.
to sitting with me at meeting. And she pretty much stayed with me until she left the meeting altogether. Then there was sometime when I was in middle school, we had an outsider join the meeting, and he had two daughters from a previous relationship, and they happened to be me and my sister's age.
Okay.
So they were also kind of outside the clique, and we kind of made a small group with the four of us.
Nice.
There were also two boys from another meeting who hung out with us when they visited. So I kind of had a small group of people outside of my extended family who kind of accepted me, even though we weren't super close since we were connected through being a part of the group.
The outsider club.
They would be a part of the handful of people who I would still look back on fondly as like good people within the ecclesia who I spent time with.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I struggled to make deeper friendships, and I don't think that environment was really conducive for it anyways. I think something else that I want to mention is that during my childhood and into my adulthood, I struggled with the lasting impact of childhood emotional
Mhm.
neglect. And I think the impact was worse for me than my siblings because of my invisible disabilities as well, and having that compounded by the religion and environments I was in.
Yeah, definitely.
I learned to mask my feelings around people.
Oh,
So eventually people got used to and expected to see me smiling. And I really did that unconsciously until I was a teenager.
wow.
And I just remember not feeling like I could be myself unless I was alone. I knew no one would listen to me and that no one really cared what I had to say.
Mm,
Later, I found out that emotional neglect is probably more common than people realize,
right.
but it also helped lay the foundation for abusive relationships
Right.
because you're used to your needs not being met.
Yeah.
You're used to being told to ignore your feelings that tell you something's wrong or something hurt you.
True.
And you seek that external validation support, which people can exploit
Right.
because you don't have that self-assurance that is essential to protect yourself.
Right. Exactly.
So I was kept pretty isolated and sheltered. So when someone finally did seem interested in giving me attention or listening to me or seemed supportive and saw value in me, I kind of gave abusive and manipulative people an opening that they could use to get close to me. And they did.
Oh man.
I think if the larger Christadelphian community did want to address abuse in their community, I think learning about childhood emotional neglect, normalizing therapy, and changing their culture to reduce bullying and encouraging families to love and respect each other would be a really helpful thing to do.
Yeah, I think so too.
One thing I did want to mention that's not sad about my childhood was camping.
Oh, okay.
We would go camping sometimes by ourselves because both my parents were super into it. I love it. I still go camping. So I do appreciate that they took us so much when we were kids. But they would do like a little memorial service sometimes because we would go camping with other Christadelphian families. So I remember them like having to buy the unleavened bread and like buy like a little bit of wine and have to pass it around to like the couple of adults there and do like a little service. And we would just be sitting in like our camping chairs, filthy.
Right, like around the campfire.
Yeah, like having a campfire. It was just so funny. But that always stuck out to me, like those little impromptu services. And part of me was like, why do we have to do this? We're camping and we don't do it when it's just us. Like if we didn't bring these other families, kind of like you when you're up in like Green Mountain, where it's like, like why wear a head covering? Like it's just us.
Yeah. So how did you decide, like what was the lead up to deciding you were ready for baptism?
Well, I mean, that's still my childhood, like most Christadelphians. I think I was 12 or 13. So I mean, I think it's what, like 11 you graduate elementary school?
Yeah, 10 or 11.
So, yeah. So I was, still a child. But all I remember was that it was February. Like, I'm pretty sure the date was February 11th. I don't remember the year. I don't know how I forgot that part. But I remember it was after going to Lador Bible Week.
Oh yeah, every year we went to that. That was a hot one.
Which, ironic, because there was always snow. It was
I was going to say, it was cold actually. Very cold.
Pocono Mountains, Pennsylvania. It was always like what, January, February? It was always
I think it was
cold.
always the last weekend in January, so sometimes it went over
Okay.
into February.
Okay, that would explain it because I was like, if I got baptized in early February, it was like within 2 weeks or so, probably after Lador.
hmm
And I think it was what kind of has brought a lot of people to joining was just like a lot of peer pressure
hmm
and being told that, because I remember like at this event and some others after it, when they knew their target audience was like adolescents and younger people, they would talk so hard about baptism.
hmm
So hard. They would always be promoting it really heavily, and talking about how you're going to be left behind when
Right.
Christ comes, you're going to be judged,
hmm
your whole family is going to be whisked away without you.
Yep.
And like part of me was like, okay, like
You're like, what's
like,
the bad thing here?
well, also, like, who's gonna take care of the pets? Like,
Oh.
we always had so many animals. Like, someone's gotta do it. Like, I will take it
Yeah,
on.
I'll stay here with the pets.
We had cats, we had dogs, we had like hamsters and rabbits and like whatever else. We were always full of pets. It's like, well, what's gonna happen if like all of us go? Like, this
Yeah.
is a problem. So but yeah, I was just like, I guess afraid would be the predominant emotion.
hmm
And what's crazy to think about now, which I was just thinking about today, coming on this podcast, was that I was so young. And the idea is you can't get baptized until you're basically fluent in the teachings, right? Like you have to
hmm
pass an exam, like an oral exam was what
Yeah.
I went through. Isn't it crazy that I was so indoctrinated by that, like 12 years old, I could pass an oral exam on a
Yes.
religious theology?
Yes.
Like, I should be reading like 6th grade level books, not
I
the
know.
freaking Bible.
You should have been reading like Sweet Valley Twins or whatever.
Yeah,
That's what
like
I
Little
read.
House on the Prairie or
Little House on the
something.
Prairie, yeah.
And so it's mind-blowing to me that they're like, "Oh yeah, like she should be a member now." Like all of these grown men sitting
Yeah.
there in my like interview when I had to like take this test, and my mom's sitting in because she had to drive me there because I couldn't
Right.
legally even drive
Yeah.
like to the meeting hall for this. And so it's just so weird looking back because I was literally a child and everyone was like, well, yeah, it's the only way to save yourself from the apocalypse. So you
Right.
better do it.
Yeah.
But I remember like every time there was a really bad storm, I would start to get scared and be like, what if this is it? And like he's
Mm.
coming. And so at some point, like you're like, I just don't want to have this fear. So I guess I'll join. Like
hmm
I'm just tired of being traumatized by being told it's the end of the world. So I guess I'll just do this.
That is pretty wild that they would baptize, but if you were 12, that is crazy.
Like I said, I don't remember if it was 12 or 13 because I don't remember the year and I don't have my big hymn book. I gave it to my
Oh.
parents when I left. So it's
You don't
somewhere in
have the
their house,
date
I
in there.
guess. Yeah, that's where the date would be with all the
Yeah.
signatures of people being like, good luck. We're so happy to have you as a sister. And I'm like,
Yeah. Maybe
bye.
you're like, maybe now you'll play with me, include me in things.
No, actually, it didn't work.
It didn't work.
That
Yeah.
wasn't my goal, but it also didn't work if
Wow.
that had been the goal. But we will get into a side story about when that did change. Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Foreshadowing. No.
Yes, exactly. I'm trying to keep it interesting because this is the sad part.
So you don't remember the year, but do you remember anything significant about the day? Like I know we went into detail on my baptism and I'm sure yours was very similar, but is there anything else
Yeah.
that stands out about it that you want to share?
No, I don't remember that much. I remember afterwards, they were always taping stuff, so I remember getting a CD-ROM with my like talk on it about me that I could like
Oh,
listen
okay.
to.
Yep. I thought you meant
With
they taped the actual baptism, like a videotape.
thank the goddess not,
That would be something to watch.
because I don't. I can't. No,
I
no,
mean,
no,
that would be
no.
so fun to post with this episode, right? As like the social media part of it.
It would be, and honestly, I'm there's probably pictures somewhere because I think that was at least the digital camera age. There may be photos somewhere, but that was right in that transition period where we had tons of print photos and photo albums, and then we started going digital, and I think
Mhm.
like we didn't have a good backup system, so I
Yeah,
don't even know if
we
they
lost a lot of
exist.
images.
Yeah, so fortunately, my awkward years just magically disappeared.
How convenient.
That worked out. Technology was doing me a big favor. Let's be
Yeah.
honest. Yeah, that
That's
was when I had
funny.
my braces and everything. Like,
Yeah.
ooh, no, that was
So,
rough.
you were the youngest of sort of your cousins. your
Yeah.
siblings were
And that's why they treated me like they treated Joseph, as
yeah, that's
going
true.
on to our rainbow
At least they didn't throw you in a
tangent.
pit though, or did they?
No, I don't remember any pits.
I was gonna ask if they were all baptized too. Like, was the peer pressure also coming from within?
Well, I was the youngest of my siblings, and I had a sibling, I think the oldest would be like 7 years older,
Mhm.
and they weren't baptized, and they didn't get
Oh,
baptized until
really?
probably like 7 years after me. At
Wow.
least, maybe 10 years after me, the
Really?
oldest. Yeah, so we were all out of order.
Okay.
Because it was always a personal decision, like, you just
Yeah.
say, "Hey, I think I'm ready," and then people would send you, like, prep material for the
Mhm.
exam, and then if if they passed you, which they're not gonna fail you,
Right.
like, I remember her saying afterwards, she's like, "The word they were looking for is God manifestation, Zinnia." And I was like, "Okay, I'm, like, 12, like,
I know, right?
sorry, I
How
don't
many
know
12-year-olds
that
know that
term."
word or
Yeah, it
that term
didn't
yet?
roll off the tongue, like, sorry, I had 3 grown-ass men grilling me about the Bible, and I didn't use the right word, sorry.
Yeah. You failed.
So, like, even though I didn't know about God manifestation, they still passed me.
Wow,
Um
okay.
But yeah, I remember it sometimes there was, I think, definitely peer pressure, but mine was more that group peer pressure of going to the weekends for the youth. I do remember that there was a time that one of my siblings decided to get baptized, and they ended up doing like a triplet one where all three
Oh,
of
the
them got
triple header? Yeah.
baptized. Yeah, the triple header. So, I mean, I know that he was peer pressuring them,
Mhm.
and I know at least one of them has since left.
Mm.
But so it's interesting.
Yeah.
But there wasn't a lot for my family. I remember one of my siblings had gotten baptized around the same age, so everyone was like, "Oh, this is normal." Yeah,
Okay. Yeah. Yep.
So that was kind of how it was seen, and yeah, it was very different for everyone, whether it was siblings or people there.
So you said that it didn't change the way that people treated you, but did it change anything else for you after you got baptized?
I mean, I got that hot unleavened bread.
That tasty
um,
wine.
yeah, the shots of Manischewitz.
What
Um,
what about your head covering game? What was that like?
I mean, of course, you always start with lace, girl. It's just
Oh.
like your wedding night. You start with the
Yeah,
lace.
the
And then it
pure
slowly
white
goes
lace.
downhill until it's just like the bandana from the craft store. You're like,
Oh
"All
my God,
right."
yes, yes,
Here's the
exactly.
99-cent bandana. This is all you get, and this is like the Hanes. Um, but no, I remember, like, we would look for, like, some very flat lace ones at Bible schools because people would always sell them at Bible schools.
Like a doily?
Yeah, but, like, the one I first got had, like, edging on it, and it was ruffly, and so, like, you were looking wild with all these ruffles around your face, like some sort of, like, pioneer girl bonnet
I was
thing
gonna
going
say like a
on, and
porcelain doll or something.
yeah, exactly, like those old school porcelain dolls. If you Google it, they're the dolls that haunt your nightmares, like, the
Yeah,
ones with the little
exactly.
glassy face.
And you're like, "This is perfect for a memorial service."
And then I realized it was a bit much for me, and I'm a bit much in general. Now I'm remembering that I often wore a black lace head covering.
Ooh.
The white ones were standard, as I'm sure
Yep.
you remember, but I really liked the black ones, which were harder to find.
Mhm.
Looking back, I felt like that was kind of my alternative side expressing itself. And I also want to mention that it was only after I left that I really felt at home in my body because I was able to get body piercings and tattoos.
Oh, okay.
So when I used to look in the mirror, I remember feeling disconnected from myself. Like, I
Mhm.
was just surprised to see what I looked like when I looked in the mirror because it didn't
Hmm.
fit with what I felt inside. But then I got a lot of ink after leaving. And eventually I got tattoos under my collarbones and got both nostrils pierced. And once I did that, I finally started to feel like the person that I saw in the mirror.
Oh,
It was
cool.
also around that point that I took out my old meeting dresses and I put them on. And it was just so funny to see these high necklines and
Yeah, I
these,
bet.
very girly outfits on me. They were all nice dresses objectively, but
Mhm.
then I took them off and I put on an off the shoulder black top.
Ooh.
And I was like, that looks like me.
Yeah,
And I was finally just expressing myself after
right?
repressing myself to
Mhm,
fit the
mhm.
appearance of being a Christadelphian for so many years.
Right.
So I immediately donated all of those dresses and just kept dressing and, um, showing my body in a way that was authentic to me and, choosing how I was going to present myself.
Nice. Okay, so how old were you when you decided to leave? And can you describe what led up to that decision for you?
I almost left at 14,
Oh, wow.
but I couldn't actually leave until 18,
Right.
obviously,
Yeah,
because
because you were
in
forced to go.
yeah, and I'm assuming this is a very common experience. There may be people who didn't have this experience, but it was my house, my rules. We're Christadelphians. You're Christadelphian until you turn 18. Like, you
Mhm,
have no say in the matter.
mhm.
So I remember there was like a scandal because back in the MySpace
Oh.
days, I put down that I was an atheist,
Oh,
and I
no
got back to
way.
my parents, and they
Ooh.
were so mad at me.
Of course they would be. That's funny. How rebellious.
And it's funny because I feel like right around when I got baptized was like this religious peak for me, where that was around the time that I read the whole Bible. I think I was in 7th grade when I read the
Mhm.
entire Bible and was like super into it. Great. And I remember by like 8th grade when I was like 13, just it suddenly going downhill. Like, suddenly I just could not resonate with it. I was suddenly losing interest. I was suddenly starting to see things that weren't adding up. And I think part of it was hitting like the age of reason, where I was
Yeah,
just like,
right.
really, my critical thinking was taking off. And by that point, again, the treatment I had had for so much of my life was really weighing on me really heavily. Once your hormones start kicking in too, I was entering a severe depression, and it was
Mhm.
constantly being triggered by being in these situations over and over again at like CYC and at meeting, where I was bullied or excluded or made to feel less than or just ignored, where like I would try to say something, people would speak over me,
Mm.
where I was never given any value, really. Like,
Oh, man.
and I'm sure like someone would be like, no, I remember one time, but like in general, like I felt like I had no value there. It was so triggering to me emotionally to be there. And then by that point, I had like decades of trauma that was weighing on me and that I was thinking about, because I had never gotten like apologies. I'd never been to a therapist. Like, I had
Mhm.
not been able to process or move through or even get away from. Like, I couldn't like move away to another ecclesia. I couldn't
Right.
like start over. So I was still constantly exposed to stuff that was very negative in my life, very negative for me.
Mhm.
Um, but I remember also I was always seen as very smart. I was, pulled for advanced programs in my school my whole life. So in
Mhm.
elementary school, I was pulled into the gifted and talented program. In middle school, they wanted me in more advanced classes. In high school, I was pushed into the college level classes. In college, I was pushed into honors classes. So
Mhm.
like they were always like, you're really intelligent, we're gonna keep building you, you know. And one of the things my school started getting into was more and more was critical thinking and trying to get people
Mm.
to be more independent thinkers. And even by 8th grade, I remember them talking to us about politics and having us take a survey. And I remember at that point, and that was 8th grade, where they just basically would say, like, where do you stand on this issue? Do you believe this is right or wrong, kind of thing. It was very much like a yes or no. And they would
Yep.
just present dozens of different topics that are now like politically coded, where it's like, or if you believe in gay rights, you're Democrat or whatever,
Oh,
like
I
in
see.
America.
Mhm.
And so they gave us these questions, and I remember being so hard to answer because I was like, there are answers that I know as a good Christadelphian, you should say, yes, this is what I believe.
Yep.
And I know that there's questions where it doesn't match what I feel. And so I started
Oh.
having that dichotomy between who I felt I truly was under all of the conditioning and what I'd been taught. And I was starting to see that it did not match with Christadelphian teachings. And so I remember, getting my survey results back and the teacher explained, like, oh, well, if you scored this, it means you would be part of this political party. And if you scored this, you'd be in that political party. And it was just so like weird, but
Was
it
yours,
was
like, all over the place? Because 'Cause you're like, "Well, I feel this, but I know this is right because of what I've been taught."
basically,
Yeah.
I mean, for me, I was like, my parents will never see this, right? And so I was like, I guess I can put down what I really think, but it
Ooh.
felt so wrong. Like, that was
Yeah.
like the first real like rebellion, I guess, was
Yeah.
just like having my own opinions.
Yeah.
um because it was really scary. I was just like, my school wants me to be independent, to learn about myself and my views, and now they're presenting me with the opportunity. I'm scared to have my own beliefs,
Mm.
because the conditioning is so deep and the pressure is so strong.
Mhm.
But I remember I ended up being with the party that I'm still a part of, that I
Mm.
identify with predominantly now. So I'm not really surprised. And then I started high school. So that was, again, right around that time, like 14. And I remember going to CYCs, and I was getting more into the sciences. And so I was starting
Mm.
to, have the issue with evolution and creation. Um, And I remember having a speaker come for a CYC and me trying to ask him questions about that kind of thing,
Yeah.
because he came in just expecting to talk, and I was like, oh no, I got questions. Don't think he was a fan of that. And
Yeah,
then,
but you became like a problem at that point, right?
yeah, but I
For
mean,
questioning.
my existence had been a problem, so, like, what's the point now? Like,
That's
why
true,
stop? Like, no one
right?
accepted me for being quiet, so why not accept me now when I talk? But then, again, starting over with high school, I knew no one. Like, I remember everyone would, like, share their schedules. I didn't know anyone in any of my classes,
Oh
and
man.
part of it was because I got, bumped into all these, high-level classes with kids from, like, other schools, because now all of the middle schools pooled into the same, like, huge high school. So there's just
Yep.
so many kids.
Hmm.
So they mixed us all up. But I remember kind of falling in with the theater kids.
Hmm.
And once you fall in with the theater kids, you fall in with the gay kids.
Oh yeah.
So within the first month, I joined the Gay Straight Alliance
Oh
Club,
wow.
which they called the GSA, which again, scandalous.
Yeah.
Because Christadelphians, as I was raised and taught, they pick a few verses and say, these say that God thinks gay people
Yeah.
are bad. And they
Hmm.
teach their kids that,
Yep.
who repeat it. I definitely know I did as a kid. And
Yeah.
then I got older and I was like, I don't actually believe this. And
Hmm.
even, if you look online, you realize there's so many other ways to even look at those verses where even the interpretation is suspect and feels just like it's more intentionally interpreted that way.
Right.
Like it doesn't feel right.
Right. No, I don't think so either.
And I remember trying to go to the Pride Parade, but my mom absolutely freaking out because it was a Sunday morning and I was trying to get
Oh.
off meeting and it was just explosive. And she
Hmm.
was like, and I couldn't tell them why I wanted to get
I
off
was gonna say, I'm like, you
meeting.
didn't tell her
No,
where you wanted
of
to go.
course
Like, of
not.
course
Of
she wasn't gonna
course
let you go.
not. Yeah. And again, that's the thing. And it causes more conflict because not being allowed to be myself and explore who I wanted to be, and even just like explore it. Like I wasn't like, oh, like I'm gonna, go get married to a woman right now. Like I was like a
Yeah.
kid, but like
Yeah.
just to be able to have an option to not be at meeting and to go out with friends and see that, was so forbidden and so difficult.
Well, then it forced you to lie too, because you can't really be open and honest.
Yeah. I think that high level of control and obedience and conformity isn't conducive to open, honest relationships because there's not that flexibility and acceptance
Hmm.
that you really need for that kind of transparency and understanding. Also, that was around the time that I started thinking I might not be straight.
Hmm.
And I had started kind of getting hints of that, which was like, girls are pretty. So, like, why wouldn't I? Like, you look at a girl and you look at a guy, it's like, they're prettier. Sorry. Um, so that was another problem, was I was
Hmm.
like, oh no, well, if that's the case, then that might be a problem too, because Christadelphians aren't the biggest fan. So I was like, yeah, I'm not really seeing any reason to stay. Like, I'm not really welcome there. I'm
Hmm.
having a lot of conflict, in general in my life with a lot of these relationships around with Christadelphians. I don't really feel like super connected to the church. My faith is just in the toilet.
Hmm.
I'm now, really thinking about a lot of other experiences. I'm reading wider. I'm, starting to have critical thoughts about their core teachings. So I was really just like, yeah, I feel like I'm done. And I was definitely going through a traumatic time at that time. That was also when I lost my virginity by rape.
Oh.
So that was really traumatic for me. I was 14.
Oh wow.
And I saw that person in the school.
Ooh.
Of course, none of my friends were in my classes. This asshole was in one of my classes and wouldn't even look at me.
Oh man.
So for someone who had no real emotional support, who had been so bullied and isolated for so long, that really kind of broke me.
Hmm.
And so that time got so dark. And I think I withdrew even more from Christadelphians because of that.
Was that something that I mean, were your parents aware of that it happened, or was that something you had to keep to yourself as well?
I mostly kept it to myself. I did tell a doctor, and then the doctor, because I was underage, did not have any obligation to not tell my parents, and so they started punishing me for having sex, not
Hmm.
knowing that I'd been raped.
Oh wow.
So that was super fun.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
Yeah. So that's why that's why I said the early part of my story was pretty sad in a lot of ways. There's a lot of, like, when I look back at my life, I really wish so many stories had had a different outcome.
Hmm.
Um and so I think that was, again, part of why I was leaving, because I had never gotten any support from them. I'd gotten, a lot of like abuse and neglect kind of situations related to Christadelphians. And so when I was going through really the most challenging thing in my life up to that point, I just kind of broke. And so I became anorexic. I became almost mute.
Mm,
I just didn't really talk. I, had really serious uh, mental health issues. I
mm.
was starting to, think about the S word.
Oh man. Wow.
And and that was difficult stuff. But yeah, then I was getting to self-harm, and I got no support during any of that. Instead, you go to all these Christadelphian events, and my family kept treating me the same. They
Hmm.
still ignored me, treated me like kind of crap. I remember being complimented on losing weight when I was anorexic
Oh man.
by Christadelphians,
Yeah.
who were not aware of the situation.
Hmm.
Um, no one ever encouraged me to speak or noticed any change in me. The depression, the loss of weight, the, you know, crying and harming myself,
Hmm.
bruised and bleeding and, all kinds of stuff.
Oh man.
So it was a very hard time in my life. And so I think if I had been shown more kindness by Chris Delphine at the time, or had support there, that might have helped.
Hmm.
That would be lovely if I had had that. Um, but for me, that wasn't even an option. Like, there was no one I could turn to when I had been treated so badly for so long and I had no close
Right.
relationships. And I didn't even really have the language for it, because you're pretty sheltered. I
Hmm.
didn't really know what was happening when it happened. So it took me like a while to even get like the language to express what happened. It took a very long time before I ever really talked to people about it. Honestly, it wasn't until my 20s that I
Hmm.
really started getting help for
Hmm.
processing what happened, um, and moving through it. Before, it was very triggering when people talked about rape, because having experienced that and not having, addressed it and been open with it or found support, it was still
Hmm.
very raw for a long time. It was hard.
Yeah.
So,
This
yeah, it was not
sounds
like,
so awful. I
yeah.
wish. I mean, I'm
That's why we
seeing.
did not start with my story with this podcast. Like, no one wants to start with this.
Yeah, be like one and done if we did that. No, I,
Yeah.
I mean, it makes me wish that, like, I mean, of course, even if I had still been in Morristown, the age difference
Yeah.
between us, I probably
Yeah.
would have had no idea that you were going through all that. But it's like, I
Yeah.
wish there's a part of me that's like, oh, I wish I had been there and like I'd stood up
Yeah.
for you, or I'd been like your, I don't know, like
Yeah.
protector or something. But of
Yeah.
course, I would have been off doing my own thing and probably wouldn't have even known what was
Yeah.
going on
You
with
probably
you.
would have been swept up with all the other people your age.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing too, is like as you're describing the ostracization that you felt, I I remember being at events, like being at Bible school or CYC weekends, and I feel like, I mean, Christadelphians in general, I feel like are kind of cliquey.
Yeah. I feel like
And
any event I've been to, I've seen that, really.
yeah, and I feel like I was fortunate. I don't know how it worked out this way for me, but I always seemed to have like a little gang of friends. But I do remember there were times where there would be somebody and we'd be kind of like, oh, let's meet up later in this other place and not tell them that we're going to be there. And it was like at the
Yeah.
time I didn't really think much of it because I was just like, oh, they're annoying, or I don't really know them that well anyway, so who cares? But like hearing your
Yeah.
side of it, I'm just like, oh shit, like that was so mean that we weren't
Yeah.
inclusive or we didn't make an effort. And like you said, back in those days too, like neurodivergency was not really understood.
No, and now I can recognize it so easily in
Yeah.
kids and adults, and so it's so much easier to be more patient or to be more helpful with certain
Hmm.
things. So it makes a difference, the education and awareness, for sure.
Yeah.
And having the example set, of like, how are parents communicating it? How are adults in these situations monitoring this and
Hmm.
helping engage in conversations to keep kids connected and supportive and try to resolve conflicts and things that are harming kids? Because we were kind of like off on our own and no one ever intervened. Like, there was thousands of times people could have intervened and been like, hey, why are you on your own? Hey, why are you crying?
Right.
And no one ever did. Like, honestly, it was funny because I still have a memory of when I was in college. So I was in my early 20s, probably, or late teens. And I remember there was one day where one of my siblings was leaving the house and she was like, oh, it's girls' night. And we're like, okay, like, have fun. And it was me and my mom there at the time. And then we hear the door close and she leaves and she just looks at me. And I see her like cock her head and be like, what? And I'm like, what are you thinking? And she's like, why aren't you going? It's girls' night. You're a girl. Like, why are you here? Why didn't you go? And I was like, I wasn't invited. And it looked like it was the first time she had ever considered.
Oh,
And I was
man.
like, I am in my 20s. Did you not realize this has been happening since I was a child, since I was
Right.
like fucking born? Like, where have you been? It was
Oh,
so funny because I
man.
was like, this has been happening
Mhm.
constantly. Like, I remember there would be people would be like, hey, we're watching a movie afterwards. If you want to come over, I'd be like, oh yeah, that sounds fun. And I remember going in the car and one of my siblings turning to me and going, you're not going. You're uninvited. I'm taking you home. You are not invited.
Oh,
And I was like, but
man.
she invited me. And her going, no, you are not invited. I uninvited you. And so like that kind of stuff. And like,
Mhm.
and apparently my mom just never knew. She's like, oh, she came home. Like she's
Yeah,
like,
she
my kids
probably
are home. They're fine.
assumed that you didn't want to be there for some reason.
Yeah.
Which, I
And
mean,
so
if they treat you that shittily, I wouldn't want to be there anyway.
it was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yeah, you're always it's like, okay, you can be alone and know you're rejected, or be there and not fit in. There
Mhm.
was no good option,
Right.
really, because there's no place where I truly belonged and was happy and welcomed, and like my needs were getting met. Where I was like, oh, I feel good here.
Mhm. And did
So
you find that same experience when you went to Bible school and CYC weekends, or was it easier to kind of find kids that were closer to your age and not influenced by your family?
in general, I had the most insane, terrible luck, honestly. I remember, and I'm gonna get into it more. I traveled to a lot of stuff.
Mhm.
Honestly, because one question I asked the guests is like, oh, like, is there anything positive?
Mm.
My positive, 100%, is that I traveled so much as a Christadelphian.
Mhm.
That's the most I've ever traveled, and that's opened doors for me into traveling so much more.
Yeah.
So I went to a lot of stuff in the Northeast, and at those, there was for a while I had like my own little gaggle because across ecclesias there were other people who were young, girls my age, and
Mhm.
so I had a few friends I could see and hang out with, and that helped a lot.
Mhm.
But of course, most of them were 7 hours away,
Yeah.
so not the most practical for having a friend.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, when you can't drive on your own.
Yeah, because we're in the southern side of New Jersey, and most of the events we're going to, it's people up in like Rhode Island and stuff, which was really far. But I remember going to a lot of different Bible schools. I've been out to California, I've been to Indiana, Wisconsin, Colorado, Texas, Canada, all over,
Mhm.
as well as the typical Pennsylvania, Vermont,
Mhm.
Connecticut
Mhm.
areas for like Bible schools. But I remember being alone a lot. Like I remember when we went out to the Indiana one, I drove out with some of my extended family, and I was supposed to be roomed with one of them, and all of the rooms were doubles, and so there's 2 beds. So I
Mhm.
remember one of the girls that I was related to moving out of my room and moving into a room, so there's 3 in one room, and I was alone.
Oh, man.
And that was pretty much how it went when I went out to Colorado. I was alone. When I went to Texas, the girl apparently like just refused to talk to me. Like woke up and she was gone. When I arrived, she was already asleep, and she just was never there and wouldn't talk to me. And I was like, I don't
Hmm.
know what's going on here. I didn't even say a word to her, and she won't talk to me. And I never met her. So like I was like, I didn't do anything.
Yeah, right? Like, you couldn't even make an impression.
Yeah, and then when I went to the Wisconsin one, they're like, "Oh, you can't be in the building with all the other people your age because your guardian is in a different building." So they put me like in this like back corner all alone, and it was only like families down the hall with like the little kids, and I was
Oh.
alone in my room there.
Oh.
Like I can't even tell you how many times I went to Bible schools and I was like, "You know what? She should be alone."
Yeah, right? Well, I feel like this is
I'm
the
like,
universe telling
"Okay."
you this is not the life that you want to be in.
I can't even believe how much ostracization I went through in isolation. Like when COVID hit, I was like, I've been
You're like, I got
prepared for this
this.
my whole life. I will survive. This is my moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially with COVID, I was literally living in an apartment where I couldn't even see another building, and I was so isolated. I was like, yeah, this is fine.
Yeah.
Whatever. I'm used to it.
Oh,
But yeah,
man.
so good question. And I don't even know how the universe did that. Maybe it was a message like you said. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I think it was. It was just a way of being like reinforcing all your feelings about not belonging. It was like, yeah,
Yeah.
you don't belong there.
Yeah. And so I feel like honestly, that messaging was a huge part of me wanting to leave when I was
Mhm.
younger, which is why it's so surprising I didn't immediately leave.
Yeah, but like you said, you weren't really able to before you were legal.
Yeah. Yep.
So then what happened when you got to be 18 and you could have left? Had you had a change of heart at that point?
So I hated school, partially for the same reasons of, I was traumatized and going
Mhm.
through shit, and still with having difficulty with social stuff because I was neurodivergent for sure.
Mhm.
And just massively depressed and undernourished and didn't have the energy and, emotional support to do it. But I ended up graduating early. So I graduated a month into being 17 from high school.
Oh,
So
wow.
that's why, like, I kind of became an adult at 17,
Mhm.
not legally, but so that actually all changed when I was 16, when I experienced love. And, like, I honestly mean, like, from everyone. I discovered Christadelphian conditional love. So
Mm.
what happened was,
Conditional, though.
yes, that is an important
That's a
distinction
that's a
here.
key word. Okay. So
Keyword.
elaborate.
And there was some real love, I think, maybe in there. I don't know. But what happened was, my parents are like, "Hey, one of the kids, one of my siblings is going to be going to a couple different Bible schools this year. Do you want to go with them?" And I think I was the only one they invited. I don't know if the other siblings were invited or if they're just like, let's ship her off. But I was like, hey, I like travel. So sure, I'll do it. I'll go to Bible school so that I can travel, basically. So that was when I went on like a summer adventure for probably over a month. I was away from home. And so we started out driving from New Jersey to the Colorado Bible School.
Okay.
And to loop back to your other question briefly about how I fit in at other places, I remember specifically going to the Colorado one, people treating me like I belonged
Oh.
and treating me with respect and being like, oh, Sister Zinnia, it's so nice to meet you. And I
Mhm.
was like, I haven't been called a sister it's like since I was baptized.
Hmm.
Like no one ever treated me like I was a real member. And so it was interesting to be a stranger and to be kind of seen in this neutral way where I was just like, oh, well, you're one of us because you're here. And like it says on your name tag that you're a sister.
Mhm.
And so I was probably getting the bare minimum, but it felt like a lot of like,
Yeah.
oh, wow, like they're not actively
Finally.
being mean to me. This is lovely. I feel so lovely here. Um, but it was cool because I remember going whitewater rafting. There's someone in our ex Facebook group who I remember falling off that raft when we were
Oh,
whitewater
really?
rafting. Yeah, and I saw them join the group, and I was like, "Oh, I remember you.
You fell off the raft.
You fell off the raft in Colorado. Fun Christopian memory with you." Um, and then after that, we went up to Wisconsin, and I remember some people being nice. That was an unamended Bible school, so
I was
there's a
gonna
lot of
say
people
I
I
didn't know
didn't
there
know.
were Wisconsin Bible
Yeah,
schools.
secret
Okay.
one. And so it was all people I'd never met. So again, it was kind of like a blank slate meeting where
Mhm.
no one knew who I was. I still struggled a little bit, but I remember it was cool. Like we went like swimming at the Great Lakes or whatever. It was
Mhm.
interesting. Um, but I never saw them again. So like
Yeah.
I think we connected on Facebook and never ever heard from anyone again.
Mhm.
And then the last one we went to was we drove to Texas, so the Southern Bible School. And at that one, that ended up being the one that was the biggest deal for me, which it started off rough, where I felt very isolated again as usual. So I spent my break like by myself because I didn't know anyone there. It was already cliques. It was very
Mhm.
clicky. So that was hard my first day. But I ended up meeting someone who was a convert to Christadelphians, and we actually ended up hitting it off. And I ended up dating a Christadelphian for the first time who I'd met at that Bible school.
Okay.
And so I ended up being in a long distance relationship for about a year and a half. And I can't even tell you what a difference it made in my family.
Oh.
So it also made a difference with me because, as I've been saying, for so long, I was really alone. I really didn't have emotional support. So finally, I had someone who every night was calling me and like asking how my day was and talking about
Mm.
our feelings. And suddenly, I had this emotional support and
Mhm.
stability that was so helpful and so stabilizing for me. Like, generally, just having someone love you was so nice and,
Mhm.
like, treat you well and listen to you. So, just being in the relationship itself at that time after having been on such a destructive, past, such a depressed place, that was really nice.
Hmm.
That helped. But it's honestly insane looking back. My family finally started treating me well because I was in a Christadelphian relationship. And
Interesting.
and I'll give you examples. I was trying to think about it again. I remember one of my cousins who I'd never hung out with before found out I was in this relationship and was like, oh, we have to go shopping. And they took me out to buy an outfit so I could wear it on the date with this new person. And I was like, that would have never happened. Like, I've dated other people from high school and they never
Right.
offered that. That's weird. Like, I've been dating.
Mhm.
And then
You're
I
like, this isn't
remember
my first rodeo.
it was not my first rodeo, actually. Yeah. I remember all of a sudden, my family always wanting to like spend time with me and with us. And so they would, take us places and do things and treat us to things. Um, I remember there was one thing, and I have to give a little bit of backstory so that this and tell you the whole how significant this event was, because it's about a card game, which it started out where when I was growing up, my family liked playing this mob murder game every holiday.
yeah.
My Christadelphian family. Yeah, you might have heard
Yep.
about this because this was freaking legendary in Morristown.
I believe it was.
Um,
We were introduced to it, but I did not like it. I was like, I don't get why they love this game, but
It was a long-winded game. It would take
Mhm.
so long to play, and it was one of those games where they have like attack cards. So there's good cards where you can save people, and there's like attack cards where if you only get those, you have to basically start a fight with someone else who's playing and like pick on them. So it's a very incendiary kind of situation where you have allies and enemies.
How
And
Christ-like.
yeah, and it's literally called it's a mob game. Like
Right.
it's all like mob violence and death and like violence. So
Mhm.
I feel like this was like the undercurrent of where
Yeah.
I was, and I just like finally have a vent for it.
Mhm.
And so they would play this game, and they all had their like assigned cards that they would always use, and they all had their assigned allies, so everyone knew like who they could team up to work with and who they could team up to like fight. And so as a kid, I was always told, you can't play, you can't play, you can't play, you can't play.
Mhm.
And then eventually they're like, oh, you can play. And then they would all turn and murder me and take me out of the game.
Oh.
And so I was like, okay, well, what's the point of me playing when they're all going to kill me?
Mhm.
And then it upped the ante when they created cards with our family on it. And then they were literally like killing a figure, like a representation of me at our
Wow.
holidays. So again, not the healthiest environment for a kid to grow up in,
Yeah,
in my opinion.
that is messed up.
And they were so proud of it. And they even put my grandma in that, and they would kill her first.
Ah!
My grandma.
My
And so
grandma.
it was like, and again, going back to MySpace, it was like the top 8 because there was only
yeah.
like 8 cards or so.
Uh-huh.
And so they would like have to choose like who's the first one to get hit and who's the last one to survive. And they had to like rank you.
Wow.
That was a mean time in life between MySpace and family business, like
I
this
feel
mob
like
game.
I hope you talk
It
to
was
your
rough.
therapist about this, because this is some serious shit here.
You are my therapist right now,
Okay.
Heather. And so this is the background, was like this game was just another trauma in my life. Like they would just play, and I'd watch them, take me out, or whether it was in the
Or your
game with me
grandma.
playing, or me and my grandma, when we're
Wow.
the representations of us. Yeah, it was vicious. And so when this new boyfriend came up to visit, we were invited over to one of my cousins' houses, and they're like, oh, like let's play this game, Family Business. And I was like, okay. Guess who won once she had a
Oh.
boyfriend? Me!
What?
Yes. And so I finally had an ally. And so he's like, well, obviously I'm not going to like attack my new girlfriend. I'm going to
Right.
attack her family and be
Yeah.
really sweet and charming about it and whatever. So they all loved him, even as he and I were just destroying in this
Yeah,
game.
even as you were murdering them.
Yes, getting my vengeance, my archangel vengeance, with my flaming sword of the truth or whatever, Christadelphian imagery you want to
Right.
insert there. But yeah, and it was insane. That was the first time I'd ever won, was when I brought this guy around. And I was like,
Wow.
this is weird. It was very weird. And so that was something really significant to me again. I told you before, I fell in with the theater kids.
Mhm.
So in high school, in my freshman year, I was involved in every single production,
Mm.
everything. Whether it was the choir night, I was helping with lights. If it was the kids program, I was painting boards. If it was, the one act play, I was helping in the sound booth. I did absolutely everything with theater. I did anything that they needed done. Sometimes I'd be putting 12-hour days on a Saturday, which sometimes is a good way to get away from your family.
Yeah, right.
If you need it. I'd always be like, oh, or, I'm staying late for this production that's going on. So I would always tell them about whatever. And I would post all the playbills on my wall, and they all had my name in it. Because my family was so frustrated with me and our relationship was so tense. I was told that I was lying about being in stage crew, even with physical evidence with my name in it, and the fact
Yeah.
that you could go to the school and see, and you could,
Right. Check
be
up
there,
where
like,
you were.
yeah, that, like, everything, like, you could talk to the teacher and like get an attendance record. Like, they would yell at me and say I was a liar, that I was staying late and doing drugs,
Mm.
and I was always greeted with hostility and aggression, and not a single family member of my immediate or extended family ever came to any of my activities that I was involved in, any of these plays or events,
Mm-hmm.
for my entire sophomore and freshman year of school.
Mm.
So I only went to school for 3 years. So guess what happened the third year when I had a boyfriend who was a Christadelphian?
Oh, all of a sudden they were deeply interested in everything you did?
Oh, they came multiple times to the production of the play. Multiple times.
That
And
is
I had
so
like
weird.
and there was so many, I think there was like a dozen the one night. They all came
The
out.
whole family.
Yeah, like more than like my extended and immediate family were
Yeah.
all there supporting me, like, "Oh, we're so proud of her. We're gonna buy flour for
And this
her."
is when your boyfriend was in town? Like he was there when you did
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, and I
Okay.
don't know if it's just because he was physically there and they, like,
Yeah, they wanted to
unconsciously or
show off.
consciously, like, wanted to be like, "Look, we're a normal supportive family. Please
Yeah.
don't," like,
Yeah.
but it was wild. Like, all of us, like, not that much had changed. Like, I was starting to heal a little bit from finally having someone, like, actually listen and love me and treat me
Mhm.
well. But it was shocking to see my family showing me love. My immediate and extended family suddenly acting like I belonged, suddenly not constantly putting me down, suddenly being accepting and supporting of the stuff I was working on with school. Like, that would have been lovely to have had that all along, you know?
Right.
Like, that apparently that was an option, and I did not know until I started dating someone who was a Christadelphian.
Huh. Did it feel genuine to you though, or were you kind of like, why are you all being so nice to me all of a sudden?
In my head, I was like, maybe everyone just matured. Because
Mm.
by that point, I was younger, so they were all like adults. Like, you
Yeah.
should stop bullying people. Ideally, by the time you hit
Yeah.
adulthood, please. Um, but it was like, so in my head, I was like, oh, like they must have finally matured and they're done being like mean to me. That must be it. So
Hmm.
that was because I did notice the difference. Um, like, my life
Yeah.
has changed a bit, but like the main thing that changed was I just was more into the Christadelphian stuff because I'd been indoctrinated for a month solid at all these Bible schools. I
Hmm.
had finally been starting to treat well, which made it less stressful to be at all these Christadelphian events and stuff.
Hmm.
I was finally dating someone, so we were talking more about it. You could see each other at Christadelphian events. So they're like, oh, let's carpool together because if you go, you'll get to see, this person
Hmm.
you're dating.
Hmm.
So there's a lot more of that of like, oh, he should come too. And so I was kind of like roped into the group more, but I feel like it was because they saw like this. And again, I don't know if they even like that feels weird to think that they would have consciously thought it, but like maybe they thought they're like, oh, she's gonna stay. So I guess let's like actually be nice to her. Like, I
Yeah, it
don't know.
is it is perplexing. I'm like, what was it about this? I mean, was there something special about the guy? Was he like the son of a speaker or something that made him
No,
like,
no, that's exactly it. He was a convert. He
oh,
had no
okay.
family in it. Not a single family member
Oh,
of his was in it. He had joined because of a friend that he had grown up
oh,
with, like their family, and joining
okay.
him at their ecclesia.
Yeah. So it
And
wasn't like
so
some big name, like, you're dating the
that I
son
would
of like,
get, girl. That
yeah,
I would get. Like, yeah, you go get that, Zinnia. You
right.
go get that one. That's a big name to rope. But like, no,
Congratulations.
it was a complete, like, when it comes to Christophian status, it was like a nobody. Like, they had to make
Yeah,
a
a
name for
stranger.
themselves. They don't have that inherited title. Like, I
Okay.
was the one coming from a family with more status.
Yeah.
My name is really highly recognized. My
Hmm.
family has relatives now in Canada, all over the United States. Some of my family's now in Australia. Like, my family's pretty big and all over. So, like, I was the one
Yeah.
with the name, not even though I was a woman, so no status really.
Yeah, yeah. Huh, that is so odd.
It was weird. So I started spending more time with them because they were including me. We were going to these events. And so I just kind of fell back into it because I was like, all right, well, I'll see him if I go to these events. And then, like, you're just always around these talks. I'm like, oh, yeah, like, I guess that makes sense. Oh, yeah, okay, like, whatever. And so you just get more and more indoctrinated again. And by that point, I was able to um, be a little bit more balanced where I wasn't so taken over by the depression. I was able to work through my eating disorders a bit. I was still struggling with a lot of things. A lot of things wouldn't get resolved until I left the Christadelphians, to be honest. That was the best thing I could have done for
Right.
me. And honestly, the other thing I wrote down was that boyfriend who I had at the time was the one who got me my cat, my first
Aw.
real like pet, because I always wanted a cat.
Uh-huh.
And so I'm still very grateful for that. And that was a huge positive in my life, because then I had something of my own to care for and love. And when I was thinking about the S word, that was always something where I was like, I can't leave my baby. Like, I
Oh,
have to take care of my baby. So honestly, that helped my mental health so much, because I just
wow.
had that love from her, where
Mhm.
she always loved me, and I always had her to like, oh, I gotta go home and take care of the cat.
Yeah. Is this
And I,
Scampers, the cat you still
yes,
have?
yeah, my
Oh.
cat Scampers. But that, yeah, like she came out of my first Christophane relationship.
Oh, okay, so something positive came from that.
Yeah, and again, like I said, I'm happy to talk about the positives, but I think in order to be honest, I also have to share some of the negatives.
Yeah, yeah. So I know you're not with that person anymore, so what happened
Oh
there?
no, it's so weird. I literally found their marriage announcement in the Tidings magazine
I mean, hopefully
because
after you'd broken up with him.
oh yeah. No, I was looking up something else and I was just
Okay.
like, oh.
Oh, I guess he moved on.
Yeah, what's interesting for me reflecting back is that it would have been a lot harder for me to have left if I had stayed in that relationship.
Yeah.
And what would have happened if that relationship had worked out? Like, it's weird to think about now, where I'm like, I'm
Mhm.
glad it didn't, because it kind of
Yeah.
saved me
Yeah.
from being now in like a legally binding situation with someone who's a Christadelphian,
Right.
which is a tricky thing.
Yeah, I've thought about that too, because I dated a couple of Christadelphia guys, and I've thought of that, like, what if I had stayed in a relationship with one of them? But I mean, there's just no way. There's no way it would have worked out. Like, even if we had
Yeah,
gotten married, I think we would have been divorced by now. And
well, sometimes I wonder, I was like, would that have happened? Like, would I have figured it out, and would that have
Mhm. I'm
broken the
sure you would
relationship?
have. I
Like, I
mean,
don't know.
you are like you sound like you were further ahead of me when you were 14 years old and
Nah.
saying you were an atheist on MySpace.
I was bold. I was like, you know what?
Yeah, I'm an atheist.
Yeah, badass.
All right,
So
so yeah,
so he
what
roped me
happened?
back in.
He
Yeah.
roped you in, but for how long? Was it a short-term situation or?
Yeah, we were together for a year and a half, and then by then my family had just kind of included me.
Hmm.
Um, and they were hoping that I'd, bag a Christadelphian. Like you're hunting, you just bag
Yeah,
one.
just throw a bag over him.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's like Krampus, isn't it? Happy
Just
holidays.
scoop him up in your bag.
Yeah, I
So,
tried one other time. It did not work out. We were not a good fit, and then
okay.
that was it. I never found a lot of connections in the
Hmm.
Christadelphian space like that. But
So,
I didn't know who I was, so it's so much harder to date someone when
yes.
you're like, I feel like you're kind of like a shell of yourself when you're so indoctrinated that you deny so much about who you are.
Hmm.
Like at that point, denying that I was queer, not knowing that I was neurodivergent, like there was so many puzzle pieces that had not fallen into place,
Hmm.
that weren't totally honest. And so it's like, how are you gonna have a deep relationship with someone if I don't have a deep relationship with myself? Like,
Right.
accept myself.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that's true of, I mean, even just being young, it takes a while to kind of figure yourself out and who you really are and what you really want. So, after you guys broke up, did your family go back to the way they had been before, or did they continue treating you respectfully?
I would say overall it kind of continued. I mean, I
Okay,
was
that's good.
still always on the fringe.
Oh, okay.
So, it would still probably be the kind of situation where they'd all be in a room and I'd have my own room at a Bible school, because they'd be like, who wants to room with her?
Mm-hmm.
Um, but in general, it was always like, hey, a car full of us are going to, XYZ weekend this weekend. Do you want to go with us? We have an extra spot. And I'd be like, okay. And 5 hours later, you're in another state and
Yeah.
hanging out in a campground or whatever it was, like at a camp. And that's just what it was. Or, sleeping on some random, I remember going out to like Ohio and just sleeping on some random person's like living room floor. Like,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
you never knew what it was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, just throw your sleeping bag in the car and see where you end up.
yeah, it was weird how I was used to just like being gone all weekend and then
Mm-hmm.
just so much driving. Like, we would just go to Canada for a weekend and drive like 12 hours there Friday night,
Mm-hmm.
stay for Saturday, drive 12 hours home on a Sunday. It's
Mm-hmm.
insane now looking back.
I
So
know.
that's why I'm good at road trips. People are like, how can you be in a car that long? I'm like, I was raised to do this.
I was born
I
to travel.
I have the stamina of a trucker from being a Christadelphian. Some people I didn't realize aren't road trip people, and they're like, oh, it's been an hour. I gotta get out of the car.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, and I'm just like, I could drive to Virginia and be fine. Like, I'm fine.
Yeah.
So for a while, I just kind of stuck with that. I kind of kept showing up and I kept roughly the same amount of involvement. And I kind of just went with the flow because again, my voice was still not really um, of that much value in
Hmm.
my ecclesia. And so with the cliques, there was kind of like the larger voices, like the leaders of those cliques. And so they would decide, like, oh, well, we're all going to this weekend.
Oh,
And I'd
I
be like,
see.
okay, like I'll go with you, whatever.
Hmm.
So I just kind of tagged along and they all accepted me as part of it. Like, oh, she's a Morristown sister, so she can go with us. But
Yeah.
I was never really friends with them. I was
Yeah.
never close with anyone. So I was kind of hollowly attending. And I remember um, by 2012, 2013, it was really fading for me. So by that point, it was 2 or 3 years, I guess, after the break. I'm trying to keep the timeline in my head, but not that much longer, a couple
Hmm.
years. And I was just like, back where I kind of was. And I just remember really feeling like I just wasn't connecting with faith because faith is really something you feel, was what I had experienced
Hmm.
in my experience. And so I remember, that feeling of, like, connection, like the high you get. And so I was like, oh, you know what I need? I need to go to a Bible school because then
Hmm.
like you get like that little high of like, oh, like I'm so ingrained in it. I'm singing the hymns and saying the
Yeah.
prayers and I feel so connected.
But it's hard to feel that though if you go to a Bible school and you like what you were describing with the roommate in Texas where she wasn't connecting with you. Like I
Yeah.
feel like it's hard because there was a couple Bible schools I went to that I didn't really know anybody when I first got there. And I remember the
Yeah.
first couple of days I felt like miserable because I was like, I don't know
Yeah.
anyone and I felt really lonely. But then I
Oh
would
yeah.
usually like make a couple friends. But
Oh, that was my whole life. So I mean, that
well,
was
yeah,
no difference at
I
that
can
point. Like,
imagine how
yeah,
you felt
that's
except that all the time. That would be
yeah, that
awful.
was just all the time. So I mean, at some point I was like, I kind of knew to expect it and just roll with it.
Hmm.
Um, but I remember the like every year or every couple years they would change what the cool Bible school was. So sometimes
Hmm.
everyone was going to Shippensburg, sometimes everyone was going to Governor Dummer,
Yep.
sometimes everyone was going to Hanover. And then eventually it switched up to Manitoulin. And so I went the one year and it was fine. And so I was like, oh, like everyone's going again. I guess I'll go, even though that's the one where you have to do the stupid workbook.
Yes, that actually
Hated
turned me
that.
off from going.
Hated
I
that.
was gonna go one year and I got the workbook and I was like, you know what? I don't feel like doing this.
I wish I had canceled because I still remember sitting at our dining room table with my Bible out and this stupid workbook. And I was just like, I hate these questions. These are
Yeah,
stupid. I'm not
I
getting
feel like
anything
they
out of
were
this.
hard questions though.
Why am I doing like this homework during the
Hmm.
summer when I'm off from like school? I hate this. I was like, I'm not enjoying it. I'm like, I'm only doing this because I want to go and feel connected again and reconnect with my faith. Like,
Hmm.
I just thought that was all I needed was just like a little, like a pilot light to my face. Just,
Yeah.
get that glow going for another year. I was like, because I figured the problem was me. So it was two carfuls of us drove up because, like I said, everyone was just like, this is the one we're going to. So they all drove up to Canada. You take, like, I think a ferry, and then you end up on this island that has a lake full of leeches. And that is Manitoulin. And it's
Lovely.
camping too. So you
Hmm.
have to set up your tents. So you have to set up like tarps so you don't get rained on. You have to eat like outside at campground tables and stuff.
Hmm.
Um, and then you also get to experience the hierarchy. For anyone who doesn't know, that's when you discover that marriage makes you superior to people.
Oh.
The people who are married are basically running the show as like supervising and enforcing like bedtime, basically.
Hmm.
Um, and then below that is like the baptized brothers, and then below that are like the women and the unmarrieds and the unbaptized.
Hmm.
I was a single baptized woman, so kind of low status.
How old were
uh,
you at this point?
I would have been 20, I think,
Oh,
just
okay.
turned 20 that summer. Um, so I was young, but not young, young.
Hmm.
And I was still, grown up Christoph and still somewhat sheltered and stuff. I don't know. But because we were in Canada, I remember we all turned off our phones because you really couldn't travel at that time without it giving you like fees if you even like got a text or a
Right.
call.
Yeah, the
Um,
international roaming fees.
Exactly. So I had no service or anything. It was just me like in the woods with all of my cousins and like extended family who, again, wasn't close with.
Yeah.
One of the days that I was there, because it was camping, they had like this public area in the middle with like bathrooms, showers, kind of stuff. And so they had a couple of these showers, like this wooden building, and there would be lines out the wazoo all morning because all the brothers and stuff wanted to get baptized or wanted to shower. I like that bathroom is just like you need a fresh baptism to start your day. We'll leave that one in. I'll allow it.
That's a good one. Lime
So
prayer
after
baptism.
so after a fresh baptism, they would start their day. But meanwhile, me, I had to get my sin in first.
Oh, yes.
So obviously, I waited till later to shower. So I would wait because I do not have a singing voice, as much as so many of you kind people have said I have a podcast voice. Thank you. I was not in the choir, and I was not athletic either. Sorry. I mean, if Rob Hydeman was there, he could have been out there giving them a good run, it sounds
Yeah, right.
like. But that was not me either. So there was no line then because everyone was busy doing those activities. So I would go
Okay,
and
yep.
take my shower in the afternoon. And that's a big part of the story because the one day I go in the shower and I'm finally like relaxed. I'm, now in the stall. There's like a part in the front where you leave your clothes and your towel, and then there's like the stall in the back.
Mhm.
And in the top, there's an area that's like mesh that you can
Oh,
like see through, but it's airflow, so all the steam goes out.
yeah.
And I looked up
And
and
it's
I saw
open to the outside or open to
open
another
to the
part?
outside. There was
Okay.
nothing behind it. There was like another building, but there was like space in
Okay.
between, I guess.
Yeah. I'm picturing like a campground
Yeah, it's
bathroom
a
setup.
campground.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just to allow the steam to vent to the outside. And I looked up and saw a hand videotaping me. I saw the camera pointed at me
Oh
while
my
I was in the
God.
shower at a Christadelphian Bible camp.
Wow. And this is in
Mhm.
the middle of the day?
Middle of
I
the
mean, not
day,
like that
broad
makes it
daylight.
okay, but
Yeah, but like you would think, like
yeah.
not, yeah.
And okay, and so this is the back of the bathroom, so it's like adjacent to the woods or something, so people aren't seeing this person on the outside?
Well, I think there was some other structure. Again, I don't remember exactly, but there's some
Okay.
other structure behind it. So he was kind of in between. It's like being in an alley.
Okay. Okay. So it wasn't
Uh,
like open to everybody to see.
so you would only be able to see it if you were like in front of him, I guess.
Okay.
And so like anyone walking up the trail from like either direction wouldn't see it until they got close.
Okay.
And so I yelled because
Okay.
that was my first reaction. Was I was like,
Of
I don't remember
course.
what I yelled. It might have been like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
But it was something. I
It would
yelled
have been
something.
appropriate.
At at that point, the options are run outside naked at a
Yeah.
Christadelphian camp,
Mhm.
or put your clothes on and the bad guy gets away.
Yeah.
So I did the put your clothes on and the bad guy gets away option, which
Mhm.
I don't know if it would have been more badass to just run out naked and be like, "Well, you like what you see?"
Yeah, right?
Like I don't
Get a good
know.
view.
Like I'm gonna punch you. I don't know, but yeah. So not the best situation for someone who's not in their country, who
Right.
was all alone and has that happen. So my first instinct was find out who it was
Mhm.
and find a witness. So I saw over on the other side of like the path, there was a couple of people like hanging out on a picnic table, doing nothing, like just chatting.
Mhm.
And I was just like, "Hey, did you just see someone go by here?" And they're like, "No." I was like, "Yeah, what?" I was like, "You are the witnesses. Like, I need you to have seen something." No, they
Yeah.
didn't see anything. So the only witnesses there didn't see anything.
Okay.
So, okay, my next option, I was like, let me go find the people in charge of the camp and I'm going to
Mhm.
report what happened because this is not fucking okay.
Yeah.
That is not okay. And so I guess they had introduced these people. I had never met them before Manitoulin, so I don't know these people. So I go up to these people who say they're in charge and I was just like, hey, this just happened.
Mhm.
And so they're like, oh, okay, like we're gonna help. Just tell us like what the phone looked like, what the hand looked like. And of course, Christadelphians are very white. So there's
No,
only one
a white
there's
hand?
one person I could eliminate. There was one person of color. Not a great
It was
start.
not that person.
Not that person. I was like, any one of you other bitches, it could
Yeah, right.
be. He is okay. That man I trust.
Yeah.
None of you other bitches. And so I remember being very upset. I mean, I was a
Of
lot
course.
younger than I am
Yeah.
now. I had already had a background. By that point, I had been sexually assaulted
Right.
more times since that first time.
Oh, okay.
I had had several other experiences. And so it was very upsetting. And I had no way to communicate with anyone. And I was there with the people who had historically bullied me most of my life, who I had no close relationship with.
Yeah.
So again, being isolated and being in a very bad situation. So I remember once I was done reporting what had happened, giving them all the information they asked for, I just went in my tent and wouldn't come out,
Mhm.
honestly.
Oh, man.
I had a really shitty week. I remember the rest of that week being having a hard time looking anyone in the eye, just the shame that you feel,
Mhm.
the self-consciousness, and And I remember like being there and seeing other people having those gestures of love where like they're sharing the Bibles and
Oh,
sharing their
yeah.
hymn books and like
Mhm.
standing next to each other at the bonfire holding hands or
Yeah.
whatever. And I was like, I didn't even get any of that. Like, I didn't get anyone who was like, oh, like, I know they really like me. It's like, maybe it was that person. It was like, no,
Yeah.
everyone is ignoring me. The only person who saw something was someone who wanted to violate me, invade my privacy,
Yep.
and take from me. And there was nothing. There was no like affection or anything. Like everyone else was like coupling up and like showing love and
Yeah.
and like commitment. And it was just like, oh, I'm gonna just like try to victimize this person, like take advantage of her. And I was like, really? Like you saw me and just thought she looks like she should be a victim.
Right.
Like I was also like upset about that of like, oh, am I not worth more than
Yeah,
that?
like you don't get
Like
respect.
yeah, like I couldn't get that. That was really upsetting. And then the whole week, all I could do was look at people's phones and be like, well,
Mm.
that one looks like, like an Android phone that wouldn't
Mhm.
have had like the camera placement's different than like the phone I
I
saw.
see, I see.
Or like, oh, this one has this case. So that means like no one took off the case and like it's a different phone. Like
Yeah.
so all I could look at the rest of the week was people's phones
Well, and
and
I'm sure you
looking at
must
their
have looked
hands.
at, like, all the guys and been like, "Is it him? Was it him? Was it him?"
Yeah, everyone. Everyone. I couldn't trust anyone there. It was just
Oh,
completely
man.
completely broken.
What
I
a
did not
terrible experience.
I never even found out who had violated me like that.
Really?
So, one sentence that was repeated over and over again by the two adults who were in charge was, "Thank God you're not under 18." Because then, as I've realized now that I'm older,
Mm.
because I didn't know much when I was young,
Yep.
mandatory reporting.
Oh my
They
god.
never called the cops. Could I? No, I wasn't
Yeah,
even
you
able
didn't
to
have a
make a
phone.
phone call.
Yeah. Oh my god,
I'm in
that
a
is
different
ridiculous.
fucking country
Yep.
and no one called the cops. And I have it in writing about this. Let me take a look.
This is I don't even know what to say because I know you had sort of shared bits of this story before, but
Yeah.
I didn't realize that you didn't know who it was. For some reason, I thought you
Yeah.
knew. Not that that would
Here's
make it better, but
no. Here's an email that I received from one of the people I reported to. Quote, under Ontario law, the camps with minors under age 18 have to follow a set of rules regarding the safety of the children in these events, and the authorities would have to be called in if there was an incident. Since you were an adult at the time, local authorities were not notified. If I had been fucking raped, they wouldn't have called the cops,
I
is what
know.
that's telling me.
I'm getting that too.
Because I was over 18, I did not deserve justice, and this person should be allowed to continue attending this event. They should
Right.
be allowed to continue violating women. They should be allowed to give prayers and exhortations and be at the
Mm.
podium.
Hmm.
They are now protected. I was not protected
Right.
at this event. And I have that shit in writing. And I've got one better. Here's another part of the email. Quote, we understand that you have some comments on Facebook that reference this situation, and we would like to ask you to remove them for the sake of the young people and the good work that the conference does. We would really appreciate this.
Oh,
Unquote.
fuck you.
Right!
I think you should distribute more information about the situation.
Well, welcome to the podcast, motherfuckers! Like, they told me to be quiet? You thought I was gonna stay quiet? Thanks for putting it in writing.
Yep.
Okay, so
Putting you on blast now.
yes. And there's more. There's more. So, in 2022, so a few years after this, in a Tidings article, Tidings of the Good News of the Kingdom or whatever.
Or whatever.
I mean, there's
whatevs.
We'll have our Kingdom episode, but I think you're more likely to get the whatever than the Kingdom in my opinion. But they announced a program in 2022 called Ecclesia Safe. And it provides awareness training, sample policies, and procedures related to child abuse. particularly child sexual abuse is their focus, apparently.
Mhm.
So it's a encouraged thing for ecclesias to participate in, not mandatory, because there's no governing, like Pope basically for the Christadelphians to say, hey, y'all all have to do this. Where people can watch a 1-hour awareness video created by Christadelphians on abuse. Okay. And they say, oh, we're going to branch out. So maybe they did. As far as I can tell, they never did. But it's supposed to be awareness of abuse in ecclesias. So my first problem with this, and there's an article, so I'll share it so people can read it. It seems very self-serving since they admit there are governmental requirements
Right.
that they have to meet, like we just mentioned, mandatory reporting.
Mhm.
They also mention insurance agencies for our ecclesial halls are beginning to require a formal program by each ecclesia to prevent child sexual abuse.
Mhm.
So there's also the fact that the insurers want this because it's like a risk thing.
Yep.
And then if you watch their videos, which there's a few publicly available on their website, which I admit are torture, and they do quote Bible verses, which is that is my kryptonite. I can't listen to Bible verses.
Mhm.
I had it in my ears and I took the earbud out. I couldn't do it. I can't do it.
Yeah, no, I
That's
feel
my
that.
trauma. I can read
Mhm.
the history. I can't read the Bible verses.
Yeah.
And in the videos, they share how disappointed they are when individuals leave the Christadelphians because of abuse. And it's like, that feels victim blaming and
Yeah,
self-centered
really.
as fuck. Where
Right.
it's like, oh, we abused you. That hurts our feelings that you left
Right.
us.
Why are you
And it's like,
leaving?
yeah, and they're like, well, think about us. We're losing members
Yeah.
because we abused you. Why don't you come back? If only we could figure out how to not abuse people, maybe we wouldn't have such a dying faith. And I'm just like, okay. And then on the videos, they're like, oh, yeah, we had professionals develop this. And I was like, that's weird because I don't see like an organization or like,
Mhm.
like psychologists and police detectives and like all kinds of like people that have like expertise in this sort of thing.
Yep.
No. So I found in the article, it says, quote, I am so thankful to a wonderful group of brothers and sisters who labored over this past year to develop the Ecclesia Safe program, unquote. And then again, quote, each volunteered to be a part of this team because of their personal passion for helping our ecclesias be safe places for our children,
Mm.
unquote. So there's no organization or even individuals listed who are not Christadelphians. And the
Mhm.
Christadelphians that are there have no credentials listed. Maybe they're all have expertise in this,
Mhm.
but I don't think so.
Also, the fact that they volunteered for that to me is
Yeah,
kinda
they're not
creepy. Like,
paid
why?
where it's like paid experts.
Yeah, but also, like, why are you volunteering for this? Like, it just seems weird that that's, like, an interest that people have. I
Oh,
mean,
because it gets better.
okay.
Because one of the people who I reported it to was one of these volunteers.
Oh, at Manitoulin?
Yes.
Okay, and
One of
that's
the person
the person.
who
Okay.
sent me that email saying we chose not to call the authorities,
Mhm.
saying, all of that I just read.
Yep.
That same person is named on the Ecclesia Safe website
Oh, okay.
as helping create this program, as being a volunteer for this program, as being representative to help handle situations of child abuse.
Okay.
I call bullshit
Yeah.
on that. That
Well,
person
they
should not
obviously
be on this program.
right. Well, I was gonna say they obviously only care about people under 18. If you're over 18, too freaking bad.
Right? I was like, do you really and again, I feel like that tells you that self-servingness of it is like we are legally supposed to protect minors.
Mhm.
So fuck you to anyone who's over 18.
Right.
Um, but if you leave, we're also gonna make it your problem because we're gonna say that like you should have not been abused and not
Yeah.
take accountability or anything for that. It just very much feels like a PR stunt. And now they
Oh,
have
yeah.
someone who is actively hiding criminal activity that happened at a Christadelphian event by a
Mhm.
Christadelphian. And that person who buried it and made sure and interfered with this investigation. I talked to a cop about this. I fucking
Mhm.
reported this to the police.
Okay.
I was not able to get a resolution, but the emails from that Christadelphian went to the police. So I am, this is not, this may be news to some of the Christadelphian, ex-Christadelphian community, but this has been to the police.
Mhm.
But he already said, like, I would have done X, Y, Z, A,
Right.
B, C, D, E. He's like, I would have done all of these things if I had been involved. This was completely mishandled. This
Mhm.
should not have happened like that. And it was very validating to talk to a police officer about this. But it is, for me, infuriating to see that someone who has a proven track record of mishandling and trying to even silence victims who have experienced something is in charge and considered an expert
Yeah.
in helping with preventing child abuse.
Right.
I was like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
This should have been like a trial run for you to be like, let me call the cops and let me make sure we pay for you to get like see a therapist and like
right.
do like reparations and like let's keep in touch. We're gonna make sure that we follow up with you, you know, until we get a resolution.
We'll put
I
you in a
had to
hotel
email-
room with a private
Yeah.
shower.
Yeah, take me the fuck out of this fucking camp. I don't have a car. All I have is a fucking passport. Like I have no way to get home.
Yeah.
I can't. I'm so far away. No one's gonna come get me.
Yeah.
Like I can't get home. I can't leave.
And I'm
I
sure
can't do shit.
There was no like payphone or anything there.
No,
to, like,
I'm in
call.
the woods.
Yeah.
It's a campground. Like I literally couldn't do anything. It was.
Yeah.
I was so trapped and so miserable, and I am so infuriated. And I remember like following up with them, being like, when by the time I left the camp, like you didn't tell me who it was. Like I thought I would get an apology, and they're like, no one came forward.
Of course, no one's gonna come forward.
Was that the whole plan? Like I thought there was gonna be a plan. What? That was the plan?
Like some guy's just gonna be like, you know what? I gotta confess, I've been recording women in the shower. I mean, the thing is, how did they know
what the fuck?
you wasn't doing that to minors?
Yeah, or other places or whatever. Yeah. And even like you like do a background check. Like, what if he is the like youth leader at his local ecclesia? You don't know now,
right?
If you were at a hotel or a campground or anything like that, and someone snuck around trying to videotape you showering, wouldn't you call the police?
Right.
If you were in a dressing room trying on some clothes and someone snuck something under the door to videotape you undressing, wouldn't you call the police?
Yeah.
I don't understand why these people would be put in charge of protecting children and young adults if their first instinct was not to call the police.
Right.
There's so many things wrong with it.
Yeah, that is so disturbing.
And so many lines with it. And so it's so funny because on this website, they're like, oh, we have like some like scenarios and like case studies you can do. And I was like, here's a fucking case study. A girl who is over 18 reports that someone at a Bible camp was videotaping her while she was naked. What do you do as a Christadelphian in charge of this situation? Case study.
Yeah.
What's the fucking answer? Apparently it was to
do nothing.
Do nothing.
Yeah.
They're like, well, we told the camp that like you shouldn't do that.
Oh yeah.
And we asked them to turn themselves in. And we looked at the phones. I'm like, well, did you make a note of the people who didn't have a case on their phone? Did you make a note of the people who claimed they didn't have one? Because I'd probably follow up with those ones, right? Like, and write down it in case someone's like, hey, can I borrow your phone for a second? Like, I would, I'd want to be like, okay, let's double check everyone was accounted for.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everyone has one. Like, it feels like the bare bones is like, for me, if there's this program was created by Christadelphians, that is a huge problem because now I've seen how Christadelphians handle situations. If they're going to be doing this sort of program, it needs to be an actual program developed by experts where it says, hey, call the police.
Right.
If something illegal happens, call law enforcement. But they didn't do that. So I can only imagine these training videos. That is not good. Like, I think they should have an outside group presenting the information. And when I went to the police station, when I was there, they had all kinds of educational material there about like sexual assault and resources. When I was leaving, they kept handing me like flyer after flyer and cards and helplines. They were telling me about all kinds of resources I could have. Like, and when I was walking in the room before I went in, they had like signs on the walls that I was reading. These people were clearly educated on it. They were able to help me with resources. I would love to see, like, in ecclesias, see helplines on the walls of, like, here's a public resource, like, call your local, like, county level or, like, state level or whatever it is that you have in your region. Have those numbers there for domestic violence, sexual abuse, all those kinds of things. Make that available. That's the education you need, not, like, two Christadelphians sitting there being like, oh, what do you think you should do if Johnny says that someone did this? And like they're doing this stupid case. They was like, you're not professionals. Like, call a fucking helpline, call the police. If you can't do that and you can't make that information accessible, what are you doing? They're like, oh, it has to be Christadelphian. No, it's a problem that's Christadelphian materials. I think all churches should have an outside group. It shouldn't be And like even if you read the materials, it's like, oh, well, it'll alert Christadelphians and you can bring in like some other Christadelphians to handle your Christadelphian problem in your ecclesia. And if you don't go to the police, like maybe we'll do it. You know, I'm
Maybe.
like, but it's like, I mean, they didn't say like maybe. I'll say that was me. Like,
Okay.
that was one of the what
Maybe
they
if we
say.
feel like it.
Basically, what they say is like, oh, we're gonna be the checks and balances for our own
Yeah.
group. And I was like, no, you need
It doesn't work that
outside
way.
checks and
Yeah.
balances. That is the problem of why this is already an issue of having child abuse. Just listen to
Right.
Katura's episode.
I was just gonna say, like, Katura's episode is a prime example of
They
going
all
to
covered
the
it
AD
up.
for help, and they were like, no,
Yes,
you
you get
figure
no
it
help.
out. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they could send this person that I reported this to who covered it up. That person could then come out and help monitor the situation. But I've already seen them cover up crimes. So you'd basically be sending a double agent.
Yeah.
This sort of situation should not be self-regulating. And I have evidence that Christadelphians have intentionally chosen to protect brothers from accountability and have chosen to avoid bringing in law enforcement. And I guess they're just doing that to protect the reputation of the group at the expense of women and children and anyone else who is being harmed by the group. So I can't in good faith say anything nice about the Ecclesia Safe program when I know that they involved that person with founding this program and implementing it.
Yep.
It really just seems to be a PR stunt or something
Yep.
that they felt they had to legally do because of mandatory reporting.
Yep.
And I mean, isn't it interesting that it only addresses child abuse?
Right.
Which is the only thing that they would consider reporting because that's, you know, there's severe repercussions because it's mandatory.
Yeah.
But it seems like they thought they could get away with not reporting what happened there and not have any consequences because I wasn't a minor. So it seems pretty clear that their priorities aren't with victims, but with that organization, which, if that's the case, that seems pretty corrupt.
Right.
I would not trust that kind of institution. And how can anyone believe that they are teaching me what's best for me spiritually when they can't even take care of my physical and emotional well-being? If you don't care about me and won't protect me and keep this community safe for me, then why should I stay in it and listen to you? And so really you're getting this situation where I see this Ecclesia Safe program as being just a PR stunt. I don't think it's what's best for the people in the meeting. And I feel like they're not being proactive enough with helping victims either. Like, I also think they should be doing more background checks for absolutely anyone who's engaging with the youth in any way.
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
anyone who's teaching, anyone who's leading the CYC, like, all that stuff. Absolutely should be doing that. But
Yep.
even, like, they're blaming these victims for leaving and being like, oh, like, that's why, like, our groups, we have to do this, you know, program because we abuse people so much. It's so sad that they're leaving. And it's like, okay, but what about them? Like, why don't you pay for their therapy?
Yeah.
If like if you're so sad that they suffered so much, like tell that to my insurance and
Right.
get them to and cover my fucking bill.
Right.
Like the person who emailed me said was like, "Oh, well, I checked on you while you were at the camp." And I was like, now I feel like that was just more PR shit, being like, "Oh, like I was there," or like manipulating me. I thought that this person was checking on me because they genuinely cared.
But it was actually
It-
just a checklist point that they were checking off.
It may have even been control of like, is she
Mm.
keeping quiet? Is she gonna stay quiet? Let's give her just enough comfort that she's thinking we're being proactive until it's time for her to leave and we can, you know, drop this and now she's gonna leave the country and our problem's gone.
Yeah.
You know, because now I'm the problem, obviously, because I'm the
Yeah.
one who can talk about it.
Right.
Which is what they don't want, as seen explicitly by that email.
Yeah.
But I was like, yeah, like you did nothing to help the victims and you knew about this. Like, why not make a fund to actually help the people who were abused? And why not just have like someone that you contract with to run training and be like, hey, at the first meeting of every month, we're going to have a training video that we're all going to watch every year because we should be educated. Like, I don't have a problem with them learning about child abuse. That's good to have awareness.
Right.
That's good. And the background checks would be great.
Yes.
But the fact that I think this program is both a farce and I think that the people on it now have raised my suspicions so that I don't think that it actually is genuine. And I think if your comments are about people who have been abused, maybe you should freaking talk to them and ask them
Right.
what would help and what would help prevent it, but also what would help them now.
Yeah.
You know, all I wanted was to know who it was. I wanted to know that video was deleted. I wanted to know who it was and have them look at me in the face and fucking apologize to my face.
Right.
That
And
was
then
what I
also
wanted.
ideally get kicked out of the camp and not be allowed
Yeah.
to go back again.
I wanted there to be consequences.
Yeah.
So where they had to face up to it, where they could possibly be disfellowshipped or removed
Mhm.
from giving exhortations or whatever.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
they should have had to face some consequence. They shouldn't have been allowed back at that camp.
Mhm.
Potentially other ones. They should, and at that point they should basically be on a banned list where they're not
Right.
allowed to be supervising the youth and so on.
Mhm.
And after that, I remember just going back to meeting and looking at the podium and being like, I'll never know if he goes up to speak. I'll never know. And
Mhm.
so I really wanted closure. I
Yeah.
wanted to have a resolution and know the answer. I didn't want it to be some sort of unsolved mystery shit.
Mhm.
I just wanted to know who fucking did it.
Yeah.
And like, I can't believe how mad it still makes me about how much it was bungled. Because I feel like in my head I was like, it's so logical. Like you have a bunch of people who are at choir who you can verify where they were, a bunch of people who are at sports who you can verify where they were.
That's
You've
true.
got people's there and you can look at their phones and
Yep.
eliminate them. You have a list of everyone who signed up. You know everyone who is there.
Yeah.
I'm sure it wasn't some stranger who's like, oh, look, a religious camp. Let me go hang out. On this island.
Right. At like 2
and
o'clock in the afternoon, see if anyone's taking a
Yeah.
shower. Yeah.
Yeah, like it was so specific. Like I was clearly targeted,
Mhm.
where someone saw it, whether they knew that I did that every day or whether it was just that day and it was convenient and they
Mhm.
saw an opportunity. I don't know. And I'll
Mhm.
never know.
Yeah, that's very frustrating to not have answers on that. But I mean, it's just ridiculous the way that they handled it as well. And like you said, like this Ecclesia Safe program should also be about preventing, and educating people, especially young women, to know to know their rights and to know what they're entitled to. But
I don't think there's anything about raising awareness of your rights. It's about
yeah,
our legal
yeah, like this is
requirements.
what we
And
have
if
to
we
do
don't
if we
have
get
to,
caught.
we're not going to.
Right. Yeah, that is
Yeah.
some bullshit.
And it's so ironic because the entire reason I was there was to try to rebuild faith and to have a deeper faith.
Yep.
And that was what I got.
And I'm sure that just knocked the legs out from under your faith at that point, right? I mean, did you feel
Yeah.
like, fuck this, I'm not into this anymore?
If I was who I am now, I would have absolutely said fuck this and walked out. Being that I still lived with Christadelphians and that was my housing, that was not really an option. And I was not done my degree, so I couldn't, in order to finish my degree, I was still living in that housing situation. And so I wasn't really able to just leave. So I think I was aware of how painful it was to go back to meeting after that. But I also knew I didn't really have a choice.
Okay.
And I think I assumed, again, still the problem was me.
Yeah.
And at that point, I was, again, kind of thrown into a lot of emotional turbulence and feeling very isolated again. Because I remember driving down with 2 cars full of people and not a single one in that vehicle knew that I was the person who had been the victim. Everyone heard what happened.
Yep.
No one there even noticed. People in my camp noticed. One of the girls knew, like, by the next day. She's like, you weren't leaving your tent last night. Were you the one that happened to? And I was like, yeah, that was me. So, like, people who actually paid attention to me knew what was going on. But my family, like I said, they were very much in their own bubble, having fun, hanging out with their friends. And they were used to just ignoring me as soon as we arrived at a Bible camp or Bible school. So
That's so awful. I'm so sorry that your own flesh and blood treated you like that, because that's shitty of them.
I mean, it doesn't get any better in this interview. I mean, once I actually left, I was basically completely cut off. And I remember bringing it up because I remember visiting some family and their refrigerator would be absolutely covered in family photos because they would send out like holiday cards and stuff. And so I'd be like, oh, it looks like so-and-so had like a new baby. I can see like they've got pictures there. And they're like, oh, but like, don't you get these too? Like your family. And I was like, oh, no, they don't see me as family because I'm not a Christadelphian. So no, I don't honestly know how many cousins I have anymore. I don't know. They keep having kids and they never inform me. We're not connected online. I don't know. One thing I do know is that by putting this out there, if one of them turns out to be gay, if one of them turns out to leave, they can meet Auntie Zinnia and they'll hear my stories and all this. And statistically, I don't think all of them would stay. And statistically, I don't even think all of them would be straight.
Yeah, no, probably not.
so this, honestly, one nice thing about this podcast is kind of leaving some little breadcrumbs for them if they ever want to find it.
Yeah.
So
No, and I'm
here,
sure, I mean, all of your story that you have shared so far, even though it's very, I don't want to say it's very depressing because it's your life, right?
I
But
mean, I literally said I had depression, so it's
yeah.
okay if you do. It's
Well, I mean, it's
okay.
just,
There
to
was a
me, it's
reason for
just,
it.
it's so shitty the way that you were ostracized and treated like an outcast your whole life. And I feel like,
I
but
was,
it's
yeah.
important to share that because I'm sure there
I'm
are
sure I'm
other
not alone.
people, ex-Christadelphians, and maybe even some who are still in the community that
hmm
hopefully will hear this and be like, oh, I don't have to feel this shitty all the time. I can find a happier life outside of this group that treats me like crap.
Yeah, this story will get better when we finally get to the
Okay.
end.
Hashtag it gets better. Okay, well
Because
then,
I do want to share that hope with people. It does get
yeah.
better after leaving. It does get better when you're surrounded by people who accept you, who you're able to be yourself around, when you're able to pursue your genuine self and explore that.
hmm
Life can get so much better, and you should keep going, especially if you're thinking about the S stuff and the S word.
Yep.
You should keep going.
Yes, definitely.
Change your environment if you can.
Yes. Yeah, so explain how you finally got out.
So my second leaving was my official leaving. And what it was I thought I was taking a break, but I never went back. Honestly, it was so wild because so many people, like pretty much everyone who we've talked to so far, made an intentional cut. And they're like, I'm never going back.
hmm
I couldn't take it. And so at that point, I was still, living with Christadelphians, and I was pretty much miserable being Christadelphian ever after Manitoulin. I was very done. I started getting headaches every time I was there. I guess it felt a
Mm.
little bit like you. I wasn't necessarily getting panic attacks, but anxiety and
Yeah.
stress, headaches. My
Yeah,
body was very much telling me, you should not be
I was going to
here.
say your body is telling you not to be there.
And I was going through a lot that time. I remember I was trying to graduate on time. It was spring of my last semester in school. And so instead of taking like 12 credits, I was taking like 20, 21 credits. Like I
Oh my
did
God.
literally sign paperwork being like, I
Yeah,
will be able to
I can do
handle
this.
this much. I was taking like twice as many classes as I should. I was in a relationship. I was working a part-time job. And I got a puppy. And I was going to
Aw.
meeting every Sunday.
Wow, busy life.
Exactly. So I was breaking down. I was running out of steam because I, the puppy peeing everywhere, and I'm trying
Oh,
to crate
yeah.
train her, and I'm going to school and trying to just get all my credits done, keep up with my classes, and then I was like, I'm going to meeting, and I'm just sitting there with a headache for hours. Like
hmm
that's not really helping me. I was like, at least with like going to school, it's going to help me get a job. It's going to help me support myself. My dog is my responsibility, and I love my animals, and they're so good for my mental health. Um, my relationship was much more supportive and meaningful to me at that time. I'm not with that person now, but at the time it was good for me, compared to these Christadelphian events I was going to.
hmm
So when I was looking at my life and trying to figure out like how can I get enough time to keep up with school, how can I not burn out? The main thing I could cut was going to meeting. Like I'm literally just sitting there, not doing my schoolwork, not spending time walking my dog and like training her,
hmm
not spending time. And that person that I was dating had the nicest family. Like they would always invite us over for brunches and have like a full plate of food. They would invite
Oh,
us on
nice.
vacations. They were so sweet. They raised service dogs. Like it
hmm
was just like so nice. They were the ones where we would always go out and donate food and like do
Oh,
volunteer
nice.
work
Yep.
together.
Yep.
So I was like, I feel better spending time with your family than mine. Like they are so sweet. They were so sweet to me. They always, got me presents and included me in everything.
hmm
Um, just I always felt so accepted there. And
hmm
then it was interesting to see the difference in how I was treated around like my family events compared to his.
hmm
But I remember one day, he was kind of like Dave, where he had said to me, I'm not going to become a Christadelphian. I'm
hmm
okay supporting you.
hmm
I will attend with you and sit with you if that's what you want. Like I will show my support, but I'm not going to ever join. And I just want you to know that. And I was like, okay. But I remember thinking to myself, I was like, I don't even know if I want to go. And I'm trying to convince him he should want to go and join this.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even know. Like I'm going out of obligation at this point. So it got to the point where I remember like having a breakdown, and he and I went to the park and we were talking, and I was just like, I don't think I can keep doing this. I hate being here. I'm so stressed out with school. I'm overwhelmed. And this is just not important enough in my life right now. So we talked about it, and I was like, I'm just going to take a break. Like I just need a break where I don't have to go so I can finish out the semester and finish all my classes and graduate and
hmm
be done with school. So that was the plan. And all I remember about that last day that I was there was right as I was getting ready to leave, one of my relatives ran up to me and was like, "Oh, we changed the lock on the front door." And he handed me the key to the
Oh, no
building.
way. I thought you
He
were gonna say they
handed me,
changed the lock and didn't tell you.
that would be funnier, but but he handed me the key to the building,
Okay.
and then I walked out and never went back. I was like, why do I have this key? And like, it was so important to him. Like, oh, you need this because you'll be back. And I was like, I'm not gonna be back. And I mean, the only reason I would ever even need a key would be to like
To
clean.
clean,
And I
yeah.
was like, I'm not going on my weekend to clean up after you fools anymore. Sorry.
And no more dessert either.
I know. No more of my amazing dessert. Thank you. But immediately my mental health on Sundays improved
Mm.
when I was alone. I'll add a stipulation.
Okay.
Whenever meeting let out
Oh, and people came home.
and people came home, what would happen would be they would immediately come up to me and scream in my face.
Mm.
Literally, like maybe 6 inches from my face, usually with my back against a wall or a door, they would just come running up to me and scream in my face. So I didn't talk too
Wow.
much about this, but I grew up in definitely an environment that had a lot of verbal and emotional abuse and neglect and stuff. So there was a sharp uptick
Okay.
in verbal abuse that I went through after leaving. And so that was pretty much a guarantee. And that continued even when I would visit after I moved out. Sometimes I would get yelled at
Hmm.
quite harshly and, told I'm disappointing Jesus or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, so that was very difficult to have to still live with Christadelphians because as much as I was an adult, like I was over 18
Mhm.
and I had very valid reasons and I had put effort into trying to have, faith.
Right.
And I had stuck it out a lot longer than I think some people would have given the experiences I had had through my life.
Right. Can I ask what they were screaming in your face? Were they telling you that you were making them look bad by not going, or was it more like they were worried about your salvation?
I would say it would be the latter one about being worried about my salvation and
Okay.
telling me how, like, I'm disappointing Jesus and I'm not going to be saved. And now
Mhm.
they're going to be in the kingdom without me. And this is all my fault. And really trying to emphasize, like, oh, like you're missing out. Like you're losing, the prize of being a Christadelphian because you're not
Mhm.
showing up for like 2 weeks. Like it started pretty quickly. There was absolutely no tolerance for not being at meeting.
Mhm.
Like I'd said, that was not an option.
Mhm.
So I had to endure that. But for the first time, I stuck up for myself, really.
Mm.
Like I was
Good.
finally changing. And again, I think it probably helped that at the time that was my second long-term relationship. And so both times I was in a long-term relationship during those times of my life, it was very stabilizing to have support, a place where I could go sometimes to, like, get away from family stuff if there
Mm.
was drama going on.
Mhm.
So those were very helpful for me because I didn't have supportive family
Yep.
relationships to rely on, which a lot of people have. And so I kind of had to find it. And I think that's part of why I had some other like sexual assaults and stuff because I was always like trying to find that, like try to find
Mhm.
someone to love me and support me.
Yep.
And there's a lot of people who'll take advantage of someone who's, young and desperate,
Right.
and alone and vulnerable.
Right. And if you came from an environment where you weren't really getting the right emotional experience, it was probably hard to judge other people
Yeah.
at that point, and
Well, it's also tough when, like, I definitely grew up in the kind of family that would quote the spare the rod, spoil the child verse. So
Mhm.
I feel like by being in those environments that have harsh views on discipline and child's behavior, what that does is, in my opinion, kind of beat the self-preservation out of you.
Mhm.
Because every time you say no, you get hit or yelled at.
Yeah.
Every time you say, I disagree with you, this is my opinion, they say, like, shut up or hit you or whatever, put you to your room so you're alone. Like, you'll get punished every time you assert yourself.
Mhm.
So, at what point do you stop asserting yourself?
Yeah.
Because you can't,
Yeah.
because you were taught you are not allowed to. And in their mind, that's justified because they're like, well, in the Bible, it says you have to listen to your parents. Like, okay, what happens when I don't live with my parents? What happens when I'm in the fucking real world and now I can't say no
Right.
to a grown man who
Yeah.
wants to hurt me?
Yeah.
what happens then? Because all you trained me to do was to not be able to do anything.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree with that. I feel like growing up in that kind of environment, I mean, even for myself, mine was not that extreme, but I did find it hard when I started dating to be able to speak up for myself or to communicate my wants and needs or what I didn't want.
Yeah.
You know, it was just very much like whatever the guy was wanting to do, I was like, okay, you know, because I wanted to
Yeah.
be accepted.
And especially as women, I think,
Hmm.
you know, between the cultural conditioning of the Christadelphians and the larger society of women being, you know, passive and
Yeah.
whatever, I feel like I was raised to be this more vulnerable person who did
Hmm.
not have a lot of self-preservation. So that was really hard. And so it really took until that point that I think I kind of took the first baby steps into sticking up for myself. And that was leading me out. So my first thing was just being home on Sundays. I hadn't even left. I hadn't officially left. I never said I was leaving.
Mm,
Um, but I knew it felt good to me. It felt good to me to be home. It felt good to me to have the calm when everyone was gone.
mm,
To be able to be, you know, just be with my cat studying was nice. And to spend time with the people who were treating me well, you know, going to like brunch with his parents or whatever the guy
mhm.
was dating. Um, and to spend less time with the people who had kind of made my life miserable for so long. It
Yeah.
was better for me. It really was. And they couldn't see it, and it only made them treat me worse. And then after that, things kept kind of going. Um, I guess they all thought I was going to be back once I graduated school. But by that point,
Oh,
I realized I didn't want to go back.
yeah. You saw
Like,
the light. You saw the freedom.
yeah. And I guess potentially having been yelled at my whole life, none of that was persuasive. It
Hmm.
also wasn't logical or anything, and I didn't feel it. And I
Yeah.
hadn't felt it for years. And instead of having felt it, I had, you know, some really terrible things happen when
Hmm.
I was trying to make being Christadelphian work. So I really couldn't be convinced to go back, you know, after all of the experiences I'd had with my family and with general Christadelphians. No, there was nothing for me.
Right.
So, and I was getting close to being able to be free. I think I always knew education would be my way out. I
Hmm.
was being the youngest, it was hardest for me to get like a vehicle so I could like work a job.
Hmm.
Because one of my siblings who left the first always had a shift, you know, that she always had to work when
Oh,
there was,
smart.
yeah, you know, and had money so you know they could
Oh,
move
yeah.
out,
Yeah.
and you know now it's not your house your rules kind of thing.
Yeah.
So but I didn't really have that option, so I think, you know, trying to skip grades, trying to get my degrees, I think I was using education to get out.
Hmm.
So finally reaching the end of college, I think I had finally reached the finish line. I was able to leave
Hmm.
the Christadelphians. So I think by the time fall came around and I was very much done school or so, I think I was deemed a flight risk, and they're like, wait, she might not be coming back. And so all of a sudden I started getting pressure, and
Hmm.
people like flagged me, I guess, at meeting. And so since I still lived with Christadelphians, people would just come over and start inviting me to
Oh,
things. And so
okay.
like a sibling who was still in it might come over and be like, hey, like you should come to this thing with us. Like I'll give you a ride. And I was like, no, I'm gonna stay here. And they'd just be like, what can I do? Like, I can't force her to. Like, I'm
Right.
not a kid. Like, they can't just pick me up and take me and be like, "This is where we're going."
Yeah.
And so it was funny to see them just like fuming, but trying to be nice at the same time because they're so mad I said no,
Yeah.
but they can't do anything about it because they have to respect my opinion because I said no.
Yeah.
And so I remember like one of the brothers who's now like gaining prominence among the Christadelphians, like they have exhortations that are podcasts and stuff, and
Oh,
like
wow.
they've led like weekends and stuff. I'm like, oh my goodness, look at them.
Yeah, they've moved
Um,
up.
so cute. Um, but I remember this person coming up to me when I was at my home, just like planting my tulip bulbs because I was already a little garden girl,
Yeah.
and and they were like, "Oh, like we're going to this weekend. You should pack a bag and come with us. There's still time. Like you should come." And I was like, "Oh no, like I'm good, just planting in my garden. Have
Yeah.
fun."
I'd rather not.
And just very politely was like, "No thanks." And just smiled, and he just gave me this hollow smile back like, "Oh, good to see you." And just like a zombie walked away.
Wow.
Because they have nothing to freaking say to me. They weren't like, "Oh, like, how'd school go? Oh, congrats on
Yeah.
your graduation." I got none of that. It was just, when are you coming back,
That is
Zinnia? Like
wild.
fucking zombies.
Well, because
It was so creepy.
they never bothered to develop a relationship with you in the first place. So
No,
then
they
when
never
you,
even valued me.
yeah, so then all of a
So what
sudden
are they
they're
gonna
like,
do?
oh no, we're losing someone. We have to get her back, but they don't know how to even talk to you because
No,
they never cared
no,
enough to find out like what you were like as a person.
no. It feels pretty tone deaf to me that Christadelphians were looking for any opportunity to attempt to get me back. Even a few years ago, I was visiting my parents and they stopped somewhere where my extended family were hanging out. Someone said, "Oh, I should stay," and they could give me a ride back to my parents.
Hmm.
Now, I already knew that this person offering me a ride in particular was pretty zealous,
Uh-huh.
and they would spend the car ride telling me why I need to go back to meeting,
Yep.
which I had no interest in doing.
Yep.
So I had to refuse.
Right.
And it's sad because, like, if they had actually wanted to talk to me, like, I would have been open to a normal conversation. But I knew I would have been in a vulnerable position, stranded there, and they would use it as an opportunity to advance their own agenda on me.
Right.
That did not interest me. I'm also a little surprised that so many people on the podcast were invited to dinners at the end of their time as a Christadelphian, and they had these lovely connections with people. It probably goes to show the kind of environment I was in and how I was treated by people in my ecclesia, because people thought nothing of asking me to do work for them as a way to get me back. Like,
Wow.
I had to deal with people pleasing tendencies once I left. And that's really what happens when you unconsciously think that if you just do this thing for someone, they'll finally love you. But instead, they just treat you worse because they don't respect you.
Right.
So after I moved away, someone mailed me a birthday card to my apartment. This was someone from the meeting. I had done about 1,000,000 favors for this person, and I never asked for or got anything in return. I was never invited over to their home. I don't remember them ever really listening to me at length about like what was going on in my life. Mostly it was just them talking about themselves to me and always asking for something from me. So even that person who people may have assumed had like a relationship with me, it was mostly one-sided and pretty exhausting for me. And since it was my birthday, you may think that this person would maybe want to get together to
Yeah.
take me out to dinner, have like a nice phone call to catch up and hear how I'm getting on now that I'm living by myself.
Let me guess. That is not what happened.
Nope. They wanted me to spend about 3 hours driving, paying for my own tolls and gas to go to their house. Why?
What?
Because they wanted me to spend my birthday weekend assembling patio furniture for them.
No
Was I
way.
invited to sit on the patio furniture? That was unclear. All I
Oh
know
my
was they
God.
wanted me to spend my birthday putting their needs ahead of my own. And to be
Wow.
clear, there were Christadelphians who lived in the same town as this person
Hmm.
who could have done this task for them. I
Wow.
wasn't even their relative, didn't live nearby. There was no reason to be asking me for this except that they thought, oh, maybe this is an excuse that I can use to get me to see them so that they could preach to me about why I'm a sinner and why I need to come back to meeting on my birthday.
The audacity. I cannot even. This is crazy.
It was almost like I had to create a new life in my 20s in addition to figuring out who I was. The books I read were really helpful on that, so I could learn what a healthy relationship was and see all those toxic relationships and patterns that had played out in my ecclesia, because they were playing out now in my personal relationships. Eventually, I had to change myself first and refuse to tolerate that, and I chose being lonely over being treated like dirt. Leaving that group was definitely the first step in changing my relationships from ones that tore me down to ones that built me up. And it probably saved my life too, considering the impact the way I was treated had on my mental health.
Right. Yep.
We'll see this a lot, that there was a stark before and after for me, and that leaving was really the best life choice I could have ever made for myself, because now my life is so much happier.
Ooh. Well, after all that, I am so glad for you that you do not put up with that crap anymore.
Eventually, I did move away, but I still had to visit Christadelphian family a lot for, based on some situational stuff that was still going on. But I remember there was still, it was not an easy break. I wish that was when the happy part started. That's actually when I ended up in the most abusive relationship of my life.
Oh no. I thought all these
Yeah.
terrible things were behind us.
No, it went into my 20s. Yep. Because
Okay,
by
let
that
me
point,
grab my box of tissues here.
sorry.
No,
Yeah,
it's-
so that was the worst one. So I moved away to a place where I knew absolutely no one. By that point, I really didn't have like any friends. By that point, my family pretty much cut me off unless they were harassing me to rejoin the Christadelphians. So I was completely alone, and someone, who I'd met shortly after moving was like, hey, like, I'll show you around, we can hang out, whatever. they want to date. I was like, sure, like whatever. And at that point, I had
Mhm.
basically just been in survival mode my entire life.
Yep.
Just like adrenaline of, like walking in the door and being screamed at
Yeah.
and never being really treated well. And so I didn't even like address a lot of the red flags. This person ended up being like an alcoholic,
Mm.
in a family of alcoholics. They were just raging. It was
Uh-huh.
insane watching them. And then um tried to break into my apartment after we broke up, and
Wow.
then came back and like tricked me into a date where he's like, oh, I want to pick you up to do this thing, and then he like wouldn't leave, and like I couldn't go home because he had driven us, and it was just,
Ugh.
and then assaulted me.
Oh man.
That was the most violent one. That was rough. And so
Did you go to the police after that?
I didn't immediately. I still didn't. That was my last abusive one, but I think that was when I realized that I really had to fucking change some shit. And
Mhm.
that was again when I had to stand up for myself. And this person kept trying to slither back every time we
Mm.
like broke up. I'd be like, we're done. And then he'd be like, no, we're not done. Here's flowers. I'm so
Mm.
sorry. And I'd be like,
Yep.
all right, like I guess you can come back. Like,
Love bombing.
but don't do it again. And then he would just come back and then just start screaming at me,
Mm.
all of a sudden jealous out of nowhere and just completely unhinged, just a mess of a person. So it was a very difficult time in my life, but that was when I was finally able to start the healing, and question how I was treated and how I was going to treat myself.
Mhm.
And so eventually I went on a no dating at all because I was like, I can't do this again. I would rather be alone than be with someone like this person.
Mhm.
And
That's wise.
around this time, I remember overhearing, because I was still seeing Christadelphians at times, that they were planning a New Year's Eve party, and
Mhm.
there was two parties. So there was the first one was going to be at the meeting, and it was going to be an ice cream social.
Okay.
The second part of it was going to be at someone's house, and they're going to host everyone and just
Mhm.
like hang out. So like all the older people would go home with
Oh
their
yeah.
ice cream or whatever. So I remember like hearing about that. So I knew it was going on, and I had zero intention of attending either. But then, of course, someone was like, "Oh, you should hang out with us on New Year's Eve." And I was like, "Oh, what are you guys doing?" And they're like, "Oh, well, we're having an ice cream social at meeting." I was like, "Oh, is that
Oh.
it?" And they're like, "Yeah, that's it. You should come." I was like, "You motherfucker! I know you're having an after party. You still didn't invite me to hang out. You're trying to rope me back in, and you won't
Yeah.
even include me in the social hangout. How
Wow.
rude!"
That is so rude. If they had really wanted you back, they would have invited you to the after party.
Yeah, if they genuinely enjoyed my company,
Yeah.
wouldn't they have said like, "Oh, they were having a party."
Yeah.
And they should have done that in place of the meeting one. Like, guys, if
Right.
you're gonna trick someone to coming back, be their friend first and then trick them into joining. Like, come
I
on.
feel like you were just a number to
Noob.
them. They were just like, "Oh, we're
Exactly.
losing a member. We got to get her back."
Exactly. There was nothing personal. But now that I had moved, that's when I started getting letters,
Mm.
cards, I
Mhm.
started getting emails, and people were trying to like get me back. And
Mhm.
sometimes it was funny because I texted I had one sibling who had left already
Mhm.
before me. And the one day I got a card and I was like, "Oh, look what the meeting sent me." And she sent me a picture of hers. They sent the same one to both of us. And we were just dying.
What did
I
it
was like,
say? Was it like
it was the
a
same
canned phrase?
card. I have it somewhere. I
Oh,
think
no
it's in
way
my
you have it.
closet. I could probably take a picture of it. If you
You
remind me, I'll
would,
post it
yeah.
on the Instagram
Did they
and the
write a
Facebook.
message in it, or was it like a canned, like, Hallmark message? Like, "We miss you from all
Well,
of
I
us,
mean,
from the
well,
gang."
it was some sort of Hallmark card, so it had the
Yeah.
same sentiment in it because it was literally the same card. But they also, I think it was one of those things where they just put it at the podium and people would sign it.
Oh, right, right,
It was
right.
one of those like collaborative cards where it'd be like,
Yeah.
"Hi, we miss
Oh,
you.
so
Love,
basically,
Auntie X
yeah.
and Uncle P."
Yep.
Like, okay.
Yep. I think, yeah, I remember those.
Yeah, and so it's so funny because we're like, well, I mean, we've always been like, me and that sibling who had left had always been close. Like we had shared a room together. They were always sweet to me in high school. Where like I remember one time there had been a lot of verbal abuse that night, and they left me a post-it note on my door saying, "I love you."
Aw, nice.
So that was probably the only family member who I really to this day have a really actually good relationship with.
Mhm.
And they were the black sheep of the family. They were the one who left. They were the evil
Mhm.
one of the
Mhm.
world. They were the only one who was genuinely loving and supportive. They helped get me through, and
Mhm.
we're still closer. But I think again, I've noticed a consistent pattern where the people who are less into the faith tend to be the ones who have been nicer to me, who have been really good people.
Yeah.
So I've had so many more good people come into my life leaving, and so many people who are harmful in my life I spend but much less time with or don't see and have in my life at all since leaving. But I ended up officially leaving around this point because I found out that they had gotten my address and had published it and shared it among their members without my permission, and people
Oh,
were using that to send me harassing emails and letters and whatever else.
really? Harassing?
Yep.
How like threatening?
Oh, just like unwanted,
Oh,
and
okay.
like the ones kind of like telling me like, oh, you're gonna die if you don't come and do this, and
Yeah,
from people I hardly talk to,
right.
and just uncomfortable. And then I finally got like the one that's like, if you don't come, like we're gonna like you're gonna have consequences, and like trying to like, honestly, it wasn't threatening, it was manipulative. I think it said
Mm-hmm.
8 times in the letter, we love you.
Oh,
And this was from the ABs, so it was like 8 grown men in their 50s, and I was like a 22, 3-year-old
yeah. They're like,
girl.
we just want to emphasize how much we love you.
I was like, whose love I don't want in me right now?
So were you like me? Were you compelled to write a letter and be like, I'm done, or did you wait for them to disfellowship
I
you?
absolutely did not list my sins. I'll tell you that, Heather.
Well, I didn't either.
I didn't even think about it. No, so I was at this new job that I had moved away to work, and I mentioned it to one of my coworkers, and he was like alarmed. He was like, "You what? Like, did you grow up in a cult?" And I was like, I don't know. It's Christadelphians." He's like, "I never heard of it. I'm googling it." Like, and just like very active about it. And so he was like, you need to get them to stop. That's wrong. You should write a letter saying it's unwelcome. And then anything they send after that, you can record as harassment and go to the police to get it to stop. And I was like,
Oh,
oh, wow. Like,
okay.
holy shit, you're right. Like, I could actually make this stop. Like, I just assumed, like, you're taught that you have to put up with all this
Right.
harassment.
Yeah.
And for so long, I had to, because I was told that by the people I was around. And they were all family. So again, it's that tricky line.
Mm-hmm.
And being the youngest, you have no power. And being a woman, ugh, on top of
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
no.
You had all the cards were stacked against you.
Yeah, I listened to him. So I ended up writing just a brief letter saying like, hi, remove me from your fellowship. I am no longer a member. You do
Oh,
not
okay.
have my permission to have my address or distribute it. I want it removed from all of your materials. I also want to not be contacted any further about religious stuff, because they're my family. I was like, if you want to tell me like grandma's not doing well, you can reach out.
Right.
Absolutely. But you're not about to send me like, I started getting like weird YouTube videos that they're like, watch this. I was like, no.
And it's like the end of the world is coming because Israel is
Yeah.
doing X, Y, Z.
You already know.
Yeah,
You already
yeah.
know what it was.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even
I'm
need
sure
to watch it.
I could find the video for you. Yeah.
I almost want to watch it now because it's been so long, to see what hasn't aged well.
Right.
Because they're always like, whatever's in the news is a sign of the times. And
Yeah.
it's like 10 years later, you're like, are you sure?
Right.
So now that there's like time capsules of that, that'll be interesting. But yeah, so I sent a certified letter to the ecclesia, and I got an email back, saying, hey, we got your letter. We're gonna, remove your, address and everything. We're gonna stop doing that. And then they sent me like a whole plea to like return. And I was like, what the fuck? I just went through this. I just told you to stop and knock it off.
They're like, one last time.
One last time. They really did. They're like, well, it's technically part of our last communication. So yes. And I was like, no.
And
but
that
it
didn't
did
convince
stop.
you at that point?
Amazingly, it didn't work. I'm so stubborn.
I know. So naughty.
Yeah. And so that was really when I guess I officially left, was once I had moved out, once I was kind of slowly starting to stick up for myself, cut cords, and was on my own. I really couldn't leave until I was legally on my own, paying my own bills. And that was around the time I reached out to you. I found you on Goodreads of all freaking places.
I know, isn't that so weird? I don't think I've met. Well, I know I haven't met anyone else through Goodreads.
Me neither. And we've even met in person, so it's so funny seeing that actually happened and became friends. But I recognized your name. I thought I had heard your first name, and I knew your last name, because we have relatives in common and all. So it was funny. So I reached out to you, and then I started Googling. I remember Googling Christadelphian and the word cult to see what come up. Scandalous. Because my coworker was talking about it, and I was like, you know what? There's no one here to give a fuck what I'm Googling about. And what's crazy is, I remember we had a CYC where the assignment was to explain and figure out reasons why we weren't a cult.
Yeah.
That was literally the CYC
Yeah,
assignment. I was like, is that not a red flag that like
right,
maybe there's a problem? Like, why would people be calling us that? Like,
right.
so red flag. I also love that you had that too. That's wild.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember having it being an assignment, but I feel like I remember there being talks, like maybe during Sunday school or something, where they
Yeah.
like told us why we're not a cult, you know?
Ours was a CYC, and it was like we were supposed to shout out the answer.
Okay.
Yeah, but I still remember like that one. That was a wild
I
one.
feel like the main reason was always because we don't have a central leader, you know, because most
Yep.
cults have one. So it
Yep.
was like we can't be a cult because we don't have that.
That's why we're a boring cult. Because he died and no one ever replaced him.
Right.
So it was around that time actually that I ended up finding the ex-Christadelphian websites, like some old blogs. I read your blog because you sent it to me, of course, as you do.
As
Like,
I
I
do.
already read about this. You've got a reputation now.
Yeah.
For
I'm a
your blog.
harbinger of destruction.
As we all are. Yes, all of us ladies got stick together in our harbinging of destruction. Is that
Yes.
how you? I'm hoping I changed that
Harbingizing of
tense right.
destruction. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
whatever that word is, I don't know. But that's when I joined the Facebook group too.
Okay.
And I really wasn't expecting it to be as active as it is. I was like,
Mhm.
oh, this is like a Facebook group.
Yeah.
Like,
I know, because most
is
of them are
this?
not very active, right?
I thought Facebook was dying, and I was really like, no way is like this an active thing for me. I was like in my early 20s, like no
Yeah.
one's gonna be on this. But I was like, whatever, I'll put a request in. And I was shocked that it was active. People were posting almost every day. There was
Mhm.
all kinds of people in there. So I really liked that. That was really cool to be part of it. And every once in a while I posted in it. But that was actually important to me because what happened later was it was a few years after I joined, at least 3 years probably. And I got a spam email from the person whose email I read earlier about the Manitoulin incident.
Oh.
I guess they got hacked or whatever, and so all of a
Oh.
sudden, they showed up in my inbox,
Okay.
and I was like, "What happened?" Like, and I had hope. I had hope. I
Oh,
was like,
yeah.
"They
They're gonna finally
finally
resolve the
found
case.
out who it was, like, I'm
Mhm.
gonna get closure," and
Mhm.
I open it, and it's a spam email. I was so mad.
And then you got the virus or whatever.
I was so mad, and so I went into the Facebook group, and I was like, I'm so mad that I still never got a resolution to that stupid incident of Manitoulin. And I don't remember how I worded it or whatever, but
Mhm.
that was the sentiment. And I remember I was like, I was mad because it was still unresolved to me, and it
Mhm.
still is.
Yeah.
And so I was like, well, now I'm in this Facebook group with people who will understand.
Yeah.
They know the culture, they know the words, the language of it.
Right.
And for some people, they know what happened. You know, there are people that were there,
Mhm.
whether it's that year or in general, who know about it. And so I posted about it, and I remember people just being like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. You should go to the police." And like it was almost immediate. I think I'd post it when I woke up, and by the time I left for work, there was like 10 comments, and they were all like, "Go to the police,"
Mm.
like if you didn't already.
Mhm.
And
And
I
you're
didn't
like,
really.
"I didn't know I could."
Yeah, honestly, I had never been empowered enough because Christadelphians don't teach you anything
Right.
about it.
Yeah.
I knew I wasn't allowed to be a lawyer. I wasn't allowed to be a police officer. You weren't
Mhm.
allowed to even date them. So like how are you going to learn about it when like they don't teach you it in school?
That's
Your
true.
parents don't teach you it. Your community doesn't teach you about it.
Mhm.
You never see anyone do it and go through it. So you don't hear about it. Like I genuinely didn't know anything about it. So I emailed them,
Okay.
and I emailed them the emails I had received following the incident of Manitoulin. And I was just like, I
Oh.
know this sounds crazy, but I was told that I should report this. I don't know how this works. And if I can, like, I genuinely don't know how to do this.
Mhm.
But I was a member of this religious group my whole life. This incident happened. I was talking about it, and people were encouraging me to share it. I know it sounds weird, but please see the email thread below as evidence for when this happened. And it summarizes some of the stuff from the incident.
Mhm.
So I sent it in because of the ex-Christadelphians and honestly the support I got in the Facebook group of people who had left who advocated for me and pushed me to do that, which I don't think I would have done without that support, which
Yeah.
again is a tangible effect of having people who support you
Mhm.
anywhere in the world. You know, these people.
Yeah. We
Yeah,
we are all over the world.
yeah. But it was very helpful for me. Within a couple hours, I got a phone call from a police officer inviting me to come down. And so that day after I got off work, I went down to the police station, and he took my report. And once I was there, you know, that's when it was the really validating experience of saying how he would have handled it, verifying that the police should have been called, talking about how it should have been handled. and so much of it was sad because by that point so much time had passed.
Yeah.
There's nothing you could do. Like,
Yeah.
at this point, I don't ever expect resolution unless someone did decide to come forward or something, or
Mhm.
like someone recognized the phone and was able to say, oh yeah, I remember so and so had that phone 10 years ago, but
Yeah.
like who's even going to remember at this point? I don't know.
No, yeah.
And people were literally from all over the world. Like there was Australians there and Canadians and
Mm.
Americans, and like
Mhm.
who knows.
Yeah.
And so I was very impressed with the respect, with the thoroughness. So once I had already spoken to the officer and seen how well he treated me and handled it, I also made the decision to open up about the sexual assault cases.
Okay.
And it had been in the back of my mind ever since I had emailed, because I moved to a different apartment by that point than the first one I'd moved to.
Mhm.
And it was about a block away from where the abusive guy had lived.
Oh.
And I didn't know if he was still there. But it was good that I went, because I told the officer, who took it very seriously. Honestly, it was like I flicked an on switch. Like his posture changed, his tone changed.
Oh,
He started
wow.
asking me questions like crazy. Like he was like on alert, like it was like a hunting dog. Like
Mhm.
he was ready to handle it. And it was funny because later I talked with another officer and he's like, I was watching the footage of you in the interview room, and 1 minute you're talking about the church, and then like boom, the next minute she's talking about this, and it's like this important case we can handle. And he's like, it was like watching a sporting game. And like it was funny to hear about what they were thinking when I suddenly said, like, this case also happened more recently. It happened in this town.
Mm.
And so they were like, this is our jurisdiction. We're going to fucking do something about this, and we're going
Yeah.
to help this girl out. And I almost wondered, just while I'm saying this, if they really were glad to have something they could help me with
I
when
think
I
so,
told them
yeah.
this sad
Yeah,
story
of your
of like
sad
my
tale.
life. Yeah. And this was just part of it. I
Yeah.
ended up having to go in for a part 2 to keep talking about all the sexual abuse.
Oh, man.
It was rough. And I remember even leaving. Like, it is not easy to do. Anyone who goes through this, give them a hug and tell them you're proud of them,
Mhm.
because it is fucking hard. I couldn't stop shaking
I
the
can
entire
imagine,
night after I
yeah.
left. I couldn't stop shaking. It was so hard. My body just couldn't regulate
Yeah,
and
'cause
calm down.
I'm sure you tried very hard not to think about that most of the time, so to have to go back and
And they'll
rehash
ask
all
you
of it.
details.
Yeah.
Details. You have
Mhm.
to tell them everything. You
Mhm.
have to show them everything. I was handing them my phone. After I left, even I had to go through any message, email, videos, journals, anything I could find, send them anything they could use as evidence,
Mhm.
document that we had, had a relationship with the one person.
Yep.
Um, so you also had to revisit stuff. So I had to, reread the terrible things he had said to
Mm.
me. And
Mhm.
it's very traumatizing, very triggering.
Yeah, I can
But
imagine.
and so I only went through that because I developed rapport by telling them about the Mantoulin thing and them handling that case really respectably. And I could tell they were very trained to handle it. Like I said, I was seeing signs. They treated me well.
Mhm.
They connected me with tons of resources. But it was weird because it was also the first time in my life I'd been called a domestic violence
Oh, yeah.
survivor, and I had
Mhm.
never thought that in my life. So I'd never even looked for resources.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it
That must
turns
have
out I
been
was.
I mean, like you said, it was very challenging to do that,
Yeah.
but did it also feel validating to finally have somebody listen and say it wasn't, the stuff that you went through was not right, like you should not have
Yeah.
had to go through all that?
Yeah, there was healing in it. It was one of the worst experiences of my life to relive that, to have
Mhm.
to talk about it, to have, it on video of me talking about it and
Mm.
having to talk to this stranger about it
Mhm.
and have to rehash details. And it was very invasive. It's very
Oh, yeah.
difficult.
Yeah.
It's very uncomfortable. And it's hard because the outcome for it is pretty limited.
Mhm.
In general, most things you see, whether it's in the news or books or whatever, like most people's experience that you hear about, very little happens. Like legally, if you look at the legal laws,
Mhm.
there should go to prison
Yep.
for not a super long term, but I think in New Jersey it's supposed to be like 5 years of
Okay.
sentence for if you're convicted of that crime.
Uh-huh.
That almost never happens.
Yeah.
It turns out that one of the people who I used to work with knew where I was, like where I'd moved to when I left, but then they left the job. They got a job working with the abuser,
No
and he
way.
asked where I moved to, and he told him my address.
No.
And so he knew I lived right down the road from the family home. And one day,
My God.
apparently, I was outside gardening, and he was watching me.
Holy shit, Zinnia.
Yeah. So there, that's why I say, like, I decided to tell them this case, because I was starting to feel like maybe I'm not safe, and it turns out my
Yeah.
gut instinct was right there. Being that close to that person,
Mm-hmm.
like, there was hiking trails nearby, and I was like, what if I see this guy on the hiking trails?
Oh
Like,
my
I was
God.
getting really
Yeah.
anxious because this
Right.
person has already violently assaulted me before. Like, I don't feel safe around them. I don't know what I would do. Like, I keep like spray on
I was
me and
gonna say
stuff, like
bear
protective
spray.
stuff. Yeah. Like, whoops. But
Oops, I just sprayed that in your face. My bad.
it ended up escalating to the point where a judge got involved and issued a restraining order.
Okay.
So that made me feel safer, and it made me glad that I went to the police, because at least now, like, if he violated that, you're gonna get like prison time, because now I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna document that shit. So as long as I come out alive, you're gonna, and even if I don't, like, you're still gonna have serious consequences. It's just I won't
Well,
get
that would suck
a
for
happy ending for
you.
me. Yeah,
Yeah.
it would suck for me.
That would
That's a nice way of putting
kind
it.
of ruin things for you. So
Yeah.
did he respect that and not come near you again, or
Yes.
is he in prison now?
Oh, he did community service, and he can't buy a gun. That's
Oh,
the outcome. He's
okay.
legally not allowed to buy a gun, which I assume, I don't know if that's like enforceable across all 50 states, but at least in New Jersey, it's on record.
Okay.
He can't, because he has domestic violence background now on file.
I mean, I'm sure there's other ways he could get one if he really wanted to, but
That's exactly it. It's the United States.
yeah.
Like,
And do you still live in close proximity to him? Like, are you still
I
in the same
moved
area?
again, so
Okay.
I'm further now.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
But what's nice is that now I don't live in fear of
Mhm.
him. Like, if he sees me, he better turn the other fucking direction, because I'm
Yeah.
gonna be like, all right, I'm gonna record anything you say and send
Mhm.
it to the cops. Like, don't you dare.
Yeah.
Like, they already know who you are. You've already been arrested now. Like, you spent a night in jail.
So after that experience, is that like a turning point for you as far as how you approach future relationships? Like, were you more aware at that
Yeah,
point?
yes. Yeah. I went through a period of self-growth where, as I said, I stopped dating. It
Mm.
ended up being where I was kind of seeing someone for a little while who, if you looked at it now, they showed all the signs of avoidant attachment style, which I didn't know then, but now
Mm.
makes sense. And so we broke up New Year's Eve because they made secret plans without me.
Oh,
And
was it
so that was,
was it with your cousins?
you would think, honestly. I
Was it
wouldn't even
the
be
after ice cream
surprised.
party?
Basically, you know how those hot New Year's Eve parties get? You
Yeah, I
gotta get that
know.
ice cream
You're
and then
singing hymns
fireworks.
and eating ice cream.
Yeah,
Woo!
you have a bonfire with some hand holding, you're all good to go. But yeah, so I was just like, yeah, I'm done with this shit of you like doing this shit behind my back. And like, I invited you to see my family, and you won't even spend New Year's Eve with me with
Mm.
people. Like,
Mhm.
what is this? So I ended up deciding to go no date, no relationship for a while. And I was already starting to get into the point of processing stuff, and I'll drop some resources for some things in the notes for if anyone's resonating with my story, because I'm
Mhm.
sure there's some people, most likely especially women, who will relate to some of this stuff. But I found some books on childhood emotional neglect really helpful
Mm.
for processing kind of the unstated trauma of not just experiencing like abuse proactively, but the absence of a lot of things in your life, the absence of connection, the absence of supportive people and things like that, and people you can talk to,
Mhm.
like all the people who should have supported me, all the people who should have helped me go to the police earlier.
Yeah.
And so that was helpful. I was going through like the attachment style stuff and realizing I had like severe abandonment issues. I had been super anxious and probably strangled, people emotionally in relationships because I was so damaged.
Uh-huh.
And having to reconcile that, I was looking at like mother wound trauma
Oh, yeah.
books and
Mhm.
like all kinds of stuff. Like once you get into the psychology stuff, you'll just keep getting recommendations and see stuff. And
Yeah.
so I just went down the rabbit hole of like stuff. And I was journaling a lot, and so I was working on me
Yeah.
for a while.
Good.
And so I didn't see anyone romantically for like 2 years.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I just gave up wasting my time. As soon as I saw a red flag, I was done. As soon as I saw incompatibilities, I
Mhm.
would politely, say this is not going to work for me.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pursue this. Good luck, whatever, and I was gone. I didn't waste my time
Yeah.
anymore. I had the self-esteem, and
Mhm.
I had better shit to do than waste my time or their time.
Right.
Like, I have now, like, by that point, it's like, I have friends to hang out with, I got places to go, I got things to do.
Yeah, I don't need
Like,
you.
exactly, and before I needed it,
Yeah,
and so that's why, like, I would let any old asshole hang out with me, to be
right.
honest,
Yeah.
and then because I didn't have the self-worth, I didn't have the support, I didn't have all that stuff, and now I did, and
Mhm,
now I knew who I was, and I could understand and recognize things that I didn't want in other people. By
mhm.
that point, I knew what I wanted, and so it had changed a lot dating, completely different.
That's amazing.
I probably overcorrected because I went
Mm,
from being very anxious in relationships to becoming hyper independent
yeah,
and really refusing to date.
I see.
When I eventually met the person that I'm with now, it took a while to slowly let them get to know me.
Mm.
And even after we moved in together, I had to deal with some pretty strong feelings of wanting to like run away and be alone.
Oh,
It
man.
was very hard to try to be in a healthy relationship. He has since joked that it was like trying to like save a feral cat. And he had to be really persistent and keep like feeding me and building
Oh, man.
trust with me until I was finally willing to move in with him. It was a lot of work, unfortunately.
So did you do all of that by yourself, like reading books and stuff, or did you also go to a
Yes,
therapist?
I at one point I did have a therapist during the time that I was going to the police and
Okay.
stuff like that,
Mhm.
which was helpful. So I during the time that I wasn't dating, that whole time I had a
Mm,
therapist.
okay.
And I used that tie for my stability instead of a relationship. And so if I had like a really terrible day, I would just usually shoot her an email and be like,
Oh,
hey,
okay.
like I am going through it today.
Mhm,
And she would at least send me an email back and be like, okay, like we're going to talk about this. Please let me know you're stable. You know, I'm looking forward to chatting with you. Like, are
mhm,
you okay? And just have someone to check on me,
mhm.
care about me, make sure I'm, there. And so I just needed a little bit of that and of someone I could talk to about stuff who wasn't a Christadelphian.
Yeah.
Um, who would advocate for me and my well-being genuinely and who would be consistent and be there. And then around the time I realized I was neurodivergent, I realized I wasn't getting. I was also able to see a therapist and do that EMDR therapy with someone trained in trauma for free once I reported to the police because where I live, they offer a certain amount of sessions to anyone who's experienced domestic violence, which I never knew. It didn't feel like I really connected with the therapist, though. It felt kind of rushed. But they did get me into Qigong, which I really liked, and it's kind of like easy standing yoga. You do these easy movements and breathing exercises, so it's not like a workout like yoga can be, but it's very soothing. And so if you haven't already tried it, you may want to try that. It was very helpful for me. Eventually, I recognized I didn't need it, and so I ended up just letting go of that and
Mhm.
haven't had therapy again since, but it was very intensive for a while. Yeah. So while
Yeah.
I was doing all my stuff on my own, which I think helped more, but I still think I needed that thread because I think for some people it'd be like their mom or like they'd call them every day or like every
Yeah.
week and like talk, but
Mhm,
I never had that kind of relationship.
mhm.
And so for me, it just gave me one person who was stable and supportive, who I could talk to about kind of anything, and who would check in on my emotional well being. And
Mhm.
so, if I had to pay for it, fine. But like I
Yeah.
needed that at that time. And when I didn't need it, that was fine.
Yeah. That is the nice thing about therapy is that if it's not working out or it doesn't feel right, you can just end it and nobody has any
Yeah.
hard feelings. It's not like a
Yeah.
friendship that you have to be like, sorry, I don't want to be your friend anymore.
Yeah. I'm sure they had a wait list a mile long because I know it's
Yeah.
hard to get a therapist. So I was like, I'm
Yeah.
not getting that much out of it anymore. Like, I feel like
Yeah.
this isn't really doing it for me. So we can just end this and you can be with someone who really needs it, like I did before.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like you
Um,
really did need it at the time that you had it and it helped you
yeah.
through a tough period.
Yeah, yeah. If you need it, you should absolutely look into therapy and try to
Hmm.
find the right match. I had tried seeing one other person and she was like, "Oh, I don't think you need therapy," and like got rid of me,
Oh,
which was like not a good fit, I would
no,
say.
definitely not.
She was like, "You don't seem like you have problems." And I'm like, "Have like listen to this episode. Like now I can just
I
send
know,
them the
right?
episode and be like, I have
Be like, you
problems."
are not a good judge of people's issues, lady.
No, no, you're not. She
Yeah.
was messed up.
I mean, it is hard to
But
find a
yeah.
good therapist. I feel like I've been through a couple of them and I was lucky the first one that I had was really good, but then I went to
Yeah.
another one after that because it was similar to you that like I feel like I needed him for a period of time and then when I got through that stuff, I didn't really need him anymore, so I took a few years off and then I had some more difficult stuff come up and tried to find a different person and
Yeah.
it was freaking hard.
It
Because
is
yeah,
hard.
I don't know, I guess it's like anything. You just get along with some people better than others, but
Yeah.
it's a challenge.
Yeah, now I realize I have different challenges that would be more relevant for me to talk to, so that's why I would rather someone that's more has more expertise
Hmm.
with people like me. Which is why I think even in the group, someone said that they were seeing someone who has a specialty in religious trauma, and that could
Yeah.
be super helpful.
Yes, definitely.
But yeah, therapy can be a very important part of healing. For me, yeah, that was in my list. I'd say all the reading was helpful. Spending time alone, advocating for myself in so many ways was good. The support I got from the Ex-Christelfian Facebook group was so helpful.
Yep.
As much as reporting it to the police was terrible, afterwards I did feel safer. It felt like a weight off my chest in a lot of ways, kind of thing. It wasn't just me anymore, having to deal with that fear and trauma. I would say if anyone was going to go to the police, I just wrote a few tips for me is don't destroy evidence. If someone texts you something, don't delete it if it's suspect. I was alone, so I was like, oh, I should tell someone about this, and then I wouldn't, and I would just delete it because I was like, oh, I'm going to block them. I don't want to deal with them and their bad behavior. And now I'm like, oh, I should have kept it because that was so incriminating, and they really should have been reported for that violence. Like one person was a teacher, and they had said that they couldn't control their behavior and their sexual assault. And I was like, you shouldn't be working with children, but I don't have the evidence anymore. So I can't do anything about it.
Oh, wow.
So realizing like text, emails, letters, journals, don't get rid of any of it. Just store it away. I moved a lot, so I was losing stuff. Every move you downsize.
Right.
So, but they wanted me to have tons of stuff. Plan on having emotional support. Don't go in cold and just go to the cops and then be traumatized afterwards, like me, where I was alone and cold and dark and scared and shaking and had no one around to help me. Yeah, my life's sad. Sorry.
Well, no, honestly,
yeah.
I was just thinking how strong you are to have been able to go through all of this pretty much alone.
Yeah.
And you're still here and you're amazing. I mean, you're an amazing person.
Aw,
and I feel like
thanks.
I would not even have guessed all this. I mean, I knew some of this, but I had no idea how much.
I think you just know this topic is maybe something relevant for her.
Yeah, and I thought maybe like
the extent of
a little
it,
bit
maybe
here
not.
and there. I didn't realize it was like my entire life from the age of 0 to 20, whatever, 25.
Yeah, it was all of that was basically trauma until like my mid-20s. It's just like, and it becomes a chicken or the egg, where it's like, I'm sure a lot of it was my bad decisions, going out with these people and doing stuff. But it's also like, how was I raised to be treated where that was normal for me? And I was put in these situations because I was looking for this that I wasn't getting when I should have got it here. Like, it becomes this whole mess.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm amazed all the time that I'm still honestly just alive, given the amount of times I thought about the S word, given the amount of times I was experiencing violence at the hands of men.
Yep.
Even like weird stuff. Like, I've just been in dangerous situations. There's so many things I should have died from, and I'm like, how am I still alive? But even with that, I remember just the stress of the police. I think I lost like at least 10 pounds that month, just because I could barely eat from the stress. And again, I just didn't have a robust support system. So if you're able to do that, I did call the helpline sometimes. I called one, and I still think about that person. She was very lovely, who I talked to from one of the helplines. There was multiple, so I don't remember which one. But I remember her kind of saying one thing that I didn't forget, which I don't know if it's insightful. It's not, but it's just something I like, was that even though most likely they're not going to get time or anything, if you report sexual assault, it's so hard to prove and, get a actual sentencing for that. You still got the cops to show up at the door and freak them out.
That's true.
And it's funny because I still think about that. I was like, yeah, I didn't get to like serve justice or whatever, but I did give them a wake up call because all of a sudden they had a fucking cop on their door. The one guy had to spend a night in jail and like, actually have to like have people pour over his life and have cops interrogate about what he did to me, that I had to go through. So that was just a random thing I still think about. So it was nice to have some people I could talk to. They did have like helplines and stuff, but it was very limited in what they can offer. I really just needed someone to hug me.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. During this time is also when I lived in the haunted apartment.
I was going to say, you have a spooky origin. And I was like, are we going to talk about that next?
I'm sorry, this is going to be long, but I'll try to be quicker with this. But this is why I also asked the question in the Ex-Christelfian Facebook group, because I asked, who believes in ghosts? Like, yes or no, maybe, whatever. And I don't have the answers in front of me, but I think it was maybe like less than a third was yes. There was some, though. I'd say a good chunk was a maybe, or I'm open to considering it with evidence. And there was a small but substantial, or I'd say there was a substantial part, maybe a third of the group, who was like, no, and I don't think you're going to change my mind kind of vibe.
I was
Almost
surprised.
a third of each.
I was surprised how many people did say that they were willing to believe if there was evidence.
Well, I mean, that's where I was.
Yeah.
Because I was surprised so many people said they had thought about it. I never really thought about it that much because I was just like, I wasn't into spooky stuff when I was growing up. Like, that wasn't really my thing. I didn't like being scared.
Yeah. Yeah, me neither.
And so Halloween weekend, I moved into a haunted apartment. And within 2 weeks, things were happening. You know, my pet's staring at nothing. I kept hearing footsteps when no one was there. Doors could lock behind when they shouldn't have. And literally there was no way for them to have without a key because it didn't have the deadbolt on the inside. It was just a key from the outside to lock it.
Oh.
So it was literally impossible that someone could have done that without the key, and I was the only one there. And I was the only one with the key. Besides like the person like who gave me the key who had a backup.
Yep.
Who was not there. Even at one point electronics turning themselves on when I walked by. And the most persistent was these weird vibrations on my bed at night. And that was what did it for me. That's why I was like, okay, like I'm a morning person, but I am also, just to be genuinely honest, I'm a nightmare if you disrupt my beauty sleep. Like I have the sleep mask and my sound machine, and like even when I'm camping, I've got my air mattress. Like I do not like to be woken up. If you snore, you are not allowed in my bed. Like you are not sleeping here. Even one time the fire alarm went off in the middle of the night and woke me up. I ripped it off the wall and threw it across the apartment like it was a football. Man. I was like, yeah, no.
Meanwhile, the apartment burns down, but no, it's fine.
Don't wake me up. Don't wake me up.
I'm on the same page. I feel the same way.
Like at first I didn't really notice it that much. I was like, that's weird, but like I could fall asleep anyways and I would like forget about it by the morning. I don't know how to describe it as like a vibration or a shaking, but it was definitely like this movement happening. And so I was like, all right, like this keeps happening. Like I need to start like figuring out what this is because this is annoying me. So I remember like rolling to the other side of the bed and being like, well, it's not happening over here. So I'm just going to go to bed over here, I guess. And it was weird that it was localized. And then I started experimenting and it was wherever I was. And so like if I was falling asleep on the right side of the bed, it would be on the right side. And if I moved to the left, it wasn't there. If I was in the middle of the bed, it would happen in the middle. But if I scooted to the edge, it wouldn't be there. And I remember one time I stood up and put my hand on the bed and I could feel the vibrating under my fingers. So I downloaded an app that was supposed to track vibrations and like tried putting it on the bed, but it was like memory foam, so I don't know how effective that is. But I didn't pick up anything. So it's like, damn, like I just wanted to prove this vibration.
Like an earthquake tracker or something?
Basically, it was probably something similar
Seismic.
technology-wise. It was something like that. And so it didn't work, deleted that app. And then I knew the person who had lived there before. And it had actually been the person who was the tenant had actually helped with the remodel when they had converted that place into an apartment because it was an old house.
Okay.
And so he had lived there for like 20 years. So I was like, I had still had his info. I was like, hey, like, by the way, did you ever have like any weird like vibrations or anything in this room? Because I was like, maybe there's like hot water pipes underneath that's like shaking the bed for some reason or whatever. Maybe there's some issue. We looked into the electrical, wasn't that? We looked into that. The tenant said he never had any issue anywhere. He was asking about it. He's like, can you go downstairs and take a picture? Like maybe there's a fan underneath of it and that's what you're feeling. It's like this, sweet guy tried to help me troubleshoot it. Couldn't. By that time I was seeing the person who I'm with now and they came over and was looking and couldn't figure out anything. And they're very intelligent about this kind of stuff. Like they could probably build a house if they wanted to.
Yeah.
But couldn't find anything, like replacing outlets, like fiddling with stuff. I asked on Instagram. We were Instagram friends by then.
I remember you posting about this. And at first I was like, okay, girl. And then after a while I was like, damn, this is like serious. I mean, it sounds like it was actually quite violent, some of the vibrations.
Yes.
Like it wasn't just like
escalated.
It wasn't just like, oh, my phone is buzzing under my back.
No. That's how it started. It started less and it was getting more and more intense. And I tried troubleshooting everything I could find. Some people were like, oh, maybe there's a railroad nearby. I was like, the closest one is 7 miles away. It is not that. Like,
there's an earthquake happening miles below.
Just in my room. Yeah. So I was just trying to figure out what the freak it was.
Mhm.
And so I was asking for help online, with my friends and stuff, asking for help from anyone who I could to figure out what it was. And it was getting worse. So at one point, it felt like someone like grabbed the bed and was shaking the
Oh
entire
my
bed. Like
God.
it was getting worse. It was starting to get trouble sleeping. It started following me. So if I went to the other side of the bed, it would happen over there too
Mhm.
within a few minutes. So there was no escaping it,
Did you think it was a
unless
ghost at that point, or were you still like thinking it was a physical thing happening?
I think I thought it was physical until I started, like, Googling it, and let me tell you, it is not helpful to Google paranormal shit.
Oh
It
no.
is there's
Very.
a million people who are like, "It doesn't exist." I'm like,
Oh
"Okay,
yeah.
get out of the way because I need help." Like, "I'm in a haunted house, stop telling me it doesn't exist unless you're sleeping in this bed that won't stop shaking underneath me every night." And so I would go through and like every other thing, like I would go to like forums and stuff, and like every other comment would be like, ghosts don't exist, so this isn't a problem. Or there'd be like the pseudoscientific one where it's like, because you're falling asleep, you get the sensation of falling. Your
Oh.
brain must be thinking it's this.
Mhm.
I'm like, if I can stand up, wide awake, put my
Yeah.
hand on it, then I'm not falling asleep.
Right.
So I figured I had a ghost, but he was downstairs. And if we had to keep our separate quarters, then that's fine. Like, I don't care. You were here first. You're downstairs. I'm here. I'm just going to be upstairs. So, as long as he didn't do like traditional ghost stuff, like throwing my dishes and breaking stuff when I was gone, like, that's fine. We have our own separate spaces.
Right. Like you
Um,
could coexist.
exactly. And the weird thing that I should mention about living with the ghost was that by that time I had both my pets with me, my cat and my dog. So that was one of the ways that I knew that the sounds that I was hearing with the haunting were in my head, because
Oh.
anytime I heard footsteps and I would hear doors slamming and things like that, the cat immediately ran under the bed. She's very
Oh
skittish
man.
and she would hide. And sometimes she would actually hear it first. And so she would dart off, and then I'd hear a door slam afterwards and be like, oh, she already heard the footsteps before I even picked up on it.
Oh my God. That's creepy.
So 1 second we're cuddling, and the next, boom. And then my dog is like the barkiest dog to have ever barked.
Mhm.
She barked in Rob's video.
Yep.
She
I
is
heard her barking today.
known as a barker. And so she barks at everyone. She'd bark at cars she sees outside anytime someone come in the building, anyone that comes up to the house, like drop off a delivery or whatever. I always know when someone's nearby the building because she'll do that. And so that was one of the ways that I started to know if it was a ghost or not. Because it was a person, then she would bark. But whenever it was the ghost, she would just look over at me silently, their
Oh.
ears perked up,
Oh my
eye
God.
to eye, just staring into my eyes like, we both
That's
hear that, right, Mom?
that makes it worse.
Yep. And I always needed to know if it was a ghost because as I mentioned before, like I had like an abusive,
Mm.
ex-partner in my life. I was going through that at that same time with the
Yep.
restraining order. And so I needed to know if there was someone in the building.
Right.
And I would go to all the windows and check to see, if there's cars, if there's flashlights, if there's lights. 'Cause it was a very dark rural area. So I
Mhm.
was just looking around. And again, when the dog was silent, I would never see cars, people, wouldn't hear a voice, anything like that. It was only when she was barking that I'd be like, oh, there's a car right there. Someone popped into the building for something because
Okay.
the bottom half, there would be people in and out of sometimes.
Okay.
So it was very weird living with a ghost. And it was always like the same circuit too when he haunted. Like I'd hear the one door open, I'd hear the footsteps go across the floor below me, and then I'd hear a door slam. And so it
Mm.
was just really weird because you wouldn't even hear like what sounded like an exterior door opening. It was all like inside the building
Oh my
already.
God. He was already in there with you?
Yeah, well, I mean, he lived there. And so, like, I was always checking, and even the driveway was gravel. And so, I actually heard this. I didn't realize, but some people who have left abusive relationships prefer gravel driveways because you can hear someone coming.
Oh,
And
yeah.
so, and often living in these rural areas, I had gravel driveways, and so I got used to hearing the gravel crunch every time
Right.
someone was pulling in, and the dog would jump up, run to the window, and see who's coming in too. And
Mhm.
that never happened. It was always
Oh,
completely silent. It was at night, and I would have been able to
yeah.
hear that if someone was pulling in.
That's terrifying.
Yeah. So it was just really weird, but that having the pets actually kind of, I realized, helped me be able to tell when it was a ghost or not, which is something I haven't heard of, but that worked for me. My dog was very smart. She was able to tell them apart.
Mhm.
And that's the only thing she doesn't bark at. Amazon drivers, absolutely. Friends coming over, absolutely, but not ghosts. So
Huh.
that was how I figured that out. And that was also the only apartment I ever had where she would just, like, stare at things that weren't there, like, just look over and be like, what are you looking at?"
Mhm. So you think she was actually seeing the ghost?
I don't know, but I do wonder whether she saw it or picked up on something, whether
Mhm.
they, because I mean, dogs also experience the world through smell, and at one point,
Right.
there was a smell haunting that
Oh,
happened when the paranormal investigators were there, and on
okay.
their little, obelisk machine, it said the word "smell," and everyone smelled something at that time except me. I have a
I
bad
was gonna
sense of
say,
smell.
what did it smell like?
They all told 3 people were there, and they all said they smelled cologne when
Oh,
this
okay. So
right
not like
before
rotten
that.
eggs or something?
No, that'd be so rude. Be like, "Did you just" right here.
Brimfire or hell whatever.
Brimstone, that's the
Brimstone, yeah.
one. Yeah, like in
Hellfire.
Shrek, yeah. Of course, my reference of that is Shrek. I don't know, good movie. The other thing that was interesting was that the house was already known to be haunted apparently before I moved in, but no one
Mm,
bothered telling me that. But
real
I
nice.
actually eventually started asking, like, around about it for people, and I found out that they had a paranormal investigation team in there who had hosted an event there,
Oh
and
my god.
they had recorded EVPs. So I contacted them, and they actually emailed me a handful of EVPs, which is audio of a ghost. It's usually very quiet, very, short. I guess it takes a lot of energy or whatever to make these things
Okay.
happen on the ghost end. But that's why often they'll have, like, an audio recording running, and they'll go back and listen, and they'll often ask questions, and they don't hear it live, but when they do the playback, often they can hear, like, answers to the questions, and so he
Mhm.
sent me those, and I remember I had actually shared them with you after that
Yeah. They
because
yeah.
because we were friends online, and I was just like, "Hey, I got these. If anyone's interested, just, shoot me a message. I'm happy to share them so you can hear it." And you're like, "Oh, I wanna hear it."
I mean, I admit I was a little disappointed that it wasn't, like, actually sounding like somebody talking, like, it wasn't,
Yeah.
like, full sentences or anything.
Yeah, it's usually like that apparently, or it's like one
Mhm,
word, like very
mhm.
minimal,
And very
um,
whispery.
very whispery. But it
Yeah,
was super creepy. Like, when I
yeah,
listened to it and heard it the first time, I immediately got goosebumps.
of course. And I can't believe nobody told you this before you moved in there, like, that
No.
was information that would have been useful.
And I think part of it was that they had done this event right before COVID, and then I moved in, like, a
Oh,
year later, so no one had even been in the building, like, I hadn't been aware. If COVID hadn't happened, they probably would have been hosting the event again potentially, and
I
then, like,
see.
things would have been different, I probably would have been more in the loop, but no one mentioned a word about it
Oh,
to me
man.
before I moved in.
Well, would that have changed things for you? Would you have said, "I'm not moving in here because it's haunted," or would you have been like, "Oh, cool,
Girl,
this
there
sounds
was
like
not a
my
lot
kind of
of
place."
housing options.
You were so desperate.
Yes, I wanted to have an apartment with my dog, and it was dog friendly, there was great trails
Okay.
nearby where I could walk my dogs, it was
Mhm.
private. I because obviously my dog barks so much, I was like, "I don't want," like an apartment building would be a bit much for her. So I was like, "You know
Yeah.
what? As long as he stays downstairs."
We can
Yeah,
coexist.
I'm willing to coexist, on different differences, whether you're alive or dead, depending on your race, like, all different things. We'll coexist. That should be one of those little stickers that's up just add a ghost at the end after, like, the
Oh,
peace
yeah.
sign on the back of the car.
Right. Yeah.
And what's funny is I actually once I realized the paranormal investigators had been there before and I was now having, like, ghost problems, I contacted them again and invited them to come back. So I was like, "Hey, can you help me out?" And they actually were like, "Yeah, we'll come out and we don't charge. So we'll be there one evening, totally free." We spent a couple hours investigating, and at the end, they said it was one of the top 3 haunted experiences they've ever had.
Oh,
And
wow.
they've been doing this for, like, decades. And these
Oh.
are professionals. They had, like, suitcases of equipment that they brought
Mhm.
in and all this stuff. So just already, it was very haunted. These
Wow.
are professionals. And again, they have no incentive financially to say like,
Right, because you weren't paying
nope,
them.
nope."
Yeah.
I also had a friend, have a friend, who's a medium, and they also came over at my request for free again, and confirmed it. This medium friend can kind of see spirits and can get a lot more information, kind of like hear them. And so, because they were able to kind of see them a bit, I was able to go to the historic archives in town to try to find a photograph of who I thought it was based on, like, the history of the home that I looked into, and I showed
Mhm.
them the photograph, and they're like, "Oh, yeah, that's the person I saw."
Oh,
So then
wow.
I had this, corroborating evidence from a medium to be like, "Oh, yeah, like, we're pretty sure it's that person." So across the board using different, paranormal methods, I was able to kind of figure that out and be pretty sure about what was going on. And again, that
Mhm.
person is a friend. They have no reason to try to deceive me or anything,
Right.
nothing to gain from it. So it was pretty interesting to see everything match up. And then there was other people who would regularly come in to like check on the building and do things in the other part of the building on the lower level. And
Mhm.
one of them told me once I started asking about the ghost, they're like, "Oh yeah, every time I come in, I always say hi to the man on the stairs." I was like, "Oh, yeah, no,
Oh, okay.
thanks for that." She's like, "Yeah, like, I can't see him, but I can sense him. Like, I know it's a man, and I can see where he is, and I want him to know that I'm not, like, here to bother him. I'm just here to do my job." I was like,
That's
"Okay."
wild.
Yeah, so it's all kinds of people once I started asking around, and all different aspects of, like, sensory ability, whether they're using tools or mediumship or just these other normal people, just coming in.
Right, just like a sixth sense.
Yeah, who just, don't do anything related to the paranormal. They just are like, "Oh, yeah, that's just, something I pick up on in this building." I was like, "Okay."
Wow.
But it was very creepy hearing all this stuff. Even my friend who created the music for this podcast had helped me move into that apartment, and they helped me, carry something down to the basement that we were moving out of there to storage, and when he was down there, he's like, "I sensed your ghost. I didn't wanna freak you out when you moved in," but he's like, "I can
Mhm.
even feel how tall he was and that the spirit was a little bit shorter than me." And that he could, like,
Wow.
feel his energy watching him. He felt like he almost, like, was getting picked up on, like, this feeling that the spirit kind of didn't want him there,
Mhm.
and so no one told me that again. So, again, all of
That
these
yeah.
people were picking up that it was haunted, but I wasn't able to pick that up. Like, I don't have that ability, I guess. So, for me,
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was haunted until I was, like, hearing footsteps with no one there, hearing the doors slam,
Right.
like, these other more traditional haunting kinds of things were happening. Um,
But it's interesting that
yeah,
nobody felt like they could tell you that they knew he was there until you
until I knew
were like, "Hey,
already.
I think I have a ghost."
Well, I mean, I think that's kind of the social thing though, because I feel like
Yeah.
if I didn't believe, they feel like they would might be embarrassed, to say
Right.
that, or they may have been worried about, me as a woman living alone, as, a young woman, uh, potentially being afraid or something like that.
Mhm.
It's pretty uncharted territory, so
Yeah, I guess it's like certain other things in life where you kinda have to feel somebody out before you share
yeah.
certain things about yourself, so maybe
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, I
the
don't
same
usually
thing.
start like, "Oh, hey, nice to meet you, I believe in ghosts," 'cause
Right.
there's a lot of
There's a
different
ghost behind you right now.
Yeah, that would probably make some people uncomfortable. But if
Yeah.
you watch movies, I mean, that's something that I think comes up with some of the paranormal movies too, is, like, the stigma around it and how people handle
Mhm.
that and trying to get people to believe in things. Even, like, with Christmas coming up, like, oh, believing in Santa and that kinda stuff,
Right.
where
Yeah.
there's always the people who are like, "No way." And, like, I guess maybe we're like, "Maybe that's Zinnia," and she'll be like, "No, ghosts don't exist." But then I was like, "Oh, someone please help me." There's definitely a
Yeah.
ghost. It's very haunted. Um, and I do kind of just wonder if certain people are more sensitive to it or not, because as I was seeing so many people had different abilities, and so I guess I didn't have certain sensitivities, but when I was asking around, one person I actually had contact with was the previous tenant who had lived there for a decade or
Mhm.
2, like a while, and that person had claimed that they had never been haunted when I asked. I was like, "Oh, did, like, anything weird ever happen? Did you ever, like, have" I kind of mentioned, like, the haunting sounds. I was like, "Oh, like, did you ever have, like, the shaking in this room or anything?" And he's like, "Oh,
Mhm.
no, nothing like that." And I kept asking him, and he even knew, like, the building pretty well. I was like, "Did you ever have, like, an issue where, like, there was some sort of, like, physical thing in the building, like hot water pipes or electrical stuff
Yeah.
causing something weird?" And he's like, "No, no, nothing like that." And I was like, "Okay, well, maybe he just doesn't have some sort of, the extrasensory kind of ability to
Yeah.
do that, or maybe the ghost was like, I don't think you're, gonna help me, so I'm not even gonna bother haunting you." Like, I don't know.
Yeah. That is so interesting to think about.
So I don't
I mean,
yeah.
did he know that there was a ghost there based on the like the paranormal events that they were having there? Like,
I mean, I would assume someone would have mentioned it. It
yeah.
wasn't like it was highly advertised, but since he lived there, he would have been aware that people because, like, the public came in for that event, so
Right, right.
I don't know, maybe he just chose not to believe it or be involved. Maybe, one person who had known him and worked around him sometimes had kind of mentioned, like, "I think I remember him saying something, but the way he handled it seemed like he didn't wanna believe it, that weird things
Mm,
were happening." But again, it was so
mhm.
long ago and it was, secondhand, so I don't know.
Yeah.
So he may have been in denial was, I guess, the one theory, but who
Yeah,
knows?
okay. Hmm,
Um but yeah, so I do wonder if I was just, like, more open to being haunted or something.
right. Yeah, I could see that.
So I don't know. Maybe I just did too much meditation or something. I was just way too spiritual.
You opened a portal to the spiritual
Yeah,
realm.
yeah, that's another theory. But honestly, I had like psychic dreams and déjà rev before, so
Mhm,
I feel like maybe it was already something I was even born with, but who
mhm.
knows? Actually, the origin of this podcast is kind of intertwined with these experiences, which is part of why I wanted to mention it in this episode.
Okay.
Because where it started was that once I moved out of the apartment, I kind of wanted to go back and reflect on everything that I'd been through living in the haunted apartment, kind of writing like a memoir about that. And so I started writing and talking about, living with the ghost. There was just a whole story there because that was, years of a lot of things going on, we'll say.
Mhm,
And while I was working on it, I realized that part of the significance of living with the ghost had been that it caused me to go 180 degrees on my beliefs around death because the
mhm.
Christadelphians, which were the beliefs I was raised with, was that there's absolutely nothing at death. It's like you're having a dreamless sleep. There's nothing consciously going on. There's nothing interacting with the world. Whereas a ghost is someone who has died and still is consciously interacting with me, who's walking around downstairs, who's, keeping me awake, who's communicating with mediums and investigators and, like, doing things like that. It's all communication. And so my views really changed. And
Mhm.
they really can't both be true because if ghosts are real, then it's obvious that it's not that all of your consciousness is gone all of a sudden. I certainly
Right.
believe biologically, like, your body's going to decompose, but even, like, the medium had said that the spirit looked like the human they had been in that photograph. They answered to the same name. They were haunting the house they had once lived in. So it seemed, very tied to the person that they had once been. And so that just, evidence that I witnessed was enough for me to be like, okay, um, I do think that there is some spiritual existence after death, at least in this circumstance. And then looking into it, I realized that that's actually more of the dominant belief worldwide, and that Christadelphians were in the minority for not
Mhm.
believing in, a soul and all of that kinds of things. Whether it's people like honoring ancestors during Day of the Dead when they're like, oh, the veil's thin. Um,
Right.
and there's, traditions worldwide on that. And it all goes back to like
Mhm.
holding memories of people and, helping their spirits, on the other side. So,
Mhm.
you know, after the first ghost, then I ended up kind of exploring that more, ended up interacting with other ghosts. And the more
Oh.
experiences I had, the more I started believing that there was more and that there is probably something that happens to everyone where this spiritual component is still there because it wasn't just like this one off of like, oh, this one spirit got like stuck here kind of thing. I don't
Mhm.
think that was the case. For example, I went to a funeral earlier this year for someone who got sick very suddenly and then, within less than 10 months died. So I went to the funeral service and I ended up sitting on the end of a row. And during the service, I felt someone yank my hair on my left side,
Oh,
but there
wow.
was no one sitting on the left of me. I was at the end of the row on that side. So I
Okay.
immediately spun around to see, who's pulling my hair? Like, tap my shoulder. Come
Right.
on. Like, what do you need?
Right.
It's the middle of a funeral service. And I looked and there was no one in the seats behind me. Like,
Oh.
no one within arm's reach who could have done that.
Right. And you didn't hear like footsteps of
No.
anyone running away.
No, it's the middle of a funeral, it's, like, dead
Yeah.
silent,
Right.
and I
No
looked
pun
yeah,
intended.
and no one had, like, moved, no one looked at me like, "Oh, that was me trying to get your attention," like, there was no one
There
there.
was nothing. Yeah.
So, you know, later on, um, ended up communicating with the spirit who had died, whose funeral it was at, and confirmed my suspicion that it was
Oh,
their
wow.
ghost communicating with me at their own funeral.
That's really cool though. Like, I'm kind of jealous that you can do that.
I didn't do anything, I just sat there at a funeral to
Well, like
support the person, who's
I guess that
person
you're
that
open
died.
to it. 'Cause, like, I've often thought, like, "Oh, I wish I could talk to, like, my grandmother or
Aw,
somebody that,
yeah.
in my life that has passed on," and I'm
Yeah.
like, Where are they? Why aren't they talking to me?"
Yeah, and it's interesting. I do generally like it. Sometimes it's inconvenient, especially when I was
Yeah,
in
I can
school
see
and I was
that.
like, "I gotta go. Like, I can't talk
Yeah.
right now." Um, and I think it's been a little bit less. I think part of it's just because 'cause I'm so busy and tired. I'm like, "No, I'm not talking right now." Um,
Mhm.
but it was yeah, I had a lot of, like, encounters with different spirits once I opened myself up to it, once I started recognizing signs, that there was
Mhm.
something going on that I should, try to open up communication at that moment based on what I was
Mhm.
experiencing. So I would have never even noticed before this time if they had been visiting or any of that. But, and again, I don't know if it's just, is it some ability to be able to sense that? I don't know. But because I was experiencing these things personally, that was very convincing for me.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah.
and especially, corroborating so much of it. And so, that permanently changed my worldview. I really can't go back to that Christophane belief of like, oh, there's nothing after death. Like I lived with a
Right.
ghost. Like everyone around me like knew. All my
Yeah.
friends and all these different people were like, oh yeah, like there's a ghost in your apartment.
Right.
So that's actually part of the reason too why I wanted to squeeze in one more history episode this season, as tired as I am, because I wanted to talk about spiritualism and how these two belief systems are opposites and go a little deeper into this, especially since I have this personal experiences of being haunted. I personally went and had Christophian views and then changed that belief system based on that,
Mhm.
to no longer believe the Christophian ones and to be, more aligned with the spiritualist views. So that was where I was at, was just kind of processing the change of beliefs, thinking and reflecting on that period of my life because I no longer live in the haunted apartment. And when I was like, oh, well, while I'm looking back and reflecting on my old beliefs, let me just get like a quick background on the Christalfians, just kind of freshen up on some of that stuff, as like a baseline. And so
Mhm.
I decided to read John Thomas's biography. I figured that's, the good place to start, right? It's just a biography that should
Yeah.
just be full of facts and information. And it was not,
Yep.
it was bonkers. And in there, it talked about a guy changing over to spiritualism. And I was like, what? I was like, that's weird. And I kept being surprised by it. And then eventually Roberts just like stops writing it and like omits so much key stuff like when he got married and what his wife's name
Mhm.
was, and like in the
Right.
end he's just copying letters of like fights that they're having, like these aggressive letters or something. And I was like, what is this? Who are these Campbellites? Like what is happening? I thought this was gonna be like a historical like narrative.
Right, like very cut and dried.
Yeah, like like just like a textbook basically of like he was
Yeah.
born here and then he moved here
Right.
and then this happened, and it was not. It was just really weird. And so then I started reading more because I didn't like understand it. It was not a traditional biography by any
Mhm.
means. It was a little unhinged. And so I kept going deeper into the Christelfian history, and then I started being able to kind of piece it together. That's just kind of the way my mind works and like this web pulling all these different things together. And so I
Mhm.
started sharing some of my like kind of like a little mini analysis in the Facebook group.
Yep.
And people really liked it. And so I would just share like, oh, here's a couple resources and here's like my thoughts on it, and just kind of very playful way of sharing it.
Mhm.
And people are like, "Oh, like, can you make videos on this or something? Like, I really like these little, like, history, tidbits you're sharing." And I was like, "Well, I mean, lots of people have done blogs, but I mean, I feel like I have too much for that. Like, I don't think people just wanna sit and read that. So I was like, "You know what? I think would be best is a podcast." And I looked and I was like, "There is nothing out there
Yeah.
for ex-Christadelphians in podcast
There is a
form."
wide open market for
Yeah,
this.
and I looked Christadelphian, and there's tons and tons of stuff, probably thousands of exhortations on in
Mhm.
podcast form nowadays because it's very natural for them to be drawn to audio media when all they do is, get together and talk.
Right, and all they have to do is upload existing exhortations.
Yeah. They've been recording them, even before all of
Yeah.
this other
For
technology,
millennia.
yeah, to share it. They
Right,
would be
right.
CDs, it was cassettes, it was everything.
Oh,
Now
yeah.
it's
No, I used to get
yeah,
tapes back when I was a teenager, and then yeah, I don't think I ever got CDs, but tapes
we
definitely.
definitely had both, and I remember my mom making us listen to them in the car.
Yeah. No, we did too, like,
Yeah.
"We're at Bible school now."
I know. And so I was like, "You know what? I think that would be a good format for this." So then I
Mhm,
was like, "Okay, let me try making this into a podcast." So I was taking like the historical stuff I had researched and pulled together and started organizing it so that I could make that with it. So by the time I decided to try this podcast experiment out, I had already kind of rejected like the culture, the traditions, the doctrine, and
mhm,
the previous few years, which I had already kind of mentioned a bit in this episode, was really processing a lot of trauma. So by the time I was started researching the Christadelphian history, I had already kind of moved on through a lot of that stuff. I was only looking into the history because I wanted to explain my experiences and how my views changed. And I just went down
mhm.
this rabbit hole. So it really wasn't anything malicious, where it's like, "Oh, I'm gonna, do this because 'cause I'm mad." Like, I'd been out for, like, a decade. I was like, "Oh, like, that's
Right.
interesting. I never knew that."
No, the way I see it, like, you're doing this because you're like a history nerd and you like doing this kind of thing,
Yeah.
and I feel like to me that if you had said, "Oh, you should really read," because you did. I mean, you posted on the Facebook page. You're like, "This is wild. You should read this," and I was like, "I'm not reading that." But like, I love the little like tidbits that
Yeah.
you were sharing in the Facebook group, and then like your history episodes
Mhm.
are just they're funny because you're just like, seriously,
Yeah.
this is really what happened, and this
Right?
is how Roberts was like enamored with Thomas and
Yep.
I don't even know. It's just it's wild.
It
So,
It's one of those things where it's just crazier than you would imagine, and especially having grown
yeah.
up in it, it's so quiet and serious, like, you go to meeting, it's like, "Hush, children, be
Right.
quiet, it's so serious, the
Yes.
bread and wine is
Yes.
coming," and everyone's, like, so solemn, being like, "Jesus died for my
And
sins."
serious. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you read the history, and they're, like, having these crazy, like, like, ridiculous arguments, and these people that were held up as these very prominent figures, these really intelligent figures are like having cat fights and doing silly things and
Yeah.
saying outrageous things. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is not what I assumed it was. It's turning
Right.
even my views on the history and like identity I kind of had made in my head that they had
Mhm.
kind of influenced on me. And it was turning all of that on its head.
Well, yeah, because I feel like in our history growing up as Christadelphian, you kind of hear about them almost like they're characters in the Bible or something, right? Like
Yeah.
they had a connection to God that we
hmm
cannot possibly have, and they were so intelligent or whatever. But then, like listening to your history episodes, I'm like, they were just people,
Yeah.
and maybe they had some pretty big egos, or
Potentially.
at least one
At
of them
least one
did.
of them, I think.
Yeah. Um, and yeah, it kind of makes it more into a context where you're like, "Oh, I feel like I've known people like this that are just like they think their own ideas are so amazing and great, and they're very full of themselves."
Mhm,
I mean, that's the impression I'm getting of Thomas anyway,
mhm.
but it really turns everything on its head because yeah, you're like, "Oh, they're not like it's not like Abraham and Moses here.
Yeah.
Like these are almost modern day people."
Yeah, I think that's a good comparison because I think that's similar to how I felt, like, the impression that I had, because they'd always be like
Mhm.
they'd reference their books at the podium a lot, and
Right.
and it was very common to see these books in people's libraries, to see people reading them, at home. It was funny because that year when I was going to I'd visited home and saw one of my parents had pulled out the book and was reading it, like Elpis Israel, I think it was, and I was like, "Oh,
Yeah.
interesting." Um But again, it's something I think worth looking into more 'cause it's like, why are we holding these men, these regular people up
Yeah.
as these, higher level people? And they're saying,
Right.
"Oh, they're not prophets, but, like, they're special." Okay.
Yeah.
So it's been interesting to see the humanity in them, to get to know them better based on the historical record that they've left behind,
Mhm.
and kind of reframe the context and now intentionally choose what we're going to think of them and have an informed opinion on them. Because I know for me, it's certainly um, given me more license to feel less concerned about not agreeing with them, which I think is
Mhm.
helpful when you're told that this one belief system is the truth and these are the people who helped
Right.
create it and uphold it and organize it, and set the whole thing on a trajectory to be like, oh, I don't even agree with the premise here with these guys and what they're doing and saying and how they live their lives and all this kind of stuff.
Right.
So I definitely felt like that could be helpful for some people. And some people told me they're
Mhm.
like, if you do a podcast, I'm not listening to your history episode. So I know it's not for everyone. But I
Yeah.
still feel like for people who are outside of the group, especially, or very much on the fringes, I think it can help to have some critical thinking about that kind of stuff because, again, that
Mhm.
is part of the foundation of the group. And if you are leaving the group, it can be a helpful time to reframe and make up your own opinions on things based on the facts that people really don't look into. Because even I had reached out to the Christelfiad magazine about the beard thing, and they're like, "Oh, we've never heard of that. That's a rumor, like a myth, whatever however they'd worded it." I was like,
Right.
"You published this."
Yeah, this is in your magazine.
In your magazine. And so that's why it was so funny because, like, I think Christadelphians in general are potentially underinformed about their own history.
Yep.
And, we have a shared history, so I understand that some active Christadelphians may wanna listen, but we're pretty open and honest about, like, what I found and
Mhm.
putting it all together so you can be like, "Well, this is kind of what I drew from all of this."
Right.
So I definitely recognize that the project I had started with, like a book project about living with a ghost, is very different than what I was ended up getting distracted researching with this Christadelphian history research. So I ended up
Mhm.
pulling out like all of my notes that I'd done, sorting it out, and started turning them into scripts. And I was like, all right, let's turn this into a podcast. And I was like, I think that's just a great format since it's going to be long format. People don't have to read, just put it on while you're doing something else. Um,
Mhm.
it's all in one place. Just go to the link. You can listen to whatever you want. And then I was like, you know what? Everyone's so unique. I don't want it to be just my voice. And so I had the idea of interviewing people, hearing about their experiences. Um, and I think that's been really wonderful because, again, my experience isn't universal. Everyone's had different childhood upbringings, everyone's ecclesia
Yep.
was different, everyone's reasons for leaving was different.
Yeah.
Pressures, traumas, things like that that people had are completely different. So it's also
Mhm.
been really cool to hear
Yeah.
everyone's different stories, as well as I've been getting to know people in the groups on such a different level than I ever would have had. Because
Yeah.
while many people share parts of their stories, like, hey, I had this trauma, or oh, I relate to what you're going through because this happened to me, it's really uncommon for anyone to share their whole stories. And again, who's going to read all of that text if someone even tried?
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, speaking as somebody who blogged about her story,
Mhm.
I'm always like, "Oh, people can read my whole story on my blog." And then, I'll be talking to somebody like you, for example, and you'll be like, "Oh, I didn't know that." And I'm like, "I wrote it on my blog." But but I realize, like, people are not, like they're probably not as interested in my story as I am, right? So they're not, like, poring over it in every
Well, I
detail.
also am the kind of person with a graveyard of open tabs on my phone. And so it's like, I'll be like, "Oh, I'll read that later." Immediately
Yeah.
forget it exists. It's now in the
Yeah.
graveyard. Um,
I do that too.
and then there's, like, multiple parts, so I'll read, like, the first part and then get distracted and never go back to the
Yeah.
second, things like that. So
Yeah.
I feel like it's easier for me to just pick up a podcast and be like, "Oh, it already saved where I'm at," and just click one button and it goes,
Yeah, that's
and I
true.
can do other things. It's not like I have to sit there reading it.
Right.
So
Right.
I feel like it's very accessible too for people.
Mhm.
It's and like I said, it's all in one place because it's not just your blog. Tons of people have had
Right.
blogs
Yeah,
and
there's a lot of
little
blogs out there.
websites and stuff, so they're kinda all over the
Yeah.
place. So it also centralizes our voices into one place.
Right. And it is interesting hearing different people's stories. I know there's a few people that are in the Christadelphian or the ex-Christadelphian Facebook group,
Yeah.
and I've like known of them, like I
Mhm.
knew their names from there, but I didn't really know anything about them
Yeah.
because yeah, not everyone goes on there and like spills their entire life story.
Mhm.
And like you said, even if they did, like we're probably not going to read it,
Yeah.
or we're not going to read it in depth. So yeah, it's a great medium for getting the people's stories out.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's been really good for that, and just the level of connection's been nice. It's been and because even I'll share the podcast was posted in the group, and then often people will comment in there and be like, "Hey, thank you for
Yes.
sharing. Hey, I relate to this." And so we get
Yep.
a lot of these little, you've got lots of people communicating who are listening to the podcast with the people who shared their stories, which is really cool to see
Hmm.
as well, just that interaction that it's brought to different people.
Yep.
So, for anyone who is wondering, this podcast was brought to you by my spooky past.
So does that mean that you are still working on a book about being haunted?
Girl, I have been working on podcast scripts in all of my free time. I've been editing this podcast on my lunch
Well, no,
breaks
I
every
know. I just
day.
meant like you put that on the back burner, like that will
Yes.
be coming at some
Oh,
future
yeah,
date.
I hope so.
Okay,
I
okay.
hope so. If anyone,
Cool.
can hook me up, let me know. You can see I have good
Any
follow through.
publishers listening?
Yeah, exactly. Send them this podcast and be like, "Hey, this girl needs some representation."
Yeah.
But yeah, so I definitely wanna do that at some point, probably whenever this podcast goes into, like, a hibernation mode, because I
Yeah.
do
Yeah.
still have people reaching out who wanna come on, I do still have, different subjects to cover, and I'm planning to just do a spring and fall season every year, so right now that's kind of the
Okay.
plan. So I don't know how long it'll go, but, I said it'll peter out when people are done sharing their stories for a while, and maybe it'll just be an
Yeah.
occasional thing after that. I don't know. This whole thing has been very experimental and just an idea I had, and I
Yeah.
was like, "You know what? Let's do it. I've never done a
Yeah.
podcast, but we're gonna figure out."
We're gonna see how this goes.
Yeah, and that's why honestly I was like, "Buy extra Stelfians for extra Stelfians," because even in the beginning, I was asking other extra Stelfians, "Can you help me with this? Do you have tips for making
Hmm.
a podcast?" I had people that I was consulting about, like, how to do the technology stuff, people I was asking for help with other things like you, where I was sending you a lot of stuff asking, "Can you give me feedback on this and that?"
Hmm.
I definitely had support in getting this together, and then even with the show itself, there's so many guests, so many people who send me emails with resources, things like that, so it's very much, as long as I keep having that support and engagement, I
Right.
guess we'll keep it going.
Yeah, so that's really interesting. I don't think I made the connection between your ghost story or your haunting and the starting of the podcast. But it's interesting that it came about that way, and I'm glad because I know a lot of people in the group are very glad that you've taken this project on because it is a lot of work
Yeah.
as you've said.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's a very time-intensive hobby, it turns out.
Hmm.
So the winter break will be starting soon. I will be taking a well-deserved month off.
Yes, definitely well deserved.
Yeah, but it's been very rewarding, in many ways, so I have been very happy about it, and I've been trying to keep it fun, understandable, accessible, and try to lighten up the heavy stuff because there's certainly some of that in it, but yeah,
Hmm.
that's just the background, and didn't see it coming, but that's how we got here. Um, but it's definitely been cool to speak out myself. I've certainly reclaimed my voice, and the older I get, the
Hmm.
more of an advocate I am, not just for people healing from religious environments, but also people who have had, different forms of abuse and trauma. Um, and as I mentioned when I recorded with Mike, definitely want to be an advocate for young people and young women who have been through things like that,
Hmm.
and try to at least open up the conversation around potential harms because, I don't have a problem with people being Christadelphians. If that's right for you, great. But I do feel like you shouldn't silence the stories of things that are wrong. You should really look at those and see
Yep.
if you can do better, have conversations around those things. I think the historical view of hiding things and putting it on the victim to be like, oh, you left. That's because you're sinful and evil. When it's like, oh, this person was abused. This person was traumatized. I think there's certainly things that can benefit us by reclaiming our stories. As well as potentially making people more aware in general that there are some problems that should probably be addressed and can hopefully get better in the future, so that people who choose to stay within the group don't experience many of the things that certain people have experienced, as we've seen and will continue to see, I'm sure.
Hmm.
But it's nice to be able to turn certainly some negative experiences into something that is much more beautiful and fun, and to give back to the community because, as I pointed out with the support that I got from the ex-Christophene community, that was really life-changing for me. And, I was definitely very much in isolation when it came to leaving, where I didn't have the Christophene community and I wasn't aware of the ex-Christophene community. And I think it would have
Mhm.
helped me to have even joined earlier. So, I think it is nice that already we've had some people who have heard this podcast and have joined
Mhm.
our Facebook group and be like, wow, this is a thing.
Yes.
So it even
Yeah, that is
raises
great.
a little more awareness. That way, more people who may benefit from that sort of community can be involved in it. And, I'm people are always gonna leave. It's not gonna be a one size fits all where everyone who is raised in it is gonna stay. So,
Mhm.
I hope that this will be around for a while and even, the young people who are growing up in that community now, if they do leave, they'll find something in these stories to help them, whether it's what they're processing as they're leaving or after they've left.
Right. So, do you want to talk about some of the other things that changed your religious views aside from the haunting?
I mean, it took me a while. It took a lot of life experience to just slowly figure it out, but I think a lot of it was figuring out my own values. I also had to do a lot of work around trauma, and realizing that I didn't agree with the culture of the group. I know as Leah had mentioned was like coercive control and things like that. And I do think it was really helpful to learn about abusive relationships and high control groups for me,
Mhm.
because then I was kind of able to disentangle some of the more mental impacts that I had had, not necessarily beliefs, but things that had been instilled in me and were continuing to affect me in my day to day life. And I had read one book written for people who had left abusive relationships or high control religions and cults.
Mhm.
And it was interesting that there was so much in common between the two situations that they combined it into one group. And so you could kind of see the overlap. And for me, I had been through abusive relationships, but that was only after growing up in this really controlling group. And
Mm,
so I
mhm.
realized, I had to disentangle a lot of things that I had been raised with. So I didn't even really start with faith and doctrine and any of that. I really started with psychology, trauma, all of those kinds of things first. And then once I
Mhm.
had more of a stronger foundation for my life, once I had healthier relationships, once I had a safer environment, then I was kind of in a place to start changing my views and exploring it a little more. I did try, a Quaker church at one point. I went twice,
Mhm.
and it was very funny because someone came up to me after the first time I was there, and it was, like, maybe 8 people there. So
Yeah.
they were aware I was a guest. And someone came up to me and was like, "Oh, you made it through the service. Hardly anyone who comes for the first time actually stays all the way through." And I was like, "Wow, the bar is so low."
Right? Well, you're like, "You haven't sat through a Christadelphian service."
And I was like, I feel like maybe I was just raised to be able to handle a long, boring service.
Right. To sit quietly?
Because a Quaker service, for those who don't know, is basically just sitting there in silence. It's almost like meditation. And I was curious
Mhm.
about it because I was aware historically they had been really a progressive movement. They had no,
Right.
male leader. They didn't have, people speaking and reading the Bible and singing hymns. And so I wanted something that didn't have those Christophane attributes
Mhm.
and potentially more progressive. I think that was probably something in my mind.
Well, they
Um,
were also, like, abolitionists back in the day, and
exactly. Like
yeah.
socially progressive. Yeah, they were,
Yeah, yeah.
definitely at the on the side of women's rights, rights for people
Mhm.
of all races, things like that. And so I was like, "Okay, I'll check it out." And I was like, "Oh, this feels like becoming a Shaker, like, this feels like a dying religion." Like, I think there's only
Yeah,
2 Shakers left in the world, and, like, I went to this church and it was like, "You don't even have a dozen people here." Like, this is not
yeah.
good.
Oh, man.
It was very awkward. So the one time we were, like, in a circle in a graveyard, so that was fun. Um,
Oh, at the Quaker meeting?
yeah, yeah, the first time I showed up, they were meeting outside because it was summer
Oh, okay.
and it was nice weather. So and their thing is, like, they just hand you a cushion and then you sit on, like, a wood chair. And so I was
Mhm.
like, "Oh, like, thanks for the cushion." Then you just sit there quietly for, like, an hour.
Yeah.
nothing happens because you're only supposed to talk when, like, God moves you to talk,
Right, when the spirit moves you.
which feels weird because I don't really believe that God, like, talks to us like that.
Yeah.
Um, so no one really talked. So he just sit there silently. I was like, "What is the point of this?" So I tried going back one more time, and we were inside, and that was where it was just it would put the Christadelphian wood paneling to shame because everything in that building was wood and
It
paper.
was wood.
Yep. Wood walls,
Oh,
wood
man.
ceilings, wood floors, wood pews
Mhm.
with, again, like, no cushions. You had to, like, get your cushion, like, put it on your seat. It's just you walk
Wow.
in, and I was like, "I feel like I just walked into the 1600s, and they're gonna be, like, burning a witch outside of here." Like, I feel like I'm in a colony.
Wear your Puritan dress when you go
Yeah,
there.
like, I need, like, the little bonnet and, like, my apron.
Yeah.
Yeah, but instead, it's, like, me with all my tattoos and, like, a hot pink dress, I've got my
Mm.
spaghetti straps on because 'cause I'm a heathen.
Oh,
Yeah, very
scandalous.
scandalous, that's how I roll.
I'm surprised they let you in.
Right, but they did, they're like, "We need members."
Yeah. We'll take anyone.
And then I never showed up again.
Mhm.
Um, it wasn't for me. So I'd briefly tried that, but I wasn't really exploring too aggressively what I was
Yeah.
believing. It kind of, like, fell in it was kind of unavoidable because it got to the point where I was being haunted every single night, and it was interfering with my sleep. So that's when I was like, "Okay, I gotta start actually processing this and figuring out what to do and, like, taking action and, like, moving this forward because this is not sustainable."
Yeah,
So,
really.
yeah, I had to change my beliefs because then I had to confront, whether it was a ghost or not, how to handle it, all that kind of stuff. So,
Mhm.
I probably would have been fine, believing that lingering Christophanian belief, like, "Oh, yeah, there's nothing after death," but, like, it
Yeah.
was like a punch in the face, like, I was like, "Oh, well, guess that's not true."
Right. Yeah, the universe was clearly telling you that was not true.
Mhm.
After you visited the Quakers, did you try out going to any other churches?
I tried out one more, and that's the one I
Uh-oh.
liked. And I did bring this up again in my other episode. We're gonna drop at the same time, so these kinda go together. That's why I wanted to drop them together, even though they're really
Mhm.
long. But the other church that I visited is the Spiritualist church, the closest one to me, which
Ooh.
is still a bit of a drive. Um, and I dig it. It was pretty cool. So and it was very fun because I've actually gone to 2 places where they held services. So one is in my state where I live, and I can drive there, and then the other one, I took a trip this summer out to kind of like a summer colony that they had set up back in the day in, like, the
Oh,
1800s. It's called Lilydale, and so it's a
okay.
spiritualist town, and all of the land is owned by the spiritualists. And then when you, like, buy a house, you're actually just renting it from the association that runs it, so it's always going to
Oh,
be spiritualists there. So the town is
okay.
just full of practicing mediums. Um,
Oh,
yeah, because
awesome.
spiritualism's underlying, core belief that kind of initiated its, development into religion was belief in life after death, and
Right.
that was very much where I found myself after living with the ghost. I was like, "All right, yeah, I totally believe that there's life after death." And so I was talking to one woman at work, the kind of woman who always has, like, gemstones on her necklaces and is, like,
Yeah, I
super
know the
into that
kind.
kind of thing and,
Yeah,
wearing, like,
yeah.
flowy purple outfits, that kind of vibe.
Natural hair,
Yeah,
yeah.
and so sweet, and she's like, "You might really like this one, place." She's like, "It is a church, just so you're aware, but they also do classes and things, and, you might meet some people that will be helpful for you with having lived with a ghost." And I was like, "Yeah, sure." So, I actually went with her the first time, and it was really cool. I ended up liking it. So, the service has 3 main components. There's actually, like, a healing energy part, which is kinda like Reiki and things like that.
Mhm.
And then they have a talk, so they kind of I think they call it a homily, but, like, an exhortation without the Bible and Bible verses. And then
Okay, yeah.
and then there's the last part is actually demonstrations of mediumship, and so they just stand on the stage and spirits can communicate with them, and they choose one of the spirits that's trying to communicate with them, and they describe, the spirit and all this stuff, and then eventually they'll ask, "Is there someone here who recognizes who this spirit is based on what I told you?" And they can
Mm,
raise their
mhm.
hand, and then they'll keep going because they know, okay, there's a spirit here trying to give a message to someone in the audience. And
Uh-huh.
so I've gone with maybe like 6 different friends, and I've gone by myself, and 3 times someone I've gone with has gotten a reading
Oh,
at that
cool.
scene. So it's been really cool, especially because, like, the one time me and my friend were gonna go into the city, but then we found out they were doing street closures because of, like, a race, and we're like, "Oh, no, we're not going into the city today." And so, I was like, "Hey, we've been talking about going to the spiritualist church. Do you wanna go with me?" Because it was a Sunday. She's like, "Sure, we'll do that instead. Fine." So, like, last minute, we showed up. She'd never been there before. No
Mhm.
planning in advance, nothing like that. Day
Right.
of, we're like,
They
"Alright,
didn't
let's
know you
go."
were coming.
Yeah. And we go in, and then she got a reading with a guy who's literally, had a Netflix special talking about, like, this like, he is a real deal, legit, had lived in that town, Lilydale,
Oh, cool.
really phenomenal, medium, and I was like, "Oh my god, that's so cool."
Huh.
And this medium also draws the spirit he sees. He gave her the drawing
Uh-huh.
to take home. She brought it to her family. They confirmed that that was what that person looked like, who they thought the spirit was, and pulled out a photo of him wearing the same exact hat he drew him in,
Oh,
the spirit.
wow.
Yeah, and he has a website, and he shows, the readings he's given, people will send him the photo, and they'll have photos that match
Oh,
very closely
interesting.
with the people that he drew.
Huh,
Um
that's really cool.
but yeah, he does it live off the cuff, like, he had never met her, doesn't know her name, nothing, and I've
Mhm.
seen that because I was like, "I'm the reason she's there."
Yeah.
So it's pretty phenomenal. I It's very fun. There's no Bibles, no hymn books, there is singing. I mentioned it in the spiritualism episode, very different vibe with singing. Sometimes it feels like the kind of music that you would dance around a fire with your gal
Okay.
pals. Sometimes it's like stuff for, like, movies. So one time it's like the Beatles. So
Like, Here Comes the Sun" or something?
I think it was. And so it's funny how modern it is, even though it developed at
Okay.
the same time really as Christadelphianism, but it just took such a different trajectory. It's very, like, Unitarian, I guess, like, there's, like, the
Mm.
Star of David and, like, a Buddha and angels all, like, decorating the walls.
Yeah,
So it's
like, everyone's welcome.
yeah, yeah, very
Mhm.
much inclusive. People can wear whatever they want. So it was
Mhm.
definitely a place where I felt very comfortable. The messages were very open and accepting. No one ever asked me my name. No one ever, like, was weird. Because I remember, like, when people come to visit, the Christadelphian ecclesia, the guy who did the attendance would run up and be like, "Who are you? What ecclesia are you from?
Yeah.
Are you
Where are
baptized?
you
Do you
from?
wanna give an exhortation?"
Mhm. Yeah.
Um, but then I go here and, like, if I don't wanna talk to anyone, I don't have to talk to anyone, like, people don't, like, come up to you, like, you would have to be like, "Oh,
Yeah.
hi," or, like, something, like, you have to, like, initiate it, or
Uh-huh.
something, unless, like, at the end of the reading, they'll come and, like, give you notes if you got a reading,
Okay.
and they'll be like, "Oh, I
Oh, yeah.
recorded," but, like, otherwise, like, it's totally up to you, there's no pressure. It was a very casual, so and I still probably have a little bit of religious trauma where I have never officially joined the church, and I
Uh-huh.
don't, like, stay for a lot of the socializing, like,
Okay.
I like to be on the edge of watching more than, like,
Yeah.
being in it, and I don't go regularly, um,
Okay.
but I feel like
Well, yeah, I was gonna ask, is it the kind of thing you would wanna do regularly, or
I
is it more
don't
just, like, when
have
you feel
time
it?
for that. If I was retired and I needed a social thing, sure, I'd go every
Yeah, that would
Sunday,
be it. Yeah.
but I have a very busy life even outside of the
Mhm.
podcast, and with the podcast on top of it, it is very tight having
Yeah.
free time and things, and it is a bit of a drive away. So usually when I go, I make it a social thing, and I'll invite a friend.
So, where is Lilydale?
It's on one of the Great Lakes in
Oh, it's
Western
up in
New
New
York
York.
State.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Um, and it is a really cute town. We met some really nice people. Um,
I think you
it's
posted
fun. I
pictures
did, yeah.
this summer because I was like, "Wow, I didn't even know that place existed," but
Yeah, it was another one of these things where once I went down my rabbit holes, and I think my, former coworker had told me about that as well. She's like, "Oh, you might like Lilydale, they have a whole town." Um, and it was cool because that's where they have, like, a museum with their history in it. So, of course, I went there, and
Of course, yep.
um, and I brought my best friend, and we went, and we had the best time just, like, hanging out on the lakes, nearby, exploring the area. It was an amazing trip. And then we went every day pretty much to Lilydale, and we'd go to the coffee shop and pick up a coffee, go for a walk around town. There was a, outdoor black cat that we kept going up to and kept finding us.
Aw.
We befriended the cat. We, like, give him all kinda, like, scratches and stuff, like, "Baby." And then there's, one thing that's also cool is that's the other place where I also attended their services. And for nature lovers like me and you, they actually do it outside in their, like, holy woods.
Oh, nice.
So it's kind of like a sacred woodland. So when you first get to the woods, they actually have their pet cemetery there because they're
Uh-huh.
very, very appreciative and connected to, life, nature, animals, humans,
Mhm.
all of it. It's a very loving culture. So they have this pet cemetery you walk by, and of course, people believe in life after death. So like this is where like, the spirits are kind of laid to rest, but they can like visit
Yep.
them and whatever. So it was cool to see like this really elaborate pet cemetery by people who really believe that like their pet spirit is still around somehow.
Yeah.
And so
Huh.
then you can go down, like, this wooded path, and there's, like, crowds walking down this path in the summer,
Oh,
because it's, like, a
wow.
tourist destination, and so they have all these benches in the woods, and then people can go up the mediums, like, schedule it so that there's different mediums who go up to the front, and they do readings just like they do the demonstrations of mediumship in their church services within the church. And so
Okay.
they'll, be like, "I have a spirit here who's telling me, this, and this. They have
Mhm.
this," because sometimes they'll say like, "Oh, how they died or what they were sick with or, information that they're giving them about them or about the person they're trying to reach, whatever." And then someone
Mhm.
will raise their hand and be like, "Oh, I recognize that spirit," and the medium will continue. And so it was cool to see people in the audience again getting readings from the different mediums, and it was beautiful because you're just sitting there, like, watching these green leaves, around you. Just, again, a very beautiful service. It felt very
Mhm.
right. There's definitely a lot of honor to nature there, that, love and respect for animals and other people. Just, I really like the vibe that it has. Here it was like, "Oh, we have a new medium. Everyone support her. This is our first time giving a reading." And everyone's like, "Yeah," and like so supportive
Nice.
and just like nice.
It's like the complete opposite of
It
Christadelphia.
is, it literally is, because even the beliefs are the opposite, and
Right,
I could
right,
never imagine, like, some of these conservative groups being like, "Oh, yeah, like, let's sit outside today because it's so beautiful
right.
out," and, like,
No, yeah.
let's
No,
all
they have to be
yeah,
confined.
and let's all support each other, and let's sing the Beatles. And so
Oh,
that
man.
was, very eye-opening as well. I did, have a lot of fun exploring that, and I hope that other people in my generation become more aware of it and that it still exists, because I think it's often spoken about in a historic context as if it still doesn't exist because it was
Mhm.
wildly popular in the 1800s, and now it's
Right.
not super popular, it's much more low-key. Um but I mean, so many people, like in the millennial age group especially, are into like tarot cards and horoscopes and all of this
Yep. And crystals.
spirituality and metaphysical stuff,
Yep,
which
yep.
feels like so compatible, I would say,
Right.
with this views and belief system.
Yeah, they just don't know about it because I feel like I've heard of it in a historical context,
Yeah.
but I don't know that there's any spiritualist churches anywhere around me.
Yeah, it's not something I ever like drove by and saw, whereas like there's like a huge Catholic church on like the main street nearby. So like that's
Yeah.
there.
I
But
know
like
they're very obvious.
yeah, yeah, they're not subtle, we'll say about the
Right, they're like
Catholics.
they got a huge cross on the top of the
Yeah.
spire.
But like the spiritualist church is very low key, this little building off like a dead end road. And so it was just something I never would have seen by myself. It wasn't super close to where I lived. But
Mhm.
it's always been worth the drive when I go. I do really enjoy it. It's very peaceful. It's a really nice community. So that's just one other community that I found. And it was nice to have people that had a similar belief system to me. And so it feels very normal to me in my day to day life now to believe in ghosts. Like I forget that other people don't believe it now. Like it's
Yeah,
so
yeah,
normal with the people I'm
right.
around and my friends who have come over to my haunted house, like when I was living there. Like, this is just something we're all on the same page, and then I talk to other people and
Right,
they're like, "What?" And I'm like, "Oh, you don't believe in
yeah,
ghosts? Oh, that's weird."
right. No, I find the same thing with myself that all my friends are, naturalists and we're very much into certain things. And then I like go to talk to people at work or whatever, and I realize like, oh, they don't get what I'm talking about right now. Like we
Yeah.
don't have the same we're not on the same wavelength here.
Yeah, it's nice to have such a robust community now that
Hmm.
it's very normalized and supported my interests and beliefs and things like that, so it's been pretty cool. Uh,
Nice. Do you want to talk about any other ways that you've found community since you've left?
yeah, community is a huge one, so I did wanna spend a few minutes talking about that, and community is certainly very important to me, and I think it's important for everyone, which is another kind of goal of this podcast is that so people don't feel so alone, and feel more a part of this community. And I've even heard people say that like you don't heal in isolation. And I was certainly very alone for a very long time.
Hmm.
So, when I was alone, it was helpful for a while things were really messy and I was processing and journaling and seeing a therapist and,
Right.
crying a lot and things that
Yeah.
I needed to process some messy stuff. But
Hmm.
once I got through that, um, and really changed a lot also. It was easier for me to build connections. I felt more comfortable exploring more. I felt like I had more stable foundation and I knew myself in a more genuine way. So it was easier to recognize people who were a good fit, people who made me feel safe, people I had things in common with. And when I was younger, I definitely did not have very close relationships in general. I
Uh-huh.
didn't have a ton of good relationships. Um, but it was easier once I had left and kind of dealt with a lot of things and found out who I was to find people who would treat me with respect and kindness and validated the value I had. So, even more recently, one of my friends had turned to me when I was hanging out with a group of friends and was just like, "Oh, like, can you please stay a little longer? Like, I know it's selfish to even ask you because you have things you have to do, but I just don't want you to go." And it
Aw.
was just so nice to hear after having been, like, excluded and ignored, and
Right.
and so I think that's one of those things that is also healing is rewriting those stories where it's no longer, those experiences of being excluded and ignored, but it's now experiences of being around people who appreciate and include me.
Hmm.
And even, like, when I was younger, I remember I had hosted a party and someone I had invited to this party had gotten sick, so I had to leave, I had to take them home, make sure they're okay. I, had
Hmm.
driven there, and so I ended up being gone for a while, an hour or 2, and then I got back and everyone was leaving, they're like, "Oh, that was such a fun party." And it and it
And we didn't notice that you weren't here.
and that was the implication. It
Yeah.
it very much felt like, "We did not miss you, we didn't
Oh,
even notice you were gone."
right.
No one was like,
Wow.
"Oh, like, "Are they okay? Like, how's it going?" It's just like, "Oh, we had so much fun without you." It's
Yeah.
like
We were so busy with ourselves, we didn't notice that you were
yeah,
missing.
yeah, and, it was just hard with all the social stuff in my past where I'd been belittled and excluded, and
Hmm.
so finding a community that didn't do that was the best.
Mm.
Um
Yeah.
And so it was slow, but even, there was a few relationships that I nurtured more too. I stayed in touch with someone who I met when I used to volunteer as a master gardener, who's just a wonderful person. I also like getting engaged with my larger community, even not like close friends, but where I still like to go out and volunteer to plant trees in low income communities when I can.
Hmm.
Even
Nice.
locally, I became aware that one of the towns I had lived in my old apartment had a community day. So they do a public cleanup and they also added in like some gardening stuff. So it's like, all right, I'll help with the gardening stuff and help beautify this community that I lived in and
Hmm.
kind of set down roots in and, really liked. Because that's
Nice.
the town that I lived in where I did so much of this healing and grounding. And so I think it's always going to hold a special place in my heart. And it was nice to
Hmm.
show that with that community. And then
Yeah.
when I had first left, in the early days of leaving the Christadelphians, I ended up hosting a feminist book club. And so I
Rebellious.
very quickly realized I was a feminist, and it
Yeah.
was also right around, some of the very sexist conversations about politics and who was elected and Me
Yeah.
Too and stuff. So,
Right.
I wanted to explore feminism and politics more, and I realized I was undereducated in both of those things because I was raised Christadelphian.
Right.
So I
Yep.
actually met a friend through doing that group that I'm still friends with. So that was another, way I found some community.
Mhm.
I've made friends at my workplaces, and like seriously, like one time I had to have a surgery, and I had to go to the hospital. They put me under. I needed someone to give me a ride there and home, and
Mhm.
it was a former coworker I had who stayed there with me the whole day,
Oh,
and
wow.
they even stayed at my place overnight. They're like, "No, I'll be
Wow.
there for you. Yeah, like don't worry about
That's
it."
awesome.
So again, someone who's not religious and all this stuff, but like
Mhm.
just good people. And so I kept,
Right.
finding that. And I was very fortunate. I reconnected with some old friends. Um, I've had people that I can call on, in emergencies that have come over. Um, I've made friends from people who I had actually hired to be my assistants in an old job, and I'm friends with all 3 of the people I'd hired, so I feel like that's a really good
Nice.
sign.
Yeah,
Um,
you're a great manager.
I hope so, but, probably the biggest way I found friends was actually dancing, and that was also something that was very, I think, healing for me, and there's a
Mhm.
lot of really positive studies about it, and I kept hearing about it in tips for people healing from trauma, especially physical traumas,
Mhm.
and so I ended up deciding to give it a go, give myself out there, and I made so many friends there, just so many wonderful people. We would clap when each other did something, amazing and support each other.
Uh-huh.
So you're really in this nurturing environment, very accepting of people.
Yep.
We had some people realize that they were like asexual or non-binary and things like that while we were at the studio. And so we'd be like, okay, like we'll
Huh.
validate, your change in name and stuff
Yeah.
like that and
Yep.
pronouns. And so like it was a really beautiful environment at that time. And it was during COVID. So that was like my big social thing was I'd go with a mask. And that was like the only time I was around people. Uh,
Uh-huh.
and so it was really cool. And that's how I ended up, meeting my best friend and a lot of other friends. So,
Nice.
a lot of those people are now part of something that I do currently where I host a women's group that meets once a month. And so I just opened it up to people through my social media. I was like, hey, anyone who wants to be part of this, what I want to do is kind of have just an in person community. I know it's
Mhm.
very hard for, friends to get together and everyone's busy, but I was like, I just want to have one date a month where we get together and we can talk and we can laugh and hang out in person. I
Mhm.
think I need that and I think other people need that community, and especially
Yep.
where it's face to face and even better in person. So
Right.
the idea was every month we pick a date and we pick an activity. Everyone in our group is always invited. We try to accommodate as many people as possible when choosing a date. And mostly we just talk, we connect about what's going on in our lives. Like there's so much going on in our lives, and so it's nice for everyone to be able to talk about these things and connect over it and just be kind of a support group, but also just be friends where like we're also like laughing. People be like, "Oh, I brought some wine." And we have like our own little group chat too, so it keeps us in
Nice.
touch. And when we have these visits,
Right.
people be like, "Oh, I love your pants. Share that." And like things blow up in the group chat as we're all
Mhm.
sharing things with each other and laughing about things. So it's been really cool to also cultivate that. So I feel like I'm always looking for some kind of community, and a lot of times, I go out and initiate it in some way. And
Mhm.
now I feel like I'm getting to a really good place where it's a lot more stable. Like I have so many good people, and I just keep investing in the people who are in my life, which is something I also
Mhm.
need time off the podcast to do.
Yeah, definitely.
But it definitely cuts into my socializing time. But I do actually have a few friends who listen to this, and a few people I've mentioned there who will recognize themselves.
Mhm.
So I'm glad that they'll get to hear that and know that I do value them, which I'm sure they already know.
Right.
Um,
Nice.
but yeah, so it's been really wonderful. And even,
Mhm.
meeting people in this podcast, I feel like I'm getting closer with. Like now we hang out virtually all the time.
Right?
um, But even, like, in my neighborhood, I ended up moving into a neighborhood where tons of people have dogs, and my dog is obsessed with my neighbor's dog, who lives, like, a few houses down. And
Mhm.
so, like, even the other day, I got home, and they were up at the top of the driveway walking past our house, and they waved like, "Hey!" And I was like, "Wait, I have to bring her over to say hi to you." I was like I ran up the driveway with her, and she was, like, so excited, tail wagging to see her
Aw,
little doggy friend. I'm chatting with him, and
that's adorable.
and that's what it is now, and even we had, some new neighbors move in, and they have a dog, and now, like, my dog's like, "Oh, they're outside? Let's go." And, like,
Mhm.
and so I'm very plugged into even, like, our dog walking community. People be like, "Oh, I haven't seen you in a while. How are things?"
Yeah.
And even I was sitting outside in the yard, and I saw across the way someone walk by, and they go, "Hi," and they call out my dog's name because 'cause they're like, "Oh, we know her." And so even that, like, feeling like I live in a community, like, I keep hearing people be like, "Oh,
Mhm.
I don't people don't know their neighbors now." I'm like, "Are you kidding? I know my neighbor's name and their dog's name."
So everyone needs to get a dog then, that's probably the
Yeah.
key
It
to
is very
meeting your
helpful.
neighbors.
That's how
Yeah,
people stop and talk to you, and that's why people are, like, waving and
right.
chatting and,
Yeah.
all of that. So, it's been very nice. I've met a lot of nice neighbors over the years, but especially I really like where I'm at now.
Uh-huh.
Librarians still know me by name. They're like, "Oh, you're here. Let me go get your book on hold for you." I'm like, "Thank you."
Nice. That's so great to hear that you have so many sources of community now
Yeah.
because, just reflecting on what you had said earlier about your childhood, your
Mhm.
upbringing, how like there was nobody your age at meeting, and then the rest of your cousins were just like, whatever, we're too cool for you.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's like it's great that now you have so many friends.
Yeah, and I'm also part of the historical society, and I partially joined because of researching a lot of history, but also
Uh-huh.
that I had friends already who were on there, and I was like, "Hey," and now, like, I hang out and they keep in touch more because, like, we have this shared, side thing that we do for fun,
Yep.
volunteering for
Yeah.
that, and then I also wanted to keep, learning more about ghost stuff and exploring that and finding people who were accepting and who I could chat with about that. And so I ended up joining a paranormal investigation group, and the founder of that group, not only, likes ghosts and stuff, but they're also a dancer, and so, like, we just hit
Oh
it off
man.
right
Wow.
away. So I also have those communities that I ended up, getting into. So
Mhm.
once you start looking and putting yourself out there a little bit, it's cool to see where else you can
Mhm.
go. It doesn't have to be just a church community. I've found,
Right.
friends and groups all over, and I feel like I have so many different little sources of that. It's not just one
Mhm.
thing. Um, so it's been really fun. I've met so many sweet people, had so much fun with all of these different
Nice.
groups of people.
Yeah, once you like open yourself up to that, it's amazing. Like you said, you'll meet people that have connections with other people that you kind of know, and then you get
Yeah.
to know them better, and it's like
Yeah.
just keeps building.
And that even happened with my women's group because a few of my friends were like, "Hey, I know someone who I think would be a great fit for this. Could I invite them as well?" And so I had two people who I'd never met before come to our first meeting or the first meetings, and they're both fantastic. And now they're
Hmm.
my friends too. And so I made even more
Nice.
friends by doing that. And so, that's just been wonderful, and one of those people even shared this podcast and was like, "Hey, like, my friend made this podcast." I was like, "Oh, like,
Oh,
thank you."
nice. Yeah.
So just, very supportive, good people, and so especially having, now, like, still a complicated relationship with some of my family. Some of them are still in Christadelphia and just don't understand someone not
Hmm.
being a Christadelphian because they're very much the traditional Christadelphian, I guess. Like, "I believe this. This
Yeah.
is the truth." It's nice to have a very strong community to counterbalance that, because there is some strain on relationships when you just have very different belief systems.
Right.
I would definitely recommend that people try to find community, and I think that's probably another thing that, um, I was thinking about when creating this podcast was just cultivating a little bit more community within our group of people, and
Hmm.
helping people feel more connected to each other.
Yeah, you've definitely accomplished that.
Oh, thank you. The only other thing I'll just throw out there is that I also have a lot of people in my life who are also firefighters. So I'm personally not, but I think that's another great community for people because you have like monthly meetings, you're doing volunteering, and they can always use volunteers. So if that's, I just kind of want to mention that as people talk about communities they found. That way people are aware of more and more different types of communities that are out there.
Yeah, nice. And definitely volunteer. I know our local volunteer fire department can always use
Yeah.
more people.
Yeah, they always can. All those volunteer ones, especially. So, part of what I wanted to mention, going off of that, is that I feel it was easier for me to find community when I knew who I was. So, part of it was still exploring it, seeing what fit. I ended up really liking dance. I kept doing that for years. And,
Hmm.
then you're like, oh, okay, I'm a dancer. But it was interesting that when I talked to Christadelphians who knew me, because in general, a lot of them stopped talking to me and being in my life really once I left. Um,
Hmm.
I think a lot of people still have in their minds or just assume that I'm still that young woman who they were able to control, who was still
Hmm.
kind of battered and worn down by all of the things that I had been through and that they had helped cultivate in my life. And it's just interesting now that they genuinely don't really know me and who I am now anymore. And sometimes I still have people, I still have people in my life who are Christadelphians, and sometimes they will still make comments that I need to be a Christadelphian again.
Hmm.
So I just want to say in this episode, you don't want me back. You don't want me back. You would disfellowship me. I
Hmm.
am queer, feminist, tattooed, I vote, spiritualist, maybe even a medium, we don't know, and a very outspoken woman, especially around the subject of abuse, sexism, and things like that. You
Yep.
don't want me in your community. I
Right.
just I cannot fit back into that small Christadelphian mold. I grew out
Hmm.
of that. And I don't wanna pretend to have those same values and characteristics and personality to try to make someone else happy and to stop
Hmm.
living an authentic life and not be my genuine self. That sounds like one form of torture to me. You know,
Yes.
and so it's just ironic because they should not want me back. With the things I believe, can you
Yep.
imagine me being like, "Well, I have a problem with that," and, like, raising my hand for, like,
Well,
feedback
of
at the end
course,
of the talk, be like, "I don't agree with
right.
that." Like, "You don't want
Of
me
course
back."
they want you back, but they want you to conform to all the rules that they have. They don't want you to be who you are now.
But how can you even ask someone to
I
do
don't know.
that?
I don't know
That
either.
feels awful, especially people who tell you, "Oh, we love you," but also,
Yep.
would you mind not being yourself for the rest of your
Right.
life? Can
I
you
know it's
just never do
terrible.
that? Can you just
That's a terrible thing to ask.
yeah,
Yeah.
be like, "I know you're a feminist, but can you please believe in sexism again and patriarchy for
Right.
us?" Like, that would be really helpful for us. I'm like,
Please put this
"Yeah."
head covering on and stop talking.
Exactly. It's not like the kind of thing where it's like, "We want you back because we value you." Like, obviously,
No.
like, with this podcast, I think there's people who have realized, like, "Oh, she's good at, the history and writing and public speaking, like,
Mhm.
clearly I have some of these skills." It's not like, "Oh, we want you back because we wanna hear what you can contribute, we think you have skills you can contribute." They want a silent body sitting
Yep.
there. Like,
Yep.
they don't want me because they don't accept the things that make me me, and I
Mhm.
am going to continue what I believe and live life the way I want to, and if I do that and tried to go, they would disfellowship me.
Right.
So
Yeah, it's just incompatible.
exactly. It doesn't make sense to me because they are completely incompatible. And so I
Mhm.
know my own beliefs now. I have my own community now. And I understand my sexuality now and I'm not going to give up those things. I'm not going to give up my rights as a citizen and stop voting. I have voted in every election since I left, no matter how small the town election is. I show up. I am one of
Yeah.
those
No,
people
me
who says
too. Me
every
too.
election, I am a
Mhm.
voter now.
I
And
know, I even vote for, like, the school board budget.
exactly. I'm like, "Whatever
I'm
you
like,
want.
"Yes,
Whatever you
we are
want."
passing that budget."
Yeah. Yeah. "You wanna vote for more funds for open space? You got it. Whatever we're voting on this time." And even just recognizing that that organization, the Christophans, just really did not give me that much in the first place. And to try to ask me to come back when those were people who kind of helped cultivate creating me in me that susceptibility to abuse. And
Mhm.
I don't think I would have had those abusive relationships if I had been in a supportive environment that modeled healthy relationships. That they also protected abusive people, because I imagine that that person from Manitoulin who was never caught, seeing that they could get away with it, seeing that they could be in close proximity to women who could be victimized, why would they leave? Like, I would be very surprised, because now they see as like, "Oh, I have access to people I can exploit, and there's no
Right.
consequences for me."
Yep.
And so
Yep.
knowing that those people are in the community still and protected, and historically, as we saw in the true crime episode, very little happens to people who do stuff wrong. I was like, why would I want to go back in that community where they're not even going to look out for me? And they
Right.
haven't. Like, I've already seen it, you know, and as I've seen, like, I didn't have unconditional love. It was very conditional, where it came and
Mhm.
went. Like, I
Mhm.
saw if I conformed, they would treat me one way. And when I didn't conform, they treat me another way. And I would get bullied and ostracized. And I don't want to be around that again. You know, even
Right.
one of my family members had grown up, um, you know, in the same sort of setting, and stayed around the same people that they grew up with. And they had mentioned to me, "Oh, these people had bullied me as a kid, and it really made me miserable." Then I grew up with those kids who bullied me and made me miserable. And
Oh
I watched
man.
these cycles play out, and I was like, "I'm not going to stay at that meeting and have, you know, my family and my kids be around their kids and watch as it happens again, and they bully
Yeah.
them and make them
Yep.
miserable." I would never do that. You could not convince me. So,
Mhm.
I am very secure in my opinion, and I feel like the badgering that I've gotten over the years has only made me more firm in my opinions, and has forced
Mhm.
me to be very confident, um, and just realize it's not my problem what they feel about that. It's like, if you can't love me as I am, that's on you, but I don't appreciate being asked to change. I don't appreciate having this expectation of trying to work or change to earn, you know, love and acceptance. I am good
Mhm.
enough as I am. I am happy with who I am. I am living a very authentic life. I have a lot of love and community, and I'm fine with that, and I'm never going back. You know, it's kind of ironic that I really don't think that they're the most Christ-like people. You know, they say they believe in the Bible, but I've never seen Jesus hit a child in the verses there. I don't think,
Right?
you know, Paul would have videotaped someone showering. Um, I don't think people would be screaming and insulting each other and gossiping about their
Mhm.
appearances and all these kinds of things and saying, "You didn't
Right?
follow me? You're grounded." Like, can you
Go to your
imagine
room.
Jesus being like, "You made the wrong choice." Like, in the Bible,
Mhm.
he's like, "No, you're all God's children." And then you go to an
Yep.
ecclesia and they're like, "Oh, your skirt's too short."
Yeah.
You know, and I was like, he was more accepting of an actual prostitute and, like, women who cheated.
Yeah.
And then
True.
I'm here in a dress and you're like, "Not good enough."
Right.
So it's just there's so much irony there that I've seen where, you know, the prominent people in the ecclesia who get to go to the podium will talk about how people who don't attend are sinful, you know, evil, whatever, because they left the group. But I chose healthy, loving relationships over abuse and neglect. That is what I chose. And, you know, it's not that same experience for everyone, and that's great. And if you have loving relationships inside and out, great. But for me, I could never be a Christadelphian again and be in that environment again. I can't
Mhm.
stop being a neurodivergent, queer, feminist woman who believes in ghosts.
Yep.
And I'm never gonna be that submissive woman again. Never.
Yay!
Yay!
Woohoo! That's a good statement.
Thank you.
I feel like you need to pass that out. We can all, like, make it our own
Like a
and
manifesto.
yeah, manifesto. Then if somebody's like, "Why don't you come back?" You'd be like, "Well, I can't because this, and this."
But I feel like that's what you need, because there, at least for
Yeah, yeah.
me, and it's probably depends on your family dynamics and, you know, how
Mhm.
deep they are into it. Like, for you, your family also left, so it's gonna be a
Right.
different experience. But for me, having the majority of my family, you know, extended and immediately associated with the Christadelphians, it's always like I'm the sore thumb sticking out, like I'm doing something wrong because I'm not fitting
Yeah.
into the standard, I'm not following along. And now I'm just there's nothing they could say to bring me back,
Mhm.
and it's only made me look into more and more how to be firm and strong in what I believe and who I am and be more outspoken.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, you cannot be contained.
no, like Britney Spears.
All right. Well, to wrap things up, I have two questions for you.
Okay, hit me with it.
The first one is, I know that Zinnia is your chosen name and it wasn't your birth name. When did you make that decision to change it? And is there a story that you can share behind it?
Yes, I can share that. And it is my real name. People always have that question. It is my legal name, is Zinnia, but
Hmm.
it was not my birth name. And so that was a somewhat time consuming and expensive change, in case anyone's wondering about that. And honestly, the funny thing is that it's been so long, I almost forget. Like, I was
Hmm.
like, "Wait, I changed my name? Oh, yeah." Like, I like, I did.
I'm not Zinnia.
Like, I was like, because nothing about it feels unnatural. It is the
Yeah.
most natural thing in the world to me now to have the name, and it's so funny because I can't even tell you how many times, it must have been 100 times, people have told me, like, "Oh, your name's Zinnia? That suits you so well. Oh, it's so beautiful. Oh, I love it." And I
Hmm.
just get so much positive, feedback on my name, and that never happened with my old name. No one was like, "Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, you look like a, so and so," or anything. I was like, "Nope." Everyone was just like, "Huh." And, so there's probably people who, hear me on the podcast and might be like, "Do I know her?" You
Uh,
might if you're like, "She sounds familiar but had a different name." Yes, that might
yeah.
be why
Yeah.
if you did know me. I did change my name, again, so long ago. So I think it was within
It was
a
after you left,
within
right?
a year of leaving. It wasn't
Okay.
immediate, but I think it was probably a little less than a year, if I remember correctly. I left the Christadelphians right around the time I was graduating from university with my degree. And then after that, it was, figuring out work and figuring out where I was going to live and just kind of getting off on my own start in life. And
Hmm.
so I very much felt like I was in a survival stage of life, but I remember talking with the person I'd been dating at the time, chatting about how my birth name never resonated with me. For first off, it was a biblical name. It was
Hmm.
also a name that had been tied to, one of my parents, kind of like a legend name, where they kind of like, oh, I want to like carry on my, name with someone. I was like, eh. And it wasn't like my name. There was even a relative I have who had the same exact first and last name as me.
Hmm.
So it felt like, I don't know, it hardly even felt like my name when it was tied to so many other people. Even when
Yeah.
I remember learning how to write cursive, I didn't like how it felt to write my name. Like, it stuck out to me. I was like, "Ugh, I wish I had a better
Yeah.
name than this." Like, like and so
I wish my name started with a Z.
I don't even know why, but when I was a little kid, I was like, Z is my favorite letter.
Oh,
And I
interesting.
remember reading a book and the character's name was Zinnia, and I just related so hard to this,
Huh.
little girl in this book when I was a kid, like a little girl myself.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, she and I are so similar. And even reading it later, I was like, oh, there's still a lot in common. Her love for gardening and like little adventures. I was like, oh, that's still me. So I think that must have been a little seed in my head because as I was talking with him, he was like, "Oh, so like, would you change your name? And if you did, like, what would you change it to?"
Mhm.
Immediately, I was like, "Oh, I'd change it to Zinnia." And he's like,
Oh,
"Really?
wow.
Like, I've never even heard you talk about that name." And I was like, "Me neither." And I love how it sounds. I love how it feels. I love the association with it. I was like, I love that it's unique. Everything about it just feels right. And I
Mhm.
was like, "You know what?" And it's just funny because even when we were, chatting about some of the other stuff earlier, once we start talking about me leaving, I realized how many places in my life, how many different aspects I started to exert more autonomy. And this was one of those places again
Mm,
where
interesting.
I was like, I'm not going to be following their conformity anymore. I'm not going to stick
Yeah.
with the name they gave me. I don't have to. I'm going to be my own person.
Yeah.
And so I finally accepted that I didn't want that name and I figured out online how to change it.
Mhm.
It was a very fast decision and it's one that despite that I've never regretted. It feels
Oh,
very
that's good.
authentic. I'm very happy with it. And it was even
Mhm.
funny because I didn't meet my best friend until like many, many years after that. And
Mhm.
so it came up this summer that I had changed my, birth name to my current name,
Yep.
and I told her, and she was just in shock. She's like, "There's no way. That name doesn't fit you at all."
No, it really didn't.
So we were hanging out at her family's house, and so she called her mom over. She's like, "Mom, come here. Guess what her name used to be?" And she's like, "Her what? What do you mean?" And she's like, "Yes, it's a Bible name." And so she starts, like, rattling off Bible names, and she's like, "That's it." And she's like, "No way." She's like, "That doesn't fit you at all." And so they're, like, tag teaming me, like, "Why on earth would anyone name you that?" And it
Oh,
was
that's
so
funny.
funny because, again, and that's what I always got, was everyone was always like, "That's perfect for you. That's
Yeah.
perfect for you," over and over and over in all the years since I changed my name,
Uh-huh.
and it was just so funny. And so that was just another way I think I made my life more authentic, and, for me, it ended up being a huge one.
Mhm.
Certainly a bit messy at first, but the people who love you, many of them are very accommodating. My one sister I'm very close with, she's like, "Well, if your name's Zinnia now, can I call you Zinny?" And I was like, "Sure." And she has never once messed up my name. She was just
Oh, nice.
ever
Yeah.
since then, Zinny,
Mhm.
to her kids, I'm Aunt Zinny. And
Yep.
it was never an issue, not
Yeah.
once, and I loved that support. There's definitely people in my family who were not supportive, who would
Mhm.
use my old name behind my back,
Yep.
who would get mad at me when I'd be like, "Hey, that's not my name, you know that, right?" And they'd be like, "Ugh,"
Mhm.
and, like, give me a really hard time about it. So seeing
Yeah.
that aggression of people who wanted me to stay the old version. Like I said before, there are people who wanted me to stay that submissive version that they could bully, who did not like when I
Yeah.
started speaking up for myself, when I
Mhm.
started making my own decisions and being an authentic or living an authentic life. And I do kind of consider it like a dead name, like
Oh, yeah.
as it's commonly called in like transgender culture, because it's
Uh-huh.
just like, "Oh, that's not even me." Like, that's
Right. Like, you wouldn't respond to it
no.
if you were out in public and somebody shouted it, you would not even think it was toward
No,
you.
I'd, like, look at someone else
Yeah.
and be like, "Who are they talking to?"
Yeah.
Like, not me.
I mean, I've never felt like my name didn't fit me, but my name is also a flower name, and I feel like I've
Mhm.
always been like, "I love flowers and I love nature, so my
Yeah.
flower name works," right? So, I
Flowers,
feel like
names, sisters.
yeah, I feel like yeah, for you, you were probably like, "My name's not a flower, I have to change it."
Exactly. Really, that's the
That
biggest
was the bottom
thing.
line,
Had to
yeah.
have a flower name.
The other question that I wanted to ask you, which I feel like you've basically already answered, but do you have any regrets about leaving the Christadelphians?
Nope. Nope.
Nope.
Nope.
End of story.
I mean, I have some almost regrets that I didn't leave the first time,
Yeah.
just because I could have saved myself so much harm. But I know that it was very important at that stage of my life to get the support that I got through that Christelfian relationship at the time.
Mhm.
So, I mean, there was certainly, some good things that came out of that. My cat, who I love so much, and so everything's complicated and
Yeah.
I have to accept what happened. But I think I'm just so much happier living an authentic life, being around the people I'm around, having the freedom that I have. And even, I have a lot more support in other aspects of my life. I'm just a healthier, happier person completely overall now that I'm
Mhm.
out of that environment. So that would be the only thing, was like, I kind of wish that that happened, but I accept that it happened the way it was going to happen.
Yep.
And at this point, I'm just really grateful to be out and be at this place in my life and to try to, share those positive stories with people, because it is a very messy thing to grow up in that culture. If you did go through a hard time, it can be even more complicated with having trauma that's, really not spoken about, and there's not a lot of people processing.
Mhm.
And then leaving and definitely being on your own, like I was, where, I moved away, lived alone, didn't have, any friends or family nearby. Like
Yeah.
it was hard to leave, but being where I'm at now, 100% worth it every time.
Yeah.
Nothing I would change with that. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, I agree. It's worth the struggle that it might be at the beginning or for the first couple of years, but it's definitely worth it
Yeah.
to not be a Christadelphian anymore.
Yeah, and, like, we're not trying to, like, convince you, like,
Yeah, we're not trying to convince
this
anyone,
is
but if you
for
feel
people who have
yeah,
left. But
If you feel like you need to leave.
if you're feeling like we felt, maybe give it an experiment where, like, you just give yourself a break and see how you feel. Spend some time reflecting, focus on you,
Mhm.
and see. Because, it was funny because, like, the way I left was just, like, I took a break and just never went back.
Yeah.
And so it's like, "Alright, like, maybe more people need to do that."
Right.
Whereas
Yeah, I
yeah.
feel like once you step away from it for a little, even just for a little while, and then
Yeah.
you go, if you do go back to it, you'll be like, this is kind of weird.
Or just that I don't feel good, I was the same where I
Yes,
started having,
yeah.
like, those physical symptoms where I had headaches when I was
Hmm.
there, I felt stressed and, like, I couldn't wait to leave and just,
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah, yeah.
and, that's so common, and it's really a sign that something's out of alignment. My body was telling me, "You don't wanna be here, you don't wanna be here," but I wouldn't listen to it because I was like, "I have to be here, I have to be here." And then I was
Hmm.
like, "Oh, I'm an adult, I actually don't have to be here." It just means that
Right.
I will have to deal with the social shunning, that I will have to deal with isolation. I'll have to deal with a lot of things of never really fitting in and necessarily being accepted by some people, but it was still worth it.
Yeah, and I think that's important for people to hear that, especially with if they've just started on their journey of leaving, to know that, those of us who've been out for a while and have put in the work that, we're not really thinking about this every day. Like we're not
No.
waking up and going, "Oh, I used to be a Christadelphian, boo-hoo." It's
Yeah.
like we've moved on, and
Yeah.
it's what's been great about this podcast is that we're getting all these different stories and perspectives of what life is like through the leaving process, and then once you're out and you've like healed of it and you've
Yeah.
processed and you've gotten on with your life, like there's limitless opportunities out there if
Yeah.
you are willing to go for it.
Everyone's experience is completely different. So, there's no one size fits all, but it's just hopefully you find what feels right and you are able to live a more authentic life and be happier and be less, held back in whatever way it held you back, potentially being in that group. For other people that had difficult childhoods or bad relationships or whatever, there's all kinds of
Hmm.
different ways that can affect you. Um, But even with us talking about it, everyone's sharing different resources. So even if people
Hmm.
don't feel comfortable listening to the whole podcast, if they are the kind of people dipping their toe in the waters, just go to the show notes, look at the resources, and pick out
Hmm.
things that look like they would be helpful. If there's
Hmm.
books or other, podcasts or whatever that people are sharing, blogs, go to those first then, and, you can still get this, but without, everything else that's in the podcast, like some of our sense of humor or jokes or whatever they
Yeah.
might not
Or
love.
or F-bombs.
Yeah, and so it's like, regardless of where you're at, I think you can find some things that will be helpful if you
Hmm.
relate to that and are kind of on that path, um, but it's always your path.
Right.
So, take
Yeah.
what works for you, what you think is helpful, and just leave the rest,
Exactly. Yeah. And that goes for like everything in life. I feel like
Yeah,
if it doesn't feel right to you or you're not, there's something about the person delivering the message that you don't like, then just find something else.
exactly.
Was there anything else that you wanted to talk about before we wrap up?
I mean, the only other thing is that I'm really happy that I do have, a much more stable relationship that I've spent a lot of time addressing for me, trauma related to different relationships, romantic and non-romantic. Um, but it's just nice to feel very safe and loved now in my
Mm,
life and very accepted.
nice.
So having that stability as well has been very healing of,
Hmm.
having a close friend I can reach out to anytime, who I know would show up for me, having a partner who has showed up for me time and time again and just
Hmm.
kind of been a rock for me as I've gone through a lot, even in the last few years. Um, and I feel like having all of that in my life has helped me get to this point where I'm in a really good place to do this podcast where I'm no longer buffeted by all the things that I've gone through, where,
Hmm.
I'm kind of on smoother waters to come into here with a really hopefully a pretty level head with all of this stuff.
Yeah. I'm sure that the time that you spent in the early years that you were by yourself and you were really just going through some really hard stuff, and then
Yeah.
you were going to a therapist, but you were reading and all that. Like I
Yeah.
feel like that was obviously that was something that you had to do to as part of your healing process
Oh,
too. Like
yeah.
to get where you are now.
Yeah, I definitely had major attachment issues. I
Hmm.
had, a very dysregulated. Um, I had, underlying issues that I had to figure out with doctors and stuff to have a lifestyle that would help me be more calm, mindfulness. I changed how
Uh-huh.
I ate. I learned, the things that I needed to help keep me, regulated day to day, where it's like, oh, I'm stressed out. This is what I should be doing. Whereas before, like, I just remember there wasn't a lot of like peace. Like you were always kind of like stressed out. And I was always around people I had to kind of walk on eggshells around and things like that. So even all of
Mhm.
that, like I had to learn to change my life. And changing my environment was huge as well. And so it's hard. It's actually hard to get used to that. And for a while, it was very difficult to learn how to live with someone else again. Not, for
Mhm.
anything on their end, but just I felt scared. I was not used
Yeah.
to having that kind of healthier relationship.
Mhm.
Um, so it's a lot that you have to figure out on your own, and change on your own to be able to have a new normal, and have new expectations and to have a lot of boundaries. So a lot of
Yeah.
that happened when I was alone. And then I could recognize it when there were good people around, and I could recognize it when there were people who just weren't the right fit for me, even if they're wonderful people, just not the right fit for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's everything. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your story. I think it's super interesting. I mean,
It's
despite
unusual, I'll say
yeah, despite
that.
knowing you for a few years now, I there was quite a few things that you brought up that I did not know about at all, or I knew, very little. So it's very interesting
Yeah.
getting the scoop on all these things. And I'm
Yeah.
so glad that you've become the person that you are today because you're amazing.
Aw.
And doing this podcast is amazing too because it's a ton of work,
Yeah.
but I think it's really going to help a lot of people who are out there, either trying to decide whether to stay or go, or if they've already left and trying to figure out their way in the world now. Like this is a great resource for people to,
Mhm,
hear how other people have done it.
mhm.
So thank
And
you for all your work on
Aw.
this.
Thank you. And I do really appreciate all the people who have emailed or commented, so that I can see it where they've talked about that they appreciate it, that it's had something positive effect on them, that they've learned something they didn't know. Whatever it is that you got out of this, I'm really glad that people are taking away a lot from this. For some people, they've mentioned that it's healing to laugh about
Hmm.
these things that they once took so seriously.
Yeah.
For other people, they've just said, I've learned about stuff and it's opened my eyes to some problems that the community has that I never experienced, but now I'm
Yeah.
aware of. And so I can kind of have a more balanced view on things. So it's been amazing to hear everyone's stories, and as I've said, it's a lot of work, but it seems worthwhile to know that it's doing good in other people's lives. So please
Hmm.
keep telling me about that you appreciate it and that you like it, because
Yes,
it helps a
positive
lot.
feedback, please. This has been the Life After Leaving podcast. Thank you for listening, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Hey, everyone. Thanks for listening to the last episode of the first season of the Life After Leaving podcast. It's been really fun working on this project and meeting everyone who has joined me for these episodes. I also want to share my gratitude for everyone who has come on the podcast, the listeners who have sent supportive emails, including several very kind people still associated with the Christelfian community, and for all of you out there listening. We've already had over 2,000 streams of the show and have listeners across 13 countries around the world already. This podcast has some inherent challenges since every Ecclesian member is so unique. I've tried to interview a diverse group of guests this season. So far, we've had about half women and half men on the show. We've heard stories from the top 3 countries that historically were the centers of Christadelphia, those being Australia, the United States, and the United Kingdom. And we've heard stories from people who have only recently left and those who left over 40 years ago. It's obvious to me that one story alone can't capture the full spectrum of what it can be like growing up and leaving the Christadelphians. So it's been so valuable to share all these other perspectives on the podcast, and I hope some of these stories have resonated with you or have been informative. If you've enjoyed the show and would like to show your support, please like or subscribe to the show, leave a rating, or share an episode with a friend. I also want to mention that it's been a whirlwind for me personally for the last few months, writing, recording, editing, and so on to keep this project going. So I will be taking a much needed break from the podcast for the next month at least. However, I look forward to releasing more episodes for you in 2025, and you can still reach me by email at lifeafterleavingpodcast@gmail.com. You can reach me there if you'd like to help with the podcast or if you want to add your name to my list of ex-Christadelphians to interview in the future. All right. Thanks again for listening, and stay tuned for the next season of the Life After Leaving podcast.